gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold.
Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we run for our lives, not a second to waste. They're ticking away, away, away. They're ticking I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we run for our lives, not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, away. It's ticking I need to keep you around with my feet tied, tied to the ground. The end's nowhere to be found. I don't know why you don't leave me to drown. Oh, don't know where to go unless you say. Don't know what to do unless you stay. Thinking that today will be our day, it'll be our day again. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we run for our lives, not a second to waste. They're ticking away, away, away.
Alright, let's get it. Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. This run I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like a comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22 to a 4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold.
Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we run for our lives, not a second to waste. They're ticking away, away, away. They're ticking
हेलो हेलो हेलो, एक सेकंड गाइस, एक सेकंड, थोड़ा सा मैं कैमरा एडजस्ट कर लूँ। आज भैंस की बहुत रश के अंदर अंदर मैंने स्टार्ट करा है स्ट्रीम, क्योंकि आज क्या था कि आज मेरे पास वो नहीं था। मेरे को लगा था एक मतलब 12 AM दिखा रहा था, तो मेरे को नहीं पता था कि वो होगा, क्या कहते हैं, इतना जल्दी स्टार्ट होगा। बट ठीक है, अभी स्टार्ट हो गया है तो क्या ही कर सकते हैं। चलो भैंस की जो भी बंदे देख रहे हैं, बहुत बहुत शुक्र फॉर ज्वाइनिंग द स्ट्रीम गाइस। लाइक कर देना, सब्सक्राइब कर देना, इट विल बी हेल्प। बहुत बहुत शुक्र फॉर ज्वाइनिंग द स्ट्रीम। अभी हम स्टार्ट करते हैं VCT वॉच पार्टी। आज है फाइनल्स, एकदम धड़म धड़ मजा आएगा। TH वर्सेस, मैं उसको वहां पे देख लूंगा कि क्या है। TH वर्सेस GEN.G, यस, मैं थोड़ा सा भूल गया था टाइटल। तो TH वर्सेस GEN.G का मैच है। अभी सब कुछ डाल देते हैं, पहले स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट कर लेते हैं, क्योंकि स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट इज इंपॉर्टेंट, क्योंकि अभी मैच स्टार्ट हो जाएगा तो फिर बीच में दिक्कत हो जाएगी। ठीक है, तो स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट कर लेते हैं, फिर मैं आपस में चैट शूट में बातें चीतें चालू करते हैं। पहले एक बार स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट कर लूँ। ये हो गया, ओवरले पे चला गया मैं। एक बार इस पे चला जाऊं मैं, जगह पे ये खोल लूं, जगह पे नॉर्मल। शीश भाई, शीश क्या क्रेजी भाई। स्टार्ट तो हो चुका है देखो। नाइस, गाना भी बहुत अच्छा बज रहा है। कहाँ चला गया ब्राउजर? यस, ब्राउजर आ गया, ब्राउजर साउंड। चलो ब्राउजर साउंड भी आ गया आई गेस। हाँ, ब्राउजर साउंड भी आ गया। चलो मेरा साउंड तो आता ही रहेगा। अभी तक ये स्टार्ट भी नहीं हुआ। अरे लड़की भी है टीम में, ये नहीं पहले देखा मैंने। जेनजी की टीम में लड़की भी है, ये पहली बार देखा।
Finally, after all months of hard work, so excited for the players to check out all of Abyss. I mean, you talked about this being within this treacherous chasm. Omen discovered the Scions of Hourglass, so this is their headquarters, is where this is all taking place. And
ये लोग स्टार्ट करें
back all of these Radiant secrets and relics.
गाइस, ये लोग जब तक स्टार्ट करते हैं ना, तब तक एक काम कर रहा हूँ, मिड स्क्रीन ही देख लो। वो लोग अभी स्टार्ट करेंगे, मैं तब तक मेरे को बस 2 मिनट टाइम दो। मेरे को उधर भी जाना है ना, 1 सेकंड के लिए मैं अपना स्ट्रीम को वो कर देता हूँ। जेनजी भाई, गाना बहुत मस्त बज रहा है। चलो अब करते हैं स्टार्ट। अब हम आ जाएंगे इस पे। अब दिख रहा होगा ना? यस। चलो मैं स्टार्ट करते। जो भी बंदे देख रहे हैं, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर जॉइनिंग द स्ट्रीम गाइस। मैं इधर बस 1 सेकंड चैट सेटअप कर लूं।
you're able to do with certain abilities. So
Okay.
Yeah, keep an eye out too when like the attackers are in A main and B main, which is like right entering the site. We're gonna see some like really cool stuff that's kind of intentional on the design side, which we'll talk about more as the match goes on.
All right, well, excited to get into this one. Hopefully we're going to be kicking this one off soon so we can get in and actually get a look at this map. And here we are. And my God.
ओ भाई, नया मैप पे खेला हो रहा है भाई, लेजेंड।
Done a fantastic job.
ओ बेटी, अरे भाई नया मैप पे। ओ स्टार्ट हो गया भाई नया मैप, लेजेंड भाई। जी
Taking a look at the mini map. I mean, it's going to
भाई नया मैप है उसकी तरह है भाई। ओ मर गया। शिट, बंदा मर गया भाई। नया मैप पे स्टार्ट हुआ है भाई, लेजेंड।
as the defenders here. So don't have a spike plan.
Oh, you
This is
missed
gonna be
it.
difficult.
Little wingman did the little jump across that skill jump you were talking about.
अरे भाई साहब, भाई टीएच कल से फाट रहा है भाई, लेजेंड कल से टीएच फाट। वो नाइस शॉट।
That is correct.
Well, that is
It
incredible.
is absolutely adorable.
Now just 2 players left.
इंटेल वर्सेस सीएन।
How do you think this map fares so far?
ऐसा
Does it
तो
seem
नहीं था।
fairly balanced in your playtest as far as like attacking and defending side?
Very good question. From what we've seen, it is ever so slightly defender-sided. Although in general, when we do launch a map, our maps always
गाइस
start
1
out
सेकंड
a little
रुकना, कुछ गलत तो नहीं हो गया?
defender-sided,
यही
and
तो है
as
ना?
people learn how to attack, it kind of evens out over time.
Yeah. So we saw some interesting things there with.
हाँ, टीएच जेन ठीक है, सही तो है। यहाँ पे मेरे को गलत दिखा रहा है क्या कुछ?
The skill jumps are.
मैं या फिर मैं ही गलत पढ़ रहा हूँ भाई, what the heck?
Get rid of where they're hanging out. They're like,
पता नहीं भाई, सीएनडी ऐसा कुछ होगा, मेरे को नहीं पता चल रहा, बट ऐसा ही कुछ होगा आई गेस। गाइस 1 लाइक हो चुके हैं हमारे। टीएच ने वोट करा है भाई ने, कह रहे हैं टीएच देखते हैं टीएच का।
Another B hit. Look at this.
भाई ये नया मैप पे दिक्कत तो देगा ही भाई, ऑब्वियसली बात है। नया मैप पे
A lot of long range fights. We'll see a lot more of them.
नाइस शॉट भाई।
And like Al said, we have the 2 nests, Heaven, and then in B main.
सीएन और इंटेल लिखा है। अच्छा, सीएन आई गेस वो समझ सकते हैं।
That was one of the gameplay
ओह
intentions.
भाई नया स्किन भी है।
He wanted to make sure that, you know, when the players see a smoke, they don't get stuck and stare at it.
Right.
You know what I mean? So we've given our players
Nice
multiple
shot.
opportunities to execute sight.
Well, hopefully they'll go to the other side, so we can get another, you know, look at a different part of
I'm
this
so
map.
excited for A side.
B's
भाई ये
nice.
कुछ दिया है क्या? I
If
guess
they don't
यही
do it,
start है
we'll
भाई,
have
लग
the
रहा है
admin
तो
step in and say, please just show us
Yeah,
what
I'm
this
a
is.
little biased. I worked on B side, so I'm like, keep going there. I like it.
भाई नया मैप कुछ वो ऐसा नहीं लग रहा हेवन का कॉपी है अंदर से.
Yeah, this is a very lore heavy map, so that's like part of that, like sort of like part of the Radiant secrets of the science of Hourglass.
Yeah, we really had to investigate what does the Radiant Knight effect look like on different natural elements. So you see the rocks in the distance that you mentioned, and then also this tree. Oh, a little play in mid here. And we're seeing a little bit of vents as well. So this leads you right into A heaven.
भाई मारा मारी हो रहा
Breakable door, breakable
Nice
door. Just
shot,
be able to
भाई.
get across and get yourself over to that A side from mid.
वो देखो प्लांट हो रहा है,
So
प्लांट कर रहे
control
हो.
is incredibly important on this map. Gives you a lot of leverage.
And you saw the jet held their
गाइस
speed
दो
forward
वोट हो
to
चुके हैं,
bring
दो
towards
वोट में
that
50-50 लोग कह रहे हैं जेन.G भाई.
You can make it as long
जेन.G
as you
भाई
press
क्या
F.
है? बेवपाला वेलकम टू द
Oh,
स्ट्रीम
man,
ब्रदर
so
बेवपाला.
GG.
Nice.
Clean.
Very clean. 8 players left standing, and that's going to be Team China.
भाई
getting themselves
crazy
on the
जीत
board
रहे हैं
and
भाई
showing
लोग
us
तो ये.
a lot more of the map than what we had seen in those previous 2 rounds.
अच्छा
Yeah,
एक
as
सेकंड ना.
anticipated, we're seeing those
हेलो सर बेवपाला
fast,
वेलकम
quick
टू द स्ट्रीम
plays,
ब्रदर.
very
मैंने
risk
तुम्हारा
on the
वो
board.
देखा है. तुमने मेरे को कमेंट में कुछ बोला है, मैंने देखा है, सब कुछ पढ़ा है मैं. तो मैं पढ़ूंगा. मैं अभी पढ़ा है, मैं बाद में देखता हूँ तुम्हारा कमेंट. मैं देखा है बस, कमेंट पढ़ा नहीं है एग्जैक्टली. एक सेकंड में देख लो. हमारे साथ कोई और दोस्त लोग आना चाहेंगे, तुम लोग देखते रहो जब तक.
Same goes for bodies, so rezzing. If a body falls off the map, you cannot res. And then guns as well. So if you're trying to play that eco round, make sure you're not shooting someone on the edge and losing that vandal.
Yeah, I'd be yeeting the op off the edge so Achilleos can't have it.
and then I wouldn't be able to carry you in the
Well,
games that
okay,
we play,
come on
so.
now. Yeah, well, you play Raze with an op and you don't use your satchels, so.
Another B-side hit.
And we're not getting
Ooh,
catch,
the
but-
satchel.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see why
Oh.
that, you know, that mobility is so very important. But this is a great shutdown here from the side of Team China.
So fun
last one
fact,
standing.
this B main ramp that you saw, the
नाइस
smoke,
शॉट भाई.
does not completely cover up the ramp. So
भाई
there's
मेरा
still a
RGX
gap.
स्नाइप भाई, RGX स्नाइप.
And that is part of
भाई,
not
same
wanting the
knife,
smokes to just
भाई.
block everyone off.
So yeah, so being able to play around it, being able to peek over top of it or to the side, so just giving you some more angles of approach rather than just keeping a team completely locked in place because of that smoke.
Yeah, that's something we really want to point out to you. Like,
Gaia's
you used to see
का
maps
ट्रे लगा दिया भाई, Gaia's का
B-side,
ट्री.
like as soon as a smoke usually hits a choke point, it's completely cut off. But it's intentional on this map for both A and B side. A single smoke cannot completely cover an entry point. Plus, we
Oni
give
nice
you those
चलाते
skill
हुए.
jump opportunities so that there are more ways to actually enter site. But
भाई
it is
नया
very
skins
high
सारे
risk
लगाए भाई.
when it
नया
comes to
नया
actually
skins लगा
doing
दी.
those trick jump executes.
Zero
And
Fang
we're seeing a
Hunter.
part of the map here that I'm really
Yeah.
curious about is mid. Like how long
Zero
it
Fang
is,
Hunter
how
कब
wide
Zero
and
Fang.
open it is. What was some of the thought process into making it that way?
और
Yeah, so
भाई
that's
blind हो
also
गए.
really intentional too. So this
ना
is very
blind हो
much-
गए. और रे आया हूँ.
It is intentionally
Here you
designed.
go all out. or
नाइस
go
शॉट.
home.
नाइस शॉट भाई.
These aim duels.
It's like that.
Yeah, one's
भाई क्या crazy shot मार रहा है
Team
भाई.
China getting the better of.
Yeah, lurked out of B main up into this little corner.
Yeah,
भाई इंटेल अच्छा, CN अच्छा खेल रहा है भाई. Legit CN बहुत तगड़ा खेल रहा है.
You probably want to stack, but controlling mid super
Team
important
CN और
because
team
branch
वो.
out multiple ways into those
अच्छा ये doors हम तोड़ सकते हैं. अच्छा ये नहीं पता था मेरे को.
Yeah, the break of the vent right into a kill.
भाई मैप्स अबीस नाम है भाई मैप्स का. मैप का नाम है अबीस.
So many flank angle opportunities there in mid as well. There's
Yeah,
so many
absolutely.
paths to come in and out of it.
Yeah, I think that we're gonna have. Once this does get into pro player, once players get this on their
Ooh,
hands, like
A-main.
how high prio that's going to be. But yeah, A main hit, as you say.
Let's see if we can see a trick jump here.
ये कौन सा नया फैंटम? अच्छा उसका फैंटम है भाई. नया स्किन का फैंटम. वो
All the
देखो.
way through, but slow
Oh,
down.
so you see him on top of that box in A main, so this is a really good way to look over that smoke.
Oh, watch this.
And here he goes with the TP on the bridge into the smoke. This is exactly what we wanted to see.
Oh, the timing on the dizzy, looking
Fantastic.
भाई
great.
nice shot.
Execute.
ऊपेटी.
Oh, that is gorgeous.
And that is exactly what
भाई
we want to see
GG
from this
भाई.
map.
भाई CN पहले अच्छा खेल रहा था. जेन अच्छा खेल रहा है. मतलब इंटेल
And it's
अच्छा
so hard
खेल
to pull-
रहा है.
It looks like it's challenging to pull off at the very
One
least.
last
Like, a
game.
little bit
Thank you.
difficult.
Yeah.
अच्छा one last game. ये ऐसा वो क्या है? क्या कोई पार्टी टीम तो मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा है क्या कर रहे हैं.
off angles as well. So you really want to throw them off with the abilities, the utility, and all the bodies.
So obviously we see that there with the Omen, but what other agents can really kind of make a similar maneuver to that? I mean, I assume Ray's blast packing, Jet dashing.
Jet dashing.
Okay.
I guess you can send Euro TPs, but those are typically the agents that are able to do that. So fun fact, the jump that was just made, you're able to make from A site to A main. So any agent can make that jump. It is just a
So
straight,
guys,
like,
एक second रुकना
but not the other way around.
Super challenging to
मैं पढ़ रहा हूँ सबकी chat ही पढ़ रहा हूँ
until we flank attackers
Close
coming
call.
in for A-man.
So only
hello
defenders
sir
can
एक
make that
second
jump
ना
without the use of abilities.
Yes, correct.
So really cool pointing out here too. They planted right on that bridge. Super popular plant site. Something we didn't get to talk about too. We really intentionally didn't want the death drops to be super frustrating. So the majority of the map actually has ankle high borders, so that you can't just like back into like an edge and then fall off by accident.
Okay.
There are a couple of choice spots where we don't have those ankle borders. That bridge being one of them. Again, high risk. Really worth planting the spike there if you can get away with it, and trying to defuse it is really risky.
Especially if you have a breach, right? And
Oh,
the
absolutely.
ultimate.
A breach or like a race satchel.
Play test.
Yeah, the satchels too, yeah.
But I would assume, maybe something like a Astra Star not going to be able to pull somebody off the side of the map, right?
That's a good question.
The ankle borders do stop you. If you're
Okay.
standing on top of it, which on B site, you can technically plant the bomb on that ankle border, forcing your opponents to play on that edge, and then you can use abilities to push them off. You don't even have to fight.
Okay. Well, I'm really curious about just the meta development once this gets into the hands of professionals, because
Professionals,
the
yes.
way that this seems very exec heavy. We've seen some very just dominance in execs here in this tournament, but also from other squads in the past. I'm curious to see how that's all going to look.
Oh, here we go. Respect for the play.
Mixwell, he pulled it off the opposite time. He sees it coming.
Actually, no, he tried doing that again. Pro tip for players trying this map: if you're Omen, the trick is to actually aim above where you want to TP and not try to get it exactly where you want to go. It makes doing that play a lot easier.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
There you go. A word from the wise. Okay, we're seeing this neon on display now, sliding all over the place. I'm just curious what the balance is going to look like between high mobility, but also, a collection of agents, a team that is going to be able to just go for really nice set executes. And I think that something like Neon Jet, Neon Yoru with a breach in play. All these things are coming to my mind right now, and it seems like the possibilities are damn near endless.
For Showmatch, they're having a lot of fun with the agents that they picked here. They're really showing off a lot of those mobility things that they were rehearsing and having fun with. But a lot of other agents are viable here, especially like controllers. Like, you can actually stop a lot of these pushes with your Vipers, with your Harbors, with your Deadlocks. But yeah, I'm really excited to see like what meta develops in this map, because this is like a new layer that we're adding to our core gameplay design.
Another agent that I found surprisingly, and personally, this is a personal anecdote, really strong on this map, or very interesting, is Sage. With her wall, you can block off some very peculiar angles. So like B-side,
guys आ चुके आ रहे, थोड़ा सा लेट हो गया, थोड़ा सा कोई ना, इधर चलते हैं. इतना बड़ा तगड़ा मैच हो रहा है भाई, कति क्रेजी वाला. थोड़ा सा वॉल्यूम
I was also
मेरे
going
को
to ask about
कम
Sage.
सुनाई
Are there
दे.
any jumps that you can make using her wall?
गाइस जो भी एक बंदे देख रहे हैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर जॉइनिंग द स्ट्रीम. 3 बंदों ने लाइक, 3 बंदों ने कमेंट करा है कि Gen.G जीतेगा. देखते हैं Gen.G जीतेगा या TUH. मेरे को तो समझ नहीं आ रहा. CN और इसका इंटेल दिखा रहा है मेरे को. Gen.G उसमें तो CN नहीं था. नाइस शॉट भाई, क्या क्रेजी शॉट भाई.
I don't even know what's going on.
Nice
I'm so
shot.
involved with the map.
वो यूरू का मास्क पहन के आया है. यूरू का मास्क.
It's been a bit back and forth. They're battling out. Now, of course, with the ability to just drop off the side of the map, because obviously we've seen pro players grab a gun, throw it off the ledge on ascent, throw it off the side of fracture, whatever. That's a strategic move to deny weapons over to your opponents, make sure they're not going to be recoverable as you're rotating to the opposite side of the map. But one of the other things that we have in Valorant as a strategy is, maybe losing the pistol round, having just classics. You lose 2 players and then you just sit back and you wait for the spike to detonate. Does it all play out exactly the same if you just go into one of the drops?
That's a good question. I think for ecos, we actually see a lot of like mid fights. If you like 5 men hit it,
crazy shot.
one defender there to keep it safe, and you get a lot of map control neutral by doing that, so you're getting right into their spawns, into their areas that they're sitting in and catching them off guard. We're seeing a lot of snipers in general.
Oh bhai.
So yeah.
Nah.
Opportunities to take an ego and kind of turn
Nice. भाई CN OP भाई, legit CN अच्छा खेल.
I think team play is like really required for this because of all the long range fights.
Yeah, and I know it's really exciting. Like, you know, this is the first map that's going to have no boundaries. It has death drops, weapons kind of fall off. You know, Sage can't res bodies that fall off the pit. But you know, it's really important to make sure.
भाई nice भाई. इसका शेर जो बना हुआ है ना, वही बहुत crazy बना है भाई.
It's got 2 sights. It's got that.
मेरे को लेना है, but उसका bundle बहुत महंगा होगा. मेरे को जितना पता है.
Still super important in this map. But again, we had that extra layer. Really excited to see how players are going to surprise us with some of their clutch plays.
Now we said that the spike, if it falls off the side of the map, that just comes right back up. I'm assuming that since we do have geckos in play, I haven't noticed if it's happened yet. If you were to accidentally send Dizzy off over the side of the map, is he just falling into the abyss?
No, he's gonna.
Yeah.
It's gone.
It's gone
okay.
forever.
So. Gecko players, got to be a little bit more careful with your lineups. Going to have to study quite a bit and make sure that you don't accidentally send something out in a panic, I suppose, because that is just you losing a major piece of utility.
And that's what we mean when we mention, like, we want our players to think a little harder about how they're using these abilities. We're adding this extra dimension of gameplay.
ना भाई CN भाई तगड़ा खेल रहा है भाई CN.
Here he goes.
Yes,
We did it.
we got it. We got the shot.
भाई खुद से खुद ही गिर गया भाई. Fall damage.
Shambles.
Fall damage भाई.
Honestly, this plant backside is pretty strong.
भाई आज मार्केट खाली है, क्या ही कर सकते हैं भाई बेबू भाई.
The skill jump here.
होता है कभी-कभी.
It's a very easy way to catch them off guard.
Well, next one not getting.
आज मार्केट खाली है तो क्या हो गया? किसी दिन गेम खेलेंगे तो भर जाएगा फिर से, कोई दिक्कत नहीं. हमको सब चलेगा भाई, हमको सब चलेगा. हम गरीब आदमी हैं, झोला लेके चल पड़ेंगे भाई, हमको कोई दिक्कत नहीं. नाइस शॉट भाई. भाई मैप तो बहुत, जो भी बोलो, मैप थोड़ा सा मेरे को पसंद नहीं आया. मतलब वैसा मैप है पूरा एकदम खुला इलाका.
This B main hold is extremely powerful.
All
भाई
right.
मैप थोड़ा सा ना वो है, मेरे को थोड़ा मैप पसंद कम आया.
Things that can happen when you drop off, but there's a lot of ways to avoid it. We saw the Omen TP earlier. What are some other mechanics that players could potentially kind of use by faking going off the map, or you know? Somebody fell.
He forgot to jump.
अच्छा वहाँ खुला छोड़ दिया है भाई मैप पे, मतलब बाहर जाओगे तो ऑटोमेटिक खुद ही गिर जाओगे भाई. मैप पे खुला छोड़ दिया है भाई.
Yeah, we kind of sort of touched on that too. Like, you know, Phoenix is actually one of the most violent.
Nice shot, bhai, operator.
You can do the run it back. Again, Yoru plays are also super popular in some of our internal play tests. You can totally
Mara.
players with some of those opportunities. And I want to emphasize too is it's not just about like the falling in a pit to die.
Jump. Sorry to interrupt you, Al, but we finally have someone
भाई
playing.
इस पे ज़्यादा कैंपिंग हो भाई, इस मैप पे बहुत तगड़ा कैंपिंग हो भाई, बहुत
This spot is a
तगड़ा.
really good place to catch people off guard if you hit your shots.
इस मैप पे ना सबसे ज़्यादा वो
They're able
होगा.
to exit. They're able to jump out this time, so not falling into the abyss. But again, a spike plant. Curious to see how this goes, because I mean, last round of the half, they have to just try to play this out, but it's not looking good here for Team China. Like International going to be able to get themselves at 8-4.
Yeah, Omen is such a great agent to play on this map. He's got so much great opportunity.
Yeah, it seems like he is very
भाई
much not
इंटेल
going
अच्छा खेल रहा है फिलहाल के लिए. पहले तो CN अच्छा खेल रहा था, but इंटेल अच्छा.
Controllers, as you were talking about, since you know Viper in the mix, did people want to play Astra Brimstone?
Yeah.
भाई GEN.G का वोट ज़्यादा हो रहे हैं भाई. GEN.G का वो बंदे कह रहे हैं 67%, 3 वोट्स आए हैं भाई टोटल.
Like we talked about, like we're getting even more collaborative, like people across the team, agents teams, our skins team. When you think about like maps like this, like what are the opportunities for agents in the future? I'm actually really excited about what can happen, you know, in future lineups.
My anticipation, personally, I'm seeing the Viper and then a dump smoke potentially, just because that B main not being able to.
Team Intel और Team CN भाई, ये लोग GEN.G और TH के वो करते होगा Intel. अरे ना यार भाई, फिर से भाई इस मैप पे बंदे गिर के मर जाएंगे भाई. ये मैप बहुत भाई, ये क्यों लाए भाई? ये फालतू, ये क्या बदतमीजी है यार.
I don't
ये
think there
क्या
should have been that
फालतू
much risk in that
बदतमीजी है
one, to be honest.
जाके
That
गिर
was
जाओ
the
सीधा
choice for sure. And
इसमें
like I
सबसे
was
बड़ी
saying,
बात
like,
पता है
we
रिवाइव
don't
नहीं हो
take
पाएगा
this
अगर कोई सेज
everything's
लिया तो
intentional. We
रिवाइव ही
don't
नहीं हो
want this
पाएंगे
to be
भाई
frustrating
बंदा
at all.
है
This is just adding an extra dimension of gameplay because our players keep raising that bar.
Right. Yeah, I don't
गाइस
think
चार
that's
वोट्स हो
making
चुके हैं
frustration
4
of the
वोट्स
map,
में से
just
उतने बंदे
frustration
लाइक
with
भी कर दो 4
not
वोट्स में से
pressing
आधे से ज्यादा
space
बंदे तो
bar.
वो कह रहे
Yeah,
हैं
that's user
कि
error right there.
नहीं होगा देखते हैं अभी
Able to trade one back is okay, we got
थोड़ा
it
सा
again.
रिलैक्स हो जाते हैं गाइस
Oh, I love the way that.
Yeah, so using the Dizzy to cross there is really smart because typically a defender will be holding you on that jump.
They're able to
Yeah.
clear it out though, so now that this is
Interesting.
starting to get away from them.
नाइस शॉट
It's all on Mixwell.
ना ओ बेटी भाई क्रेजी भाई सीएन ने दिखा दिया कमबैक भी हो सकता है सीएन ने दिखा दिया भाई कि कमबैक भी हो सकता है
So unlike anything that we've had in the game thus far. But like you said, it's still
अभी ये गिरना भाई ये मैप पे फालतू चीज है भाई
The
कुछ
layout
नहीं
is
और
very
फालतू
traditional.
चीज
It really aligns with our core maps. It should be very straightforward to learn, very straightforward to play. Except we're just adding this extra thing you have to think about.
Yeah, and I was gonna say too, like seeing the reaction of like our players.
भाई इस पे नियॉन मेम्स के सबसे ज्यादा क्योंकि कभी भी तुम स्लाइड मारो मान लो कभी स्लाइड मारो कभी गड्ढा आ जाएगा गिर जाओगे भाई तो सीधी सी बात है भाई ये सबसे क्रेजी खतरनाक मैप दिया है भाई गलत गलत इतना भी वो नहीं होना चाहिए गलत 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 मैप ऐसा भी नहीं होना चाहिए था इतना गलत मैप इससे अच्छा तो सनसेट था भाई लेजेंड
And we get straight to the action, which is intentional.
Now this is the eco round team play. I'm talking about. I'm hoping to see.
सीएन के लिए इको राउंड है इंटेल के लिए तो ना अच्छा इंटेल के लिए इको राउंड है सीएन के लिए
Crowd's excited for this one.
फुल बाय नहीं कह सकते वो चला रहा है फिर भाई मरा मरा नाइस
The blind.
नाइस हां भाई साहब पूरी ना
gonna be able to jump off the side.
Respectable attempt.
भाई सीएन दिखा दे रहा है कि उनका गेम
Gotta be
है
careful on that
उनका
rope
गेम
and
है
mid. A lot of times in our playtest, you can actually like hang on that rope, and if people aren't paying attention and clearing corners, you can catch them off guard.
Yeah, I had my manager do that to me. He sat on the rope in mid, like in a 1v1, and I just walked past him and he shoots me on the rope. I couldn't even be mad. It was just so cool. And those are those clippable moments that we're talking about, you know?
Right. I have a question. Hopefully you can answer it for me. But you're talking about the increased collaboration that you have between the different teams. Do you ever have somebody on the agent side come to you guys and be like, hey, can you put something like this into a map because we have an idea
Pani
for
piya
an
karo,
agent
guys.
on this end, or is that fairly separated?
I will say opportunities to do that are growing. I mean, like we're always really.
भाई मैप तुम लोग मान लो इस मैप पे अंधा पीछे भी नहीं जा सकते भाई कभी कहां गड्ढा आ जाएगा गिर जाओगे भाई
Same thing. But I think it's going to grow more in the future as we do more things. I mean, we've had some real exciting agents come out with like kind of new outdoor abilities, and kind of like again talking about like we've had 3 what we call core maps, which were really straightforward. The hooks weren't really heavy. This is kind of back to that experimentation of seeing if we can add that layer to really excite players. But yeah.
And
see the future.
we're trying to collaborate more, so we have a lot of Easter eggs on the maps of current stuff and future stuff. So keep your eyes peeled. I don't want to say any more than that.
Yeah, I was gonna say we won't press you to point out anything here.
Nice shot,
As soon as they
Mike.
get their hands on this, they're gonna be scouring
it'll be quick.
every nook and cranny.
Yeah, wink, wink. Like they showed it in the cinematic, but like we see a lot of shots of like defenders holding the top of mid. We actually have like for the first time like a lot of our premium weapon skins like in the map showcase part of that lore, part of that story.
Nice,
that is
nice.
probably some of the funnest stuff that we got to collaborate on because it adds so much and kind of unifies like that Valorant universe.
Yeah, so the idea is like the scions of Hourglass are keeping these artifacts away from the players.
Oh,
And then our agents
nice shot,
broke
bhai.
in, so it's not a secret anymore.
Yeah, so it is kind of like a secret underground base, or
Yeah,
like
it's
a
like
a
a-
Bond villain or something.
Yeah,
you know
so
what I
mid
mean?
is like a library. It's like where they keep all of those secrets, and then B is more of this like botanical radionite research facility. They're like seeing the effects of radionite.
लड़की तो थी नहीं मेरे को जितना पता है जेनजी या फिर टीएच में कल वाले में तो थी नहीं अलग टीम होता है क्या सीएन इंटेल मेरे को समझ नहीं आया अलग टीम है ये
Lockup, where particular things are kept there and hidden.
That sounded.
आई गेस मेरे को लग रहा है अलग अलग टीम से अलग अलग
I
टीम
wonder
से
if we'll find out more about that in a future event or something.
But
I
again,
played
like,
the 5th.
yeah, and like again, this is a really lore-heavy map. This was actually really fun, when we released Sunset last year.
boy.
it was really heavily influenced by like Los Angeles.
Wow.
This one, we got to do a lot of stuff on our own.
I don't think I've ever seen aggression like this into be made.
भाई nice aggression
I mean,
भाई
you mentioned,
अच्छा अच्छा push अच्छा किया था
yeah,
push
that
अच्छा किया
influences there. I'm curious about the influence.
Oh,
for
but
this
nah,
map. Was
bhai,
there anywhere
nice.
regionally that came to mind when you were designing this?
Yeah,
मतलब
this was
knife
like a really
लेके
big
तुमको
challenge,
कूदना ही
right?
पड़ेगा
We
वरना
intentionally
बीच से
make a
कूदोगे तो
map
फिर
that it was very clear like what is the game
बट मैप पे ऐसे गड्ढे मेरे को नहीं पसंद यार मैप पे ऐसे गड्ढे होंगे ना
like
फिर
the geographical
कुछ फायदा नहीं
inspiration we got was from like a really remote island just north of Iceland, and it had a lot of the geographical features that we wanted to show.
गाइस 75% बंदे कह रहे हैं जेनजी जीतेगा टीएच कह रहे हैं 20% देखते हैं मेरे को तो पता भी नहीं है कौन टीएच कौन
location. But again, what was really excited is that this whole base, the architecture is new
Nice.
stuff, it is new lore, it is
भाई देख लो उधर उधर उन लोगों को दिखा रहे हैं उस पे चाइनीज में लिखा हो रहा है इधर हमको दिखा रहे हैं इंग्लिश पे देख लो फर्क भाई
I'm super curious about like how do you guys think about the layout?
Here it is.
Oh, are we gonna? Oh, they're hiding.
भाई लटके रहेगा भाई
He's rope lurking with a bucky.
The risk is with a bucky is an interesting choice.
This is just laughing.
They're miles away.
Oh, they're just like walking into B side.
He's gonna have to just try to
I
retake
respect the
with it.
gamble. I respect the gamble.
Gotta try.
Yeah, you said risk and reward,
He's
but
sitting there.
not being rewarded for it. Shut down.
इसको पता था इसको पता था नाइस
Man. But okay, so when you think about you gotta build a new map.
nah
How do you start with like the layout? How do you think about like some of the things you're looking to put into the map in terms of like in this case we have like a really long mid, some of the vents, those kind of things. Like how
Nice
do
shot.
those form in your head and how do they come to fruition?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good question. You know, actually, a lot of times folks will ask us, you know, like, does like the narrative, the story of the episode, or like things we want to do in the Valve universe really affect like the layout of the map? And actually, I'll be honest, the answer is no. It really starts with gameplay, right? Like, it has to feel really good in that prototype phase where it's just gray blocks, right? We call it gray box. And like, when we talk about opportunities, things we're deciding, honestly, it is just the of like what our players are doing.
भाई इस जगह पे तो गिरा था भाई
What are opportunities? What's feedback we're getting from players, and also just like what are just fresh new ideas that like our design team, you know, and the team, the broader team as a whole want to do, and then we just try to find the right combination of that. And again,
let's make them dance.
I will share with this
Not
map.
all.
I mean, this map at one point had like even more extreme verticality. It had things like jump.
भाई ये मैप मेरे को सबसे बुरा लगा भाई मेरे को नहीं पसंद आया इस मैप
And we even had like harder trick jumps. We had platforms that were like half a meter, yeah, very tiny. But again, lots
Nice.
of testing, lots of making sure that it still hits those key beats for like.
नाइस शॉट भाई अंधेरे में शॉट मारी है
And again, super excited to see how players react.
And to clarify, the crash pads would actually help you not take any fall damage. So we had like these jump pads, you could go super, super high, then if you fell down, you'd take no damage at all. But in the end, we wanted this
Nice shot.
to align a bit more with our core maps instead. And then
अरे यार मैं कह रहा हूँ नहीं फालतू मैप है भाई कुछ गड्ढे गुड्ढे भैंस की भरती है लेजिट फालतू मैप है भाई
More times than I
भाई
expected.
कि मैप के लिए सबकी मैं कितना नाच रहा था लेजिट मेरे को लगा सनसेट एक खराब में ये तो मतलब अगर सनसेट से अगर कुछ खराब होगा ना ये है भाई लेजिट ये है
amount of time to try to react. Like if you're playing Jet, something like that, you actually slip off the side of the map to be able to get that updraft off. It's not like you just are instantly dead.
It's about 3 to 4 seconds, right? We don't want to make it. We don't want to belabor the point. Like once you fall off, if you don't have any movement utility, you'll fall
nice
in
shot.
4 seconds.
Right.
now 1v1 है अरे मर गया
They didn't take
Nice.
down at least, but
भाई नाइस शॉट भाई
time.
it's 2 rounds away here for Team International.
This went by pretty quickly.
It's been, yeah, fairly back and forth, but it feels like this defender side, they're finding their groove a little bit more, but this
It's
nice
those early
wraparound.
fights, that early aggression, the risks that they're taking makes for a very riveting map.
And then
Showing
disaster.
off.
भाई अब ये फिर से भाई मैं कह रहा हूँ गड्ढा बुद्धू
Yeah.
सबसे फालतू
I
चीज है
can't
भाई
wait to see that, you know, the first week or the first couple days, especially of this map coming out, all the clips that are going to be compiled and posted online. Of the streamers losing their minds.
And if people are wondering if you can plan on the edge of B side and you've got a breach on the post plan.
भाई उस पे हर कोई गिरेगा भाई अगर मान लो सामने से बंदा आ रहा है तुम पीछे जा रहे हो तुम पीछे अगर गड्ढा होगा तो तुम गिर जाओगे ना भाई ऑब्वियसली बात है ऑब्वियसली तुम गिर जाओगे भाई पता है
No, or just, if you know the Rolling Thunder's online, don't go to B.
ना
Maybe
Nice
a
shot.
little bit more readable, but
Nice shot.
fight back.
There we go. Let's go.
Boy, nice shot, boy.
That
Legit
round
nice.
really shows how important that mid control is, right? 'Cause
It
that
is.
Neon gets so far up there.
Looks like this is being watched for though.
Planted. Nice.
Peek.
Info.
Ah. Sorry.
Oh,
Nah.
almost finding it.
Man.
Really solid.
Galat.
Just for Sabrina, what is the process like for you when they kind of give you, like the gray box? When they say like this is
ये
the
मैप पे समझना बहुत मुश्किल हो
What's like
जाएगा
the
भाई ये
first
जो मैप है ना
steps of
समझना सबसे ज्यादा मुश्किल हो
what the look
जाएगा
of this map is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, as a 3D artist, I come in a little bit later, but we do have fantastic concept artists. We started out super early during a blue sky phase, which means the sky's the limit. They can do whatever they want, try the most insane, crazy things, and we do not want to limit them on their creativity. Then we hone it in a little bit, try to figure out, okay, what does this look like? They actually take the map into
लटक गया फिर
consideration,
से
trying to fit all
भाई
the
फिर से लटक गया
ideas
वो
into there. And then
The rope
we
lurk.
come in. Yep.
It might pay off,
ना भाई
but now he's got to get out. Might need some assistance to get out of this position.
He's got the teammate holding him there. I can see the panic in the movement.
This is incredible.
I mean, this is exactly what we wanted to see out of this show match.
Right. It could maybe just, blast pack, jump off
He's got
backwards,
his ult as well.
get out of it a couple
He was
different
gifted a
ways.
smoke here by Mixwell.
Again, it's really hard to sneak behind mid. You've got to commit.
And that smoke
Right,
covers all the way
एक
to
second
the
है ना?
left too, so that's really nice to bail your
तुम
team
लोग
out.
मैच देखो मैं एक
Yeah, I mentioned that like dome smoke is not too strong on B side, but mid gives you incredible power. Limiting that information, getting the early info on mid is so important. So sending that dart into back of mid or a fade eye can make all the difference for your team.
Have there been any harbor enjoyers like trying out some things with like the high tide and stuff like that on this map, trying to?
Actually, our game analysis team enjoyed using harbor a lot because his wave actually covers that B main choke, which the smoke does not cover.
Shut down. China trying to fight this one back.
And fun fact, that bridge right there is pennable, so
Okay.
you're able to shoot right into heaven.
Okay, yeah, here's a big question that I have a concern about.
All right.
Not really, but
I know where this is going.
how valuable do you think the Odin's going to be on this map compared to something
was so
like
scared you
Lotus, Ascent?
Hopefully it's nothing like Lotus, only because I feel like Lotus has a lot of those close quarters fights, like people are right behind that wall that you're spamming. Here we're getting those really long range fights, so we're anticipating more Operator, maybe the Guardian even. Yeah.
Building up in popularity. Okay, that's curious.
But can't say for sure until the players get their hands on it.
Again, we keep saying like,
surprise us.
I cannot wait for players to get the map and see how they surprise us. I was here 2 days ago, and yeah, Lotus plus Odin, that was pretty serious.
That was rough to watch for sure.
Well, long range meta, I quite like that. So
I'm a big fan personally. Breeze used to be my favorite map. I was like a Reyna main, so I was all about those aim duels. So mid is a haven for me.
you told me you were a Chamber main. Was Reyna
I'm
the
allowed to
first love, and then
rotate.
Chamber was the other one?
As they nerf my agents, I
Yeah.
move on. You know what I mean? Then I became an Astra main, and then they took my star away.
I'm loving this though. I'm a Neon main, so I love the Neon action on the show match.
Well, speaking of the Neon, it's like China, they're going to bring this back, just maybe one round
This off
separating.
angle is so powerful.
It's not quite connecting the spray. Vandal moment.
And then most of the boxes on both bomb sites are pennable. So that should bring some interesting gameplay.
Are there any other walls to look out, maybe around mid or anything like that that might be pennable that players should consider?
Not that we know of.
Not that you know of.
Usually our players discover those ones.
Yeah.
I will
We
say,
try our best.
yeah, if there's time after the match, I would love to show you some really cool one-ways that our lead designer,
Yes,
Joey
please.
Seamer, showed us.
Yes. I'd love that.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, if you want a little pro tip, that jump up that you do, if you actually smoke that off, that really affects the attackers. Like, jumping across without seeing where you're going,
Oh,
absolutely
sure.
terrifying. So smoking that for post plant is a really good way to counter
Sure.
that like uncomfortable situation.
Yeah, that seems like something, especially like really early on, or just very much like in ranked, to take advantage of in the early days. Because we expect like the pros, you're going to be able to get down this like really good, just like methodical rhythm, knowing where you're going. Look at some players
आगे guys.
navigate a map.
एक
blindfolded,
second में
which
chat
is
पढ़
like
थोड़ा सा.
so many times. But in ranked, very
भाई
different
क्या
story.
खेल
That's a
रहे हैं
really
भाई
good
वो लोग, मैं
thing.
देख रहा था.
What
कहाँ गए भाई साहब? आ गया थोड़ा सा गया था मैं. भाई देखो जीतेगा तो जेनजी ही. देखो मैं कुछ नहीं बता सकता ना, मैं किसी का सपोर्टर हूँ. हाँ ऑब्वियसली मैं अच्छा चाहता हूँ कि मैं भी जेनजी जीते, और आज का वोट भी वही कह रहा है.
Same thing for Sage too.
5
Like,
बंदों
you
ने
can't
वोट
rev
करा
the
है
body
कि
that's out of the
जेनजी,
gameplay space.
80% लोग कह रहे हैं कि जेनजी
Oh, I
जीते.
think we just saw Dizzy fall down
और
into the
This
pit.
is a really good
TH
camp corner.
रिजल्ट से ही पता लग रहा है.
The box is actually, that box as well is pennable, so you
Okay.
could clear that by penning through it as you're executing, which I highly recommend.
बाकी अगर कोई दो बंदे जो भी देख रहे हैं, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर जॉइनिंग द स्ट्रीम गाइस. लाइक कर देना, सब्सक्राइब कर देना, इट विल बी हेल्प. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर जॉइनिंग द
Like
स्ट्रीम
this is going to be
गाइस.
going to the distance here.
Yeah, against the eco.
11-11.
अरे ना.
Wide angle.
ओ ओ मरा मरा.
Yeah, the jiggle peeking here on the corner is not.
People have been
हाँ हाँ मरा मरा.
on this map as
और
well.
भाई नाइफिंग चल रही है. अरे भाई साहब भाई गंदा पेल रहे हैं भाई, गंदा. मतलब रेलम पिलाई चल रहा है भाई, रेलम पिलाई.
Your opponents on the ecos, on the half armors. It feels like the outlaw very much could thrive. But one of the other things that I'm curious to see is going to be, how quickly can you get on top of the outlaw to try to punish it? Because it is just that two-shot weapon, and if they're going to be posted up in mid, there's a lot of routing options.
That's true. And honestly, with the long-range areas that you do typically fight with those weapons are easily dome smoked. So it's not going to be like the op is overpowered or anything like that. There is a good counter.
Let's see
भाई
this.
तो there is a good counter भाई. भाई 11-11 हो चुका है स्कोर. मेरे को लग रहा था कि वो जीतेगा एंटेल, बट अभी सीएन लग रहा है. मैंने बोला था सीएन लग रहा है.
Another run it back to try to open up the site even more. It's flashed up.
ना
This looks like this is going to end up going Team China's way. 5 players alive.
They trade so well.
5-2 है ना, obviously भाई सीएन जीतेगा वो.
Fair point. See if they can do anything to try to run this back. But money-wise, not looking great here for International.
ना उसको पता था. नाइस शॉट.
And so often we see the lurkers in those positions.
नाइस
Get
शॉट
anticipated,
भाई.
not
लेडी
be able
को
to hold it
खड़ा
around,
करके मार के चला गया भाई.
and King able to make it happen. So now match point. See
Yeah,
if we get any other new little unique features here in this potentially last round.
Yeah, even though you're able to lurk a little bit on this map, like you distract everyone on site, you have that one guy going mid. Defenders still have multiple positions like this where they can hold you and kind of be prepared for that.
One thing I want to ask about, since we don't have any of these agents in here, are like the traditional sentinels, like
Yes.
Cypher, like Killjoy. How have they played on this map? How have people found them?
So far, I think there's been a bit of a bias towards
गाइस जो भी
Cypher.
दो बंदे देख रहे हैं, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर जॉइनिंग द स्ट्रीम गाइस.
Placing those trips helps you really keep track of those lurkers, which can be incredibly punishing. Killjoy is pretty fun as well, but from what I've heard, Deadlock is incredibly strong on this one, actually.
Really?
Oh.
Yes,
Yeah,
that
super
wall
strong.
can hold down a lot
नाइस
of
अंथागत. नाइस शॉट भाई. अंथागत के मारा गया है.
Safer though too, especially if you're worried about Neon on the
Yeah.
other team. Like having those trips in like key locations.
Uh-oh.
can,
Uh-oh.
pun intended, really
Nah.
Oh yeah, of course. If it's near a jump.
3v3 है, legit 3v3 है, but उनका
Yeah,
HP कम है.
and like I mentioned, getting that early information in mid, we've actually been seeing a lot of people dropping that
Nice
Cypher
shot.
cam to try and see what's going on in there.
भाई 3v1 है अब तो.
Real close here.
नाइस जॉर्ज भाई. जॉर्ज सीएन जॉर्ज भाई.
China in front of the home crowd, able to pick up the victory here over Team International. But what an incredibly fascinating map. I think we got to see a decent little bit of some of these things that you guys were talking to us about. but I think that there's also still way more to be explored here.
Absolutely. I mean, this went beyond our expectations, honestly.
Yeah, I am like super excited that players will finally get
भाई ये लड़की मेरे को लग नहीं रहा कि वो लोग उनके होंगे। हाँ ये देखो एक मैच खेल के चले गए। आई गेस मेरे को भी लग रहा है ये सीएन और इंटेल अलग होंगे, जेएनजी का नहीं है। जेएनजी के साथ अलग मैच, क्योंकि जेएनजी की टीम में मेरे को नहीं पता और टीएच की टीम में मेरे को नहीं पता कि कोई भी लड़की है, तो मेरे को हो ही नहीं सकता। ये कुछ हो सकता है कि वन लास्ट मैच करके कुछ तो करा होगा, उससे हो सकते हैं, बट मेरे को नहीं लगता कि जेएनजी और टीएच का इसमें ऐसे मैच होना चाहिए या फिर होगा। भाई मेरे को ये चीज कभी नहीं लगता और ना ही होना चाहिए। सीएन जॉर्ड भाई, सीएन जॉर्ड ओपी का ओपी गगन बेबू पाला, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम ब्रदर। दोनों को ही वेलकम वेलकम, बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर जॉइनिंग द स्ट्रीम।
I'm glad that you guys are hopping on top of those moments, letting us know, because like we said, we'd never seen this before. We didn't know what to expect. So thank you guys for holding our hands through this matchup.
Oh my goodness,
It's
it's our
pointing out
pleasure.
मैच दिखाने के लिए आगे खेलेंगे, मेरे को भी लग रहा है अचानक से ये मैच थोड़ी खिलाएंगे, अचानक से मैच नहीं खिलाएंगे। ये लोग उनके कोई टीम में भी या फिर उसमें होंगे जो खेलते होंगे ना, उनके उसमें होंगे, क्योंकि ऐसे मेरे को नहीं लगता कि वो हो पाएगा। असंभव है भाई, असंभव चीज है।
Like I said, this match was way better than I could have ever imagined. We saw so many different plays. We saw all of the skill jumps. We saw people fall. We saw wingman plant. I mean, I couldn't have asked for a better matchup. So
मैं कह रहा हूँ ना, आधे से ज्यादा बंदे तो वो होते रहेंगे भाई।
Yeah, plus one to that too. Again, it's a super innovative, super new, fresh type of map, and honestly, it's perfect timing too. Like this is part of the initial pool on console.
ये मैप के बस वो दिखा रहे थे, बस मैप के वो दिखा रहे थे कि हाँ ये मैप पे ये देखो बस।
It's incredible. I mean, you guys have done a great job with it. It looks amazing. The game was fun as heck to watch, so I can't wait to see more of this. I can't wait for the pros to get their hands on this. That's going to be
interesting.
Really interesting to see what they devise.
Excited to see those PureX comms, see what they cook on. I feel like this kind of map is perfect for them.
भाई ये जो शॉट मारा, क्रेजी शॉट।
Apologies.
No, just be biased.
Got eliminated, but yeah.
नाइस नाइस भाई, ये देख लो इतना जोर से कूदे भाई। ये बस मैप दिखाने के लिए आए थे, असली मैच नहीं था। असली मैच आप होगा चालू आई गेस। ये बस वो दिखाने के लिए आई गेस मैप दिखाने के लिए। हाँ मेरे को भी लग रहा है। हाँ पोस्ट मैच इंटरव्यू, मैं कह रहा हूँ ना ये हुआ ही नहीं है, अभी स्टार्ट होगा मैच, अभी हुआ ही नहीं है।
And of course, we have Luna here to help with some translation as well. GEN.G, can we ask you what are your first impressions of Abyss?
我们首先肯定想先请问一下GEN.G，你对于这张地图的初印象、第一印象是什么呢？
这张图让我想起了我曾经吧，因为它
हमको बस शुंशिंग शंशिंग सुनाई दे रहा है, हमको फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा।
Kind of make me remind the me in the past because you can jump and you could be fell down.
And Mixwell, what about you? What do you think fans will enjoy the most about this map?
那想问一下 Mixwell，觉得大家会对于这张地图最喜欢、最享受的
मेरे
一
को
部分是什么？
कुछ पल्ले नहीं पड़ रहा है।
I think people will have a lot of fun because you will see your friends dying, jumping off the cliff.
वही नहीं, अपने दोस्त को मारते हुए कैसे भाई, ओपोनेंट मारे तो फिर भी बहुत बढ़िया। ये इसको कुछ नहीं भाई, गिरने वाले कुछ फायदा नहीं।
掉下去这种非常有趣的场景，我觉得大家可能绝对要为了这一个新的这样的一种创新来练一下自己的操作了。
So I want to get both of your opinions.
ये छिंछू बंद करो भाई, असली मैच लगाओ जो देखने हम आए हैं। GEN.G versus TH。
我觉得杰特吧，因为我玩杰特玩比较多嘛，然后我感觉杰特这英雄在所有地图里面都是百搭的。
I think it will be Jet because kind of like it's suitable for every map.
What about you, Maxwell?
I think Jet as well. I think Omen is really good because you can one way a lot of places.
TP2 भी कर सकते हो, ओमेन यूरो का अगर तुम वहां जाके टीप फेंक के आओ तो फिर हो सकता है, बट हाँ अगर मतलब चालू व्यवस्था में अगर फेंक दोगे तो फिर दिक्कत हो जाएगा। रुके रहोगे तो फिर करना फालतू है।
首先我觉得可能会是疾风，那其次我觉得幽门它的 TP 也非常的适用，然后我觉得可能海神和蝰蛇他们的烟也可以达到非常好的效果。
And finally, we have our grand finals coming up.
Yes.
So I just want to know,
yes,
which team
GEN.G
is taking home that trophy? Is it going to be GEN.G or Team Heretics? GEN.G, we'll start with you.
भाई GEN.G और
TH 总决赛，你觉得 GEN.G 和 TH 谁将获得我们？
भाई मेरे को लगा था ये CN इंटेल का मैच नहीं है भाई, GEN.G का सीन है। बट मैप दिखा दिया, मैप में कुछ फायदा नहीं होगा मेरे को पसंद।
Let's go Wood, let's go.
Team Heretics 冲吧 Wood。
out.
अब आएंगे ना असली प्लेयर्स जो फट से हेडशॉट मारते हैं, फट फट।
Abyss show match, and we are off to a quick break. But when we come back, it's going to be the grand finals of Master Shanghai Gen.G versus
TH.
You don't want to miss this.
Gen.G. भाई अब होगा ना असली मैच। ये बस मैप दिखाने के लिए आए थे, कुछ फायदा नहीं हुआ, मैप एकदम फालतू है, कुछ वो नहीं है। हाँ ये सब हम प्रमोट नहीं करते।
Red Bull gives you wings.
अरे तो देखो बेसिकली हुआ ये है कि कुछ नहीं कि भाई बस मैप दिखाने के लिए वो लोग बस खेलने आए थे। अब मैप दिख चुका है, मैप अभी वो रिवील हो चुका है, तो अभी खेलेंगे जो असली टीम्स। मेरे को लगा था इन लोगों का मैच, तुम देखो ना इन लोग मतलब नॉर्मल बंदे जैसे खेलते हैं ना ऐसे खेल रहे हो, कुछ वो नहीं है भाई। वीसीटी में अलग बंदे खेलते हैं, लेजिट अलग खेलते हैं भाई। उनको पता है कि कहाँ हेड आ रहा है, कहाँ बंदा छुपा है, कहाँ हो सकता है। ये बस मैप दिखाने के लिए। और आई गेस इनके जब जेनजी और टीएच का मैच होगा तो तब ये मैप नहीं देंगे, क्योंकि ये मैप देने का कुछ फायदा ही नहीं है भाई। ये तो पहली बार आया है, कुछ खेलने के लिए बचेगा ना तब तो होगा ना कुछ। अभी तो इसमें कुछ है नहीं, डिटेल भी नहीं आया कुछ ऐसा खास कि हाँ दिखाएंगे ऐसे। तो आई गेस लग रहा है कि जेनजी ही जीतेगा। और अगर ये मैप ना आया तो हो सकता है टीएच जीते, क्योंकि टीएच का जो वो था बहुत क्रेजी था, लेजिट भाई बहुत क्रेजी टीएच का जो वो था। अभी 2 मिनट 21 सेकंड तक यही चलाते रहेंगे। 31,000 लोग देख रहे हैं भाई उनका लाइव स्ट्रीम, और हमारा बस 2 बंदे, मतलब बस 2 बंदे तो नहीं कह सकते, बट हाँ जाओ गाइस वहां से 2-3 बंदे पकड़ के लाओ। जेनजी विन 3-1। अरे भाई इनको ये लोग भाई पहले से ही प्रेडिक्शन कर रहे हैं 3-1। भाई नहीं भाई, मेरे को भी लगा था कि ये कुछ वैसा वो होगा, मैप बस दिखाने के लिए आए थे, कुछ खास नहीं है। अभी होगा असली मैच, सीधा जेन.जी वर्सेस टीएच। तो अभी देखते हैं कौन जीतेगा। और हाँ तो मैं जो चैट पढ़ रहा था उसका मैं रिप्लाई दे, तो मैं थोड़ा सा वो था तो रिप्लाई नहीं दिया। तो बेऊपाला कह रहे थे कि भाई आज थोड़ा सा मार्केट खाली है। देखो बेऊ भाई, तुम और ओपी गगन, तुम लोग मेरे बहुत पहले से देख रहे हो, बहुत पहले से मतलब 1-2-3 लाइव स्ट्रीम से ही देख रहे हो। तुम लोग को मैं कभी नहीं भूलूंगा भाई, मतलब मेरे दोस्त से ज्यादा तुम लोग मेरे हेल्प कर रहे हो भाई। मतलब लेजिट मैं क्या बोलूं, मेरे को वो नहीं है कि मेरे को मतलब वीसीटी वॉच पार्टी में मेरे दोस्तों को जितना इंटरेस्टेड नहीं है जितना तुम लोग हो भाई। मतलब बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया भाई फॉर ज्वाइनिंग द स्ट्रीम। बाकी लोग तो मेरे खेला देखने पे, मतलब मैं जब खेलता हूँ तब तो ठीक ही है, बाकी लोग आते हैं, मैं किसी को बुरा नहीं बोल रहा, क्योंकि जितने भी 41 बंदों ने सब्सक्राइब किया है, मतलब 41 बंदे देखते हैं मेरे को। बट हाँ मतलब ये कल्चर ना, मैं क्या करना चाहता हूँ कि ये कल्चर भी थोड़ा सा इंडिया में प्रोमोट हो, वीसीटी वाला या फिर ये वाला, तो ये कल्चर प्रोमोट होना चाहिए। तो इसीलिए मतलब जो इंटरेस्टेड है वो तो सही है, जो इंटरेस्टेड ना है वो भी देखे तो वो ज्यादा मतलब वो होता है, इम्पैक्ट होता है। तो इसीलिए मैं बस ये करता हूँ लाइव स्ट्रीम, जैसे अभी पहला किया था, फिर बीच में मैंने कहा कि अभी तो नॉर्मल से मैच हो रहे हैं, उसमें ऐसा कुछ खास नहीं है। अभी जैसे फाइनल का मैं कर रहा हूँ तो वैसा, तो उस हिसाब से मेरे को फर्क नहीं पड़ता इसमें 2 बंदे आए या फिर 3 बंदे आए, चाहे इसमें व्यूज कम आए। मैं बस अपने की चीज के लिए कि हाँ मेरे को थोड़ा उस कल्चर से वो होना है, दिखाना है कि हाँ मैं भी उस कल्चर में एज अ रहता हूँ, मैं भी उस कल्चर में एज अ मेरा इंटरेस्ट है उस कल्चर में। बाकी बंदे चाहे देखे ना देखे, मैं ऐसा नहीं कह रहा कि हाँ मैं बहुत बड़ा कोई यूट्यूबर हूँ, ऐसा नहीं है। हम भी छोटे मोटे यूट्यूबर है, छोटे मोटे मतलब बहुत छोटे यूट्यूबर है, ठीक है। तो इसमें हमको सपोर्ट चाहिए, बट कभी कभी क्या होता है खुद की मन की खुशी या फिर मन की इस चीज के लिए भी ना कभी कभी देखना पड़ता है। तो मेरे को पता है अभी मैं कोई दूसरा गेम खेल लूं, मैं अगर होता तो उस हिसाब से मैं तो कोई मोबाइल गेम खेल लूं, अभी 10,000 12,000 व्यूज तो ऐसे आ जाते हैं बीजीएमआई फ्री फायर में। बट मेरे को जिसमें खुशी होगी ना उसमें अलग ही मजा आएगा, उस पे बंदे असर अलग कनेक्ट होंगे। जैसे बहुत सारे बंदे आते हैं, टेंजी हो गया, ट्रिजिक्स हो गया, बहुत सारे बंदे आते हैं, बाकी बंदों का नाम मैं भूल जा रहा हूँ तो सॉरी। जैसे कल आए थे बुलबुल पाखी, एक मैडम आया था। तो इतने सारे बंदे हैं, वो लोग बस गेम देखना चाहते हैं। बट गेम के साथ साथ ये भी कल्चर आगे बढ़ाओ ना, सिर्फ मजे मजे के लिए गेम नहीं है, इसमें भी कुछ कैरियर बन सकता है। इस चीज के लिए मैं भी वो ट्राई करता हूँ कि हाँ देखो अच्छा ये अभी स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं, बकबक कर रहे हैं, तो तो इस चीज के लिए कि ये कल्चर भी आगे जाए। अभी वो कुछ भी आके कुछ कोई भी बोल सकता है कि हाँ ये, बट क्या है कि मेरे को ये चीज कल्चर प्रमोट करना है। मेरे को मतलब सबके साथ, मतलब जैसे तुम लोग देखते हो ना, तो मेरे को बहुत दिल से खुशी होती है। तो सबके साथ लेके चलना है ना? तो इस कल्चर में बस अकेला खेलूंगा या फिर अकेला, इसीलिए क्या होता है कि जो भी बंदे बोलते हैं ना कि हम खेलेंगे, मैं तुरंत बोलता हूँ भाई एक्सक्लेमेशन मार्क आईडी करो, सबके साथ खेलेंगे। हम ऐसे वो नहीं रखते कि नहीं भाई बस अकेले खेलेंगे। हम किसी भी उसके साथ खेल लेते हैं। जैसे मेरा जो पहले बार दोस्त आया था रस्टिफाई, रस्टिफाई इमॉर्टल 1 का बंदा है, वो भी उसका भी उसने भी बोला था, तो मैं ऐसे बोल सकता भाई मैं ब्रोंज का प्लेयर हूँ, कैसे ही खेलूंगा। अच्छा तो वो खैर बड़ा हो गया, मैं अपने फायदे के लिए बोल सकता हूँ। बहुत सारे आयरन के आते हैं, कोई कोई तो आयरन भी नहीं है, रैंक भी नहीं खुला किसी किसी का, हम सबके साथ खेलते हैं भाई, हमारे वो नहीं करते। तो हमको क्या करना है, सबको लेके आगे बढ़ना है। और जो इसका जो कैरियर है होता है, जो वीसीटी का जो मेन चीज है कि ई स्पोर्ट होता है, ये हमको आगे बढ़ाना है। तो इसीलिए चाहे इसमें 2 बंदे देखे मेरी खुशी के लिए या फिर मेरे उसके लिए, तो मैं ये तो करूंगा ही ये स्ट्रीम में, चाहे ये कुछ भी हो जाए, चाहे 2 बंदे देखे, चाहे बाकी लोग ना आए, मेरे को फर्क नहीं पड़ता। क्योंकि मैं अब ज्यादा बोलूंगा तो रुलाना हो जाएगा, क्योंकि मैं नहीं चाहता कि बस हम अकेले खेले और हम अकेले देखें। जैसे 2 बंदे जो भी देख रहे हैं, मेरे को पता है बेहुपाला ओपी गगन, जो भी दो दो बंदे तुम देख रहे हो, मेरे को बहुत बहुत खुशी हुई कि तुम लोग देखते हो, तुम लोग इस कल्चर को आगे बढ़ाने की कोशिश करते हो। ऐसा नहीं है बस कि तुम लोग मेरा गेम प्ले देखने आते हो फिर भाग जाते हो, ऐसा नहीं है। मेरे को इस चीज जान के बहुत बहुत खुशी हुई है, और मैं शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूंगा तुम दोनों का, या फिर जितने बंदे मेरे बस वीसीटी वॉच देखने, वॉच पार्टी देखने आते हैं उस चीज का। क्योंकि एक वॉच पार्टी में क्या होता है कि हम पूरा कम्युनिटी को आगे ले जाते हैं, इंडिया में कम्युनिटी को फैलाते हैं कि हाँ इसका भी ई स्पोर्ट होता है। जैसे बीजीएमआई का भी ई स्पोर्ट होता है, ये हमने मतलब हमने नहीं, मतलब जैसे स्काउट हो गया, मॉर्टल हो गया, सबने फैलाया है। ठीक है, तो इसीलिए हम चाहते हैं कि ये चीज आगे बढ़े, ये जो हो गया सारे चीजें, ये चीज आगे बढ़े। ऐसा ना हो कि हम पीछे रह जाए, वो लोग आगे जाए। जैसे कि शंघाई में तुम मेरे को एक टीम बताओ जिस जो इसमें शंघाई में खेल रहा है, कोई नहीं खेल रहा। ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट एक उसका टीम है इंडिया, बाकी और कोई टीम नहीं है भाई। बाकी बाहर से 2-2 3-3 टीम्स आ रखे हैं, आपस में लड़ रहे हैं, आपस में भिड़ रहे हैं। तो ऐसा भाई ऐसा होना चाहिए ये इंडिया, सॉरी सॉरी, तो ये इंडिया में चीजें प्रोमोट होने चाहिए। जैसे कि ऐसा नहीं करता कि बाकी इसमें सब बंदों की गलती। जैसे मेरे भी दोस्त हैं, अब मेरे दोस्त लोगों को नहीं पसंद ये वॉच पार्टी देखना है फिर कुछ करना, तो ये लोग अपने काम कर रहे हैं। मैं तो किसी को फोर्स करके नहीं बुला सकता ना भाई, मैं जाके नहीं बोलता भाई देखो मेरे साथ वॉच पार्टी देखो। वो लोग एक दिन देखे, दूसरे दिन उनको पसंद नहीं आया, अब मेरे को जो पसंद है उनको नहीं भी पसंद आ सकता है। बहुत सारी चीजें होते हैं, तो इसीलिए मेरे को नहीं फर्क पड़ता कोई देखे ना देखे, अगर खाली भी हो, मैं अगर जीरो भी वो बंदे देखेंगे ना फिर भी मैं देखूंगा, क्योंकि मेरे मेरे इसमें खुशी मिलती है भाई। मेरे को उसमें लगता है कि हाँ चलो मैं किसी ना किसी तरह भी मैं भी एक वीसीटी का पार्ट बन रहा हूँ धीरे धीरे। तो उस हिसाब से ठीक है, बहुत सारे बड़े बड़े बंदे करते हैं वॉच पार्टी, मैं अकेला नहीं हूँ, बहुत सारे बड़े बड़े बंदे करते हैं। बट उनके बड़े बड़े सब्सक्राइबर हैं तो वो बंदे आते रहते हैं, हमारे नहीं है। बट हम छोटे से स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं, तो क्या होगा, मेरे जो मतलब जैसे तुम लोग बनते हो, जो फैन बेस बनेगा वो ऑलरेडी वीसीटी वाले बनेंगे कि हाँ ये लोग कल्चर में है, ये लोग देखते रहते हैं। वैसे ही कल्चर को आगे बढ़ाना है और कुछ नहीं भाई। बाकी वरना तो अगर खेलना होगा तो मैं तो वही बोला, फ्री फायर बीजीएमआई खेल के भी हम व्यूज ला सकते हैं, समझ रहे हो ना? फ्री फायर बीजीएमआई खेल के भी अपन व्यूज ला सकते हैं, उसमें कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है। नॉर्मल बंदे तो वही कर रहे हैं, बस एक मोबाइल ले ली, अलगाटो एक होता है, उससे क्या होता है कि मतलब जो मेरे मोबाइल पे मान लो ये है मोबाइल, तो इस मोबाइल पे अगर मैं ये करा तो इस पे मैं खेल लूंगा क्या कहते हैं बीजीएमआई, और यहाँ पे अलगाटो लगा दिया, ऑटोमेटिक दिखता रहेगा स्क्रीन पे। मेरे को उस चीज से फर्क नहीं पड़ता, ना ही मेरे को वो करना है, उस करके आगे बढ़ना है। हाँ वो ऑब्वियसली अच्छी बात है, ऐसी बात नहीं बोल रहा कि वो बुरी बात है कि ना ही करो, क्यों कर रहे हो ये सब फालतू चीजें, वो नहीं है, अच्छी बात है। बट ये है कि यार उस चीज में देखो मेरे को पर्सनली कुछ मजा नहीं है, तो फालतू में बढ़ा के क्या फायदा ना। मेरे को अगर ना ही मजा आएगा तो कुछ फायदा नहीं है ना, तो उस हिसाब से फिर मेरे को नहीं पसंद वो सब चीजों के लिए ना, मेरे को पसंद ही नहीं है। तो अगर वो नहीं पसंद होगा फिर आगे बढ़ के आगे करके कुछ फायदा ही नहीं होगा ना। इसीलिए बस, इसीलिए हम क्या करेंगे, हम पता है इससे क्या हो रहे हैं, हम टीम से रूबरू हो रहे हैं कि हाँ एक जेनजी टीम था, एक एलिवी टीम है, एक उसके बाद टीएच टीम है, सेंटेंस टीम है, ये सब टीम। वरना तो सेंटेंस सब जानते हैं, बच्चा बच्चा तक जानता है, वैलोरेंट का बच्चा बच्चा तक जानता है कि हाँ भाई सेन नाम का एक टीम है जिसमें टेंस बहुत फेमस है। तो वही तो एक टीम आगे, फिर 100 थीव्स हो गया। इतने सारे चीजों को हम आगे बढ़ाएंगे, मतलब इंडिया में वो करेंगे कि हाँ, मतलब मेरे को जो लगता है वो बता, तो इसको हम आगे वो करेंगे, लेके जाएंगे कि हाँ चलो भाई ये भी ठीक है, ये भी करेंगे अपन। तो वही चीज, मेरे को बस खेलना होता तो मैं अभी वो करके खेलने लग जाता, मेरे को नहीं फर्क पड़ता, मैं खेलने लग जाता सीधा। मेरे को वीसीटी या फिर मान लो जो मास्टर शिंघाई, इस सब से क्या हो रहा है कि मेरे को चीजें पता लग रही है। जैसे पहले मेरा पसंदीदा वो था, जो मेरा प्लेयर था वैलोरेंट का, वो है टेंस था मेरा, ठीक है, पसंदीदा प्लेयर टेंस था। तो उस हिसाब से तो फिर मैं टेंस को ही देखते रहता। बट अभी मेरा पसंदीदा प्लेयर एस्पस है भाई, लेजिट मेरे को बहुत पसंद है एस्पस। तो उस हिसाब से ना, तो ऐसे क्या होंगे कि बहुत सारे कम्युनिटी में बंदे हम जुड़ पाएंगे, बंदे से वो कर पाएंगे कि हाँ कोई और भी प्लेयर्स है जो अच्छा खेलता है ना, तो वो चीज भी आगे बढ़ाएंगे। तो उस हिसाब से मेरे को जो लगता है कि हाँ ये ठीक है। और बाकी देखो, कर्म तो हम करते रहेंगे, फल तो ऊपर वाला देगा। फल के अगर उसके अगर सोचेंगे फल के बारे में, तो फिर तो कोई भी, मैं क्यों, कोई कर्म नहीं करेगा फिर उस हिसाब से ना। तो कर्म करते रहना चाहिए, मेरे को जो लगता है फल तो ऊपर वाला देगा ही। तो बाद में पता चलेगा, अभी कहाँ, वो तुरंत थोड़ी पता चलता है। इधर स्टार्ट हो जाए यार, अभी भी बक बक कर रहे हैं ये लोग आपस में। हाँ कर दिया, चलो 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 चलो, मतलब स्टार्ट हो रहा है लाइव सीन, चलो हो गया। हाँ
And paper regs, it just feels like all the other regions, they're picking up trophies left, right, and center. And Kukuka, we still haven't seen one for the Pacific region.
And it's so crazy, right? Because if we go back to the early days of Valorant, to those first tournaments, it was all about Vision Strikers, DRX, paper regs that have stolen our hearts so many times. But actually, coming as close as Gen.G, not many have been. And it will be, I think, a very good reward for the year that they're having to be able to lift it and bring it home this time around.
Josh, as a guy who's played against now all of the Pacific teams in this tournament, do you think there's a reason that that trophy hasn't been lifted? Do you think there's a difference in the style of Pacific that has maybe eluded them in these deep tournament runs?
I feel like the
भाई मेरे को भी लग रहा है अब जेन.जी जीतेगा ना, क्योंकि जेन.जी का भाई देखो भाई ऑलरेडी जेन.जी का वो है। मेरे भी चैट क्या करते हैं, तो उस पे क्या कहता है,
Neil, the head coach of Heretics,
5 वोट्स है, 80% बंदे कह रहे हैं जेन.जी, मतलब 80% मान के चलो, तो 3 बंदे कह रहे हैं जेन.जी।
Because there is a curse on the side of Pacific, but for EMEA, it feels like every time EMEA have reached the final, unless they're going up against Sentinels or another EMEA team, they've been pretty successful when it comes to lifting a trophy. Why do you think that is for that region? Because I really like the answer you just gave for why Pacific are still hunting for that trophy.
I think it comes down to the game plans and like expectations of like how you want to approach the game, and like I feel like Heretics is a team that can switch and adapt on the fly quickly, and that's enough to like at least secure a few rounds here. So to me the question is that can Heretics absorb the punch that they'll get from Gen.G?
Okay, yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting, right? Because when we talk about that growth, I feel like Gen.G has had too much time to study every single kind of solution that Heretics have been bringing, but they still keep bringing surprises. Yesterday even, they changed the composition on Lotus, and you can only think, like, when is this going to end?
Yeah, I mean, you talk about absorbing punches. I feel like the biggest punch that Heretics will be throwing out is in the shape of a Turkish duelist. His name is V, and at this point, Mimi, if they manage to bring home this trophy, surely he will be the tournament MVP.
I mean, he is absolutely in that conversation. He has been absolutely ridiculous thus far. For those that weren't familiar with his full run, he wasn't a duelist player for his team coming into this event. They have to pick up a sub. Their duelist can't play at the event. He steps up to that plate and has been putting on performances like this. He has over 100 first kills in the tournament, which isn't adjusted for matches, sure, but that's already more than any other duelist player has gotten at a global event. He is so aggressive, his team sets him up so well, and his mechanics are absolutely sublime.
We knew this, you know, back in EMEA, Wood was one of the names that everybody was mentioning. Everybody was very excited. He only started playing with Heretics halfway through that first stage. So seeing him now in the international doing every single thing, and he's also one of the main parts that they have adapted, because moving into this tournament, knowing that Minibu as a duelist is so flexible with the Neon, with the Euro, but on the side of Wood, he's been more comfortable in the Jet, the Race, more like simple style, and everything has come to fruition with all the plans that they've changed. And we can see it here on the rankings. He's first on almost every single thing.
I'm so sorry to bring this back to you, Josh. Like, I know you had suffered enough yesterday, but now you faced against Wood, what, 3 times now? How good is he?
Oh, he's phenomenal. I mean, like the way he catches like these multi-kill rounds, and he just opens up the site for them so well. But I can't understate like how important their support line is. Reigns and Patatek. And my personal MVP for this tournament for Heretics is Patatek.
Oh, I like it.
I feel like without like his support and like the ability to clutch out those rounds, and he secured so many clutches against us. They wouldn't have had this like run.
Yeah, he's getting the opening kill in over a quarter of rounds, and that's absolutely not possible if you don't have as good of supportive players as this team does. I think the synergy between their 2 initiators, how they're using their utility in conjunction, and especially once they get that second cooldown, how much value they're getting out of that second stage of util, setting up really good plans every time. It honestly makes his life easy for a guy who's already so damn good.
Yeah, on the other side of this, though, if Gen.G were to bring this home, then Kukuka, for me, it has to be Texture MVP.
I mean, I'm not surprised that you say that. I think that Texture beginning of the tournament and Texture during playoffs to me has been 2 different stages. Yes, he does have a lot of his team just supporting him and setting him up, but the way that him individually has felt within the server to me has been much better. This flick, by the way, he's done it at least 2 or 3 times. It's just very disgusting to see time and time again how he can make this place happen consistently. So of course, when we talk about being comfortable, having that experience, having the server time to playing as a duelist and being in the same role, Texture has to be #1.
I mean, you threw Patatek's name out there for Heretics. Do you feel like Texture will be the guy for you for Gen.G?
Yeah, I think so. I think his op is so scary to play against. We got punished by it multiple times. That flick shot he had against us on, oh, there it is.
Oh no.
That was crazy.
This is just
that was
torture.
crazy. Yeah.
But if you had to take your pick, you know, somebody you feel like would make more of an impact, would it be Texture or would it be Wood?
I think Texture for Gen.G. Texture for Gen.G.
I almost lean Woot just because this is his first tournament playing the role and because he's kind of stepped into it so last second. But both these guys are absolutely pivotal, excuse me. And I think for Texture as well, his like individual impact is almost more important for me because I think a lot of Gen.G's game plans are really relying on like kind of like a simple like flash dash setup like that. And if he's not getting those opening kills, he's not finding those opportunities. I think this team's like mid-rounding is a little bit worse off than a squad like Heretics.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the point. If you see a good round from Gen.G, you're going to be looking at Texture. From the side of Heretics, anybody can step up.
Well, I'm glad you guys mentioned Vote because he's standing by with Mika Fabs.
I've got Woot here from Team Heretics. Woot, you have been the talk of the town lately. Can you take us back to when you first found out you were going over to Master Shanghai? What was the pressure like and what does it feel like?
भाई ये लोग VCT में भी थोड़ा बहुत बोलने में गलती कर रहे हैं.
We are going to grand final, like it's amazing feelings. I can't describe it, like you need to live for like understand that. So I'm very excited to play. We will see.
I can feel
क्या हो रहा है? St. George. अरे बुलबुल पाखी मैम, welcome to the stream.
I mean, he's excited to play, but
hello
the
बुलबुल.
crowd is very excited
नीलू
to see
baby.
him as well.
अबे what the?
Spoken about in the past, a lot of the fan favorites were knocked out
भाई
before they
नीलू
even got to this arena.
sorry
At this point, honestly, Heretics
बेबी
might
पाला
even be the new
भाई
fan
what the?
favorite.
क्यों क्या हुई? क्या हुई का मतलब कुछ नहीं है, बस फर्क ये है कि नीलू वो जो आखिरी का वर्ड है वो सुनने में कोई वो नहीं है ना. यहाँ पे कोई ऐसा नहीं बोलता है किसी कोई भी आके ये नीलू. सब लोग पूछते हैं भाई कहाँ गया, कहाँ है, क्या ये सब. बट नीलू बेबी कोई नहीं. भाई what the heck भाई.
Vilify them, but instead, all the fans here have gotten on board because they're just a team that is so easy to like when you watch these players play on stage. The vibes, Benji getting up and streaming the energy. it really feels like that momentum is
Guys,
building.
5 बंदों ने vote किए, 2 like है, गलत बात है ये. Like भी कर दो.
And Boot have been streaming on Bilibili, and their streams are absolutely hilarious. They were queuing with texture as well. I feel like this is one of the dream finals. I don't see a world where this kind of atmosphere and this kind of story happens again. But speaking of this story, Josh, you wanted to talk about this man, Paditek. Let's do it. I've been waiting a long time to talk about him. We heard it from his interview last night. He even said,
कुछ नहीं बाबा, CI चीज की नीलू बेबी कोई नहीं बोलता.
other people didn't want to play with me.
भाई start तो कर दो, ये नापालाफी करता रहेगा.
Opportunities go in the past, and now he's in a grand final. How poetic is that?
It's crazy. It's crazy, and well deserved, honestly. Like from our second match to the third match, like the level of improvement he had, and like how much mastery he showed right away. Even like having a KO molly for our killjoy on Icebox.
Nice shot.
Little things all matter, and like the amount of impact frags that turned the tide and delivered a 3-0 result for them. Like, man, you're torturing me. You're torturing me.
I'm sorry to make you relive it. I'm sorry.
I mean, time after time, we've been talking about Paditek and the impact.
भाई मेरे को तो
from the beginning
Woot का देखना है और IC का देखना है
the team. I think that everybody can agree that Heretics is a 6-man roster. They can just be swapping people.
भाई देखो मैं एक चीज बता रहा हूँ, कोई यहाँ पे बेबी बाबू नहीं है, ठीक है? अगर समझ रहे हो कोई तो गलत फहमी है.
Pick him up, honestly, because he's proven that he can work in any kind of situation, that he can take teams to grand finals at international events, that he's been playing and knows this game inside and out.
What he's done is also unprecedented. The only team who had to sub someone in and make a run at an international tournament who got even close to this deep was PaperX.
अरे चला गए भाई. भाई खेलना भी तो था ना. Hello.
Paditek is in the finals with this Team Heretic squad, and I think has a very real chance.
What the heck, भाई खेलना था ना.
As a player that wasn't even supposed to play.
Yes, so well deserved. But also, I don't know if you guys saw that on your screen. All it took was for Gen.G to get up from his seat and do a little wave to the crowd, and everybody on that side lost their minds. But why wouldn't you? Gen.G's been doing so well. He's just a showman, and he's great on the server.
I'm just surprised that he still has a voice. Time after time, we see those videos of him screaming, losing it, and yeah, this is this is literally all that you're going to see on camera. If he's not cheering Woot, he's cheering the rest of the team, but also individually, he just shines and merges so well with the rest.
But Meteor's been fantastic this tournament too. And Josh, I wanted to ask you again about playing against this guy, because it seems like even when he's alone on a site, he is so tough to deal with as a player.
Oh yeah, he destroyed us. I mean, I feel like he has a very unconventional style as a Sentinel player. If you compare it to Gen.G Fishy, like he plays his setups really well. Meteor is willing to break his setup and go for the unexpected frag and then like fall back. And that sort of playstyle is really pressuring in a stage like this.
He's like the one like Killjoy player that you're gonna see like playing in front of his util, and you're like, okay, he's got a whole plan.
Yeah, why is there? And then he gets 2, and then like what can you do?
It's one of the reasons also, like maps, for example, like Ascent, you know, when we think about
guys, जो भी बंदे स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं, बहुत बहुत शुक्र फजाने की स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर देना, सब्सक्राइब कर देना, it will be help बहुत बहुत.
It doesn't matter if it's on the Killjoy and he's doing something like playing in front of his utility.
भाई start कर दो यारो.
Swapping everything around, and again, just merging so well with the rest.
I'm glad you guys mentioned the Killjoy, because Gen.G obviously they switched their comp against you yesterday. I wanted to ask you, did that throw you off at all? You know, seeing Gen.G go from the Cypher to the Killjoy, how much preparation did you make for that?
I mean, it's a comp that we faced a lot. It's been the meta for, I mean, thanks to Fnatic. So like we're familiar like how to play against that. So like it didn't really throw us off that much. But we did expect like a Cypher.
Do you think that's what they should do again today, just to stick with the new comp that they ran yesterday?
Oh, I think so.
What about you guys?
Yeah, I liked it. I think it looked really well put together. And this is not the first time we've seen them switching things up. Throughout this tournament, because of that substitution we've been talking about, they've had to iterate on their comps and change up ideas. But despite that, the game plans look so thoroughly thought through. I think Boo's calling, like his macro calling, on pretty much all of these maps, even when the team is changing, has been so impressive this entire time. And I think that makes them, honestly, a pretty tough team to prep for, because they can vary it up so much.
It's so surprising, but I think that yesterday we saw like the last straw of it. I will be surprised if we see any more of the changes, because it really looks like they've reached a point where they feel comfortable, where we see, yeah, the changes on split, maybe deciding to play that Ascent that wasn't a good idea, but honestly, it didn't look that bad.
I'm down for a vote, Neon. Just the full off.
Yeah.
Give vote on the Neon. But it's time for the result of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you which team is winning it all.
Gen.G, by Gen.G.
For Gen.G. What do you guys think about this? Controversial or you expected this?
I mean, they have the double ban. They've been flawless in the tournament so far. I think that people get
मेरे को भी लग रहा है Gen.G जीतेगा और TH कल जो दिखाया खेला कल जो खेला दिखाया ना legit भाई उसका जीतना तो मतलब हो सकता है.
They do deserve to win this tournament. Also, they get that double ban. So there is a lot of things working in their favor.
I mean, they're like guaranteed to get to play Breeze, to send some of their best maps really early in this series, which I think is huge for them. But for all I believe in Gen.G, I do think back to the last final they were in, where they were favored against Sentinels, where they had the double ban, where they were up in the series, and then the last map comes around, a map they should have been favored in, and the mental slips and it falls.
High five, girl!
Bring it in, bring it in. All right, of course, I have not deviated from my Heretics pick this entire tournament, but Josh, you're not on this graphic. Who would you have said?
I gotta go with Heretics.
One of us!
Yeah, sorry.
I know it hurts to say because I'm Korean. I'm like rooting for the Korean brothers, but like
it's all good.
Heretics after facing them 3 times.
We get it, we get it. You're one of us now. But the wait is finally over. Today, 2 teams will take the stage, but only one can lift the trophy and make history. It's time to bring out your Master Shanghai Grand finalists,
Yes,
Team Heretics and Gen.G.
अभी तो चाहिए बंदे. Yes, पैंच. Start करो पैंच. मतलब पैंच. अब होगा ना रियॉट घूमेगा. RiotGames. Shanghai. Unleashed. Not a fear.
일단 제가 1티어 리그에 올 수 있을지도 사실 잘 생각을 하지 않고 있었고 프로를 하고 싶으시다면 좀 많은 것들을 버려야 돼요.
Gen.G's hopes and dreams laid on his shoulders. But how much can one man do?
Nah.
그러니까 이게 무슨 말이죠?
Sentence.
이제 친구들과 놀고 싶을 때 놀지 않아야 되고 그리고 자기의 어떻게 하면 게임을 늘려갈 수 있을지
They've still made history, but that trophy is not for them.
무언가를 이제 원하는데 그 원하는 거를 이루려고 할 때 그 한 가지 일에만 집중을 해야 되지 이게
Sentence.
일까지 집중.
저는
사실 프로를 추천드리지는 않습니다.
Trent gets the play, but now he's in a 1v3. The lockdown in play, and the hopes and dreams of G2 have come to an end.
We weren't coming to this tournament thinking we were going to win. The journey we've gone through in Shanghai, it's like a movie.
Mercedes-Benz Arena, show some love to Politics. How does that feel, Politics?
That's amazing. That's the best thing in my life. Last 4 years,
Gen.G को ही चाहिए I guess. अभी देखते हैं पोल का हमारा क्या है. पोल सोचते हैं लाइक भी करो थोड़ा guys.
I think I learned
Gen.G कह रहे जीतेंगे सब.
In my opinion, people need to go
देखते हैं.
To appreciate when the good times are happening.
What a moment for Team Heretics, a 3-0 to make their way to their first global finals.
I always dreamed of people cheering for me. I always take a deep breath and I appreciate where I am right now.
For Heretics, the journey, the story, it is not yet over.
Finishing touches on this. Gen.G pick up right where they left off.
사실 마드리드 때랑은 조금 다른 분위기의 저희였기 때문에
What an exclamation point on an incredible match. 13-10 Gen.G.
저희가 마드리드 때 실력은 있지만 이제 멘탈이 조금 문제라고 생각을 했었거든요. 근데 국제전 이번에 상하이 들어와서 그 부분이 완벽히 해결된 것 같아서
They are back. Karen finds it. They get themselves into back-to-back grand finals.
젠지를 가장 마지막 멤버로 들어왔었거든요. 근데 제가 이 팀 들어오고 처음 연습을 했을 때 느꼈던 건 정말 제가 지금까지 만나봤던 팀원들 중에 가장 잘 쏘는 팀원들인 것 같다라고 느꼈었어요.
For Gen.G, they've always seemed like a different beast here in 2024.
The consistency has been unbelievable, and they are on the precipice of their first ever championship.
역시 챔피언이라는 소리를 들으면
भाई ऐसा नहीं लग रहा मैं वहां पे बैठा हूँ भाई लोग का सामने से देख रहा हूँ भाई लेजिट मेरे दिल में फीलिंग हुआ भाई
전설이자
जो भी है चलो
이제 발로란트계의 페이커도 좋지만 발로란트의 라키아로 네, 그런
if I can be recognized as the lucky भाई कहाँ रहते हो भाई और रे undefeated मैं वही वाला गाना गा रहा था
Gen.G, you guys had an easy run to the tournament, but that run ends now.
저희가 이제 상하이의 최종 보스입니다.
final boss of Shanghai good luck चालू तो कर लो
欢迎来到无畏契约上海大师赛决赛的现场。
Liu Hang
Gen.G TX 历经层层考验和挑战，从瑞士轮一路过关斩将，闯进了总决赛的舞台。今晚战役觉醒，他们将向最终的冠军奖杯发起最后的冲击。接下来，就让我们有请进入到决赛的两支战队登场。
क्या बोला पल्ले नहीं पड़ा बट समझ मतलब स्टार्ट तो हो रहा है इतना तो पता चल गया स्टार्ट तो हो रहा है इतना तो पता चल गया कि स्टार्ट हो रहा है कितने बजा दिए स्टार्ट करने भाई 2 बजा दिए स्टार्ट करने में भाई ने 2 बजा दिए स्टार्ट करने में स्टार्ट कर दो यार और कितना लेट 2 बज गया हाँ ट्रॉफी आ गया बेटे टेक्सचर भाई अब आया मेन बॉस भाई मैं तो टेक्सचर और आईसी के लिए देख रहा हूँ आईसी तो नहीं आया गेस तो जितना लग कैरॉन भाई सब ये करता है हार्ट्स के लिए भाई सोलो छह बंदे अच्छा वो उसका कोच है सोलो कोच भाई हेरिटिक्स भाई टीएच आ रहे अभी बंदे ये वेट मैं कह रहा था भाई वो मैप दिखाने के लिए भाई ये खेलेंगे नहीं ये लोग मान लो अगर गिर रहे होगा आपसे क्या रह जाएगा भाई ये तू बता क्या रह जाएगा फटी टेक भाई ऐसा नहीं लग रहा प्रतीक बोल रहे हो मतलब रेंस भाई ऐसे अगर एसपास आता आए हाय दिल में बहुत खुशी हो जाती है यार एसपास एक बार उठ भाई उल्टा है भाई डब्लू इसको पहचानता है नहीं, कोई को बोला ही नहीं। इनका कोच है भाई दोनों बंदे। ट्रॉफी बेटी।
Trophy. They let it slip in Madrid, but this time around, all they need to do is to get past Team Heretics. The only
अच्छा 5 मैच होगा। Breeze, Icebox, Ascent, Lotus, Split.
Surprises. Bind is gonna go out, especially after the latest adaptations from Team Heretics, and Sunset is somewhere where Gen.
भाई नया मैप पे ये लोग खेलें, तुम एक बात बताओ, सोचो एक चीज, नया मैप पे कैसे खेलेंगे भाई? अभी आया है, वो बस दिखाने के लिए भाई, कुछ होता है ना, कुछ चीजें दिखाने के लिए, खाने के लिए अलग, वही चीज है भाई, लेजिट वही चीज है। ब्रीज, आइसबॉक्स, एसेंट, लोटस, स्प्लिट, 5 स्प्लिट पे आई गेस कि नहीं खेलना चाहिए था, स्प्लिट और आइसबॉक्स छोड़ के सनसेट और बिल्ड खेल सकते थे, बट ठीक है।
I think Gen.G has a strong breeze, but I feel like Heretics will come out with a really strong game plan to play against a no sentinel.
गाइस जो भी 2-3 बंदे देख रहे हैं, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर जॉइनिंग द स्ट्रीम गाइस, लाइक कर देना, सब्सक्राइब कर देना, इट विल बी हेल्प। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर जॉइनिंग द स्ट्रीम।
Like have those openings.
Yeah, it's very interesting because Gen.G has
67% लोग कह रहे हैं Gen.G और 33% लोग कह रहे हैं TH.
in the tournament, and that adaptation cannot come from one day to another because this is the last day. They have to come in with a new plan, but they knew they were going to be in this exact situation. They knew the breeze was going to be coming up on today's matchup rather sooner than later. Gen.G was prepared. I want to know what Heretics has cooked for this one though.
And there's a lot of options right now on what to play on breeze. You can still play the default KO Sova comps that have been around forever. You can play the variations with the solo yard, or you can go ahead and steal something like the Gen.G comp. There's a lot of options, and I think if they have a strong game plan, especially like you're mentioning, against that no Sentinel, no Cypher comp, there's a lot of potential here for them to get an upset early in the series.
And what people have to remember is, of course, Bur had to move to the duelist. It's not something he's ever played before. He has. And looking at the other players, Paditek was an infamous duelist back on G2. He was great in that role. Rias can play the duelist as well. In fact, I think they all can except for
It's
Boo.
just a very flexible team. Most of these guys have played a ton of different roles throughout their career.
I don't expect Boo to fill in that role. I think is the only person I wouldn't. But Josh, if this was you, your team, and you knew that you had to play Breeze, would you want to stick to the same comp and just move somebody onto that Yoru, or do something completely different?
I feel like I would just put Woot on Jet.
And just go with a single?
Yeah. I feel like the rest of the playbook could be kind of similar. Of course, you don't have the cross-map TPs, but you know, the playmaking on Woot just covers that gap.
Woot in the lower finals was absolutely incredible. The amount of
guys 6 बंदों ने वोट कर दिया है, कह रहे हैं कि 67% बंदे कह रहे हैं कि Gen.G जीतेगा। देखते हैं कौन जीतते हैं। बाकी जो भी 2-3 बंदे देख रहे हैं, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर जॉइनिंग द स्ट्रीम। लाइक कर देना, सब्सक्राइब कर देना, इट विल बी हेल्पफुल।
I mean, I thought that we were going to see another debut coming from Wood just playing on the Euro, but as you're saying, he's sticking to the jab. Paditek is on the sky, knowing also how comfortable he is with the KO, how much experience he has with the agent. Are you surprised that he goes with the sky?
I think the approach is that they want to use these little drones and dogs to try to scout out as much info as possible and try to find a way to crack into Gen.G's defense.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to see how they're going to play this Breeze and send it to the first map of this grand final best of 5. Show some love to your casters for today. It is Doug and Baby Babe.
2 teams remain, and there's only room for one. Legends
Start
will
karo
be
yaar.
born on this stage behind us, and
Baby Babe bhai yaar,
Spence
dodge.
Arena will bear witness a best of 5 Dre to decide who's the best in the world. It does not get any better than this.
Gen.G have been given a glimpse of greatness before, and they fell short. Today, they play up against the contenders in the arena with a Woot who has been redefining, reshaping what it means to be a prodigy in the world of Valorant.
Breeze.
All that remains is for the game to start. Blades brandish, shields will shatter as we
भाई 51,000 बंदे, अरे स्टार्ट हो गया भाई, लेट्स चलो
on the
चलो।
attacking side, an opportunity to completely eradicate memories of Madrid. Such a disappointing finish, but now they've gone so far. But the hardest step is yet to come. Benji Fishy trying to pave the way, following the dog.
Benji Fishy now reveal हो गए।
Tagged up by the walls, you see the spam coming through. First bit of blood goes the way of
Nice.
and the last of it does
भाई
Incredible pistol round from the start for Gen.G already. Looking poised, looking controlled. Yeah, they gave up all of that A space, but they were not afraid to fight that backside area as a team, as a unit. Lakia just lining up the shots right here. A job well done.
Nice shot by.
Those are big moments that you want to get on the board early on. You know, we often talk about this, Trey. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. These are things where your mental will get tested. The depth of your strategy can potentially get exposed.
Nice.
The one who's getting tested.
Nice shot.
Plucking Wood out of the sky.
Nice shot, bhai.
In for a second, perhaps a third. But wisely decides to take a step back.
He was an imminent threat already. Not landing every shot he's taking, but just the pressure alone, making Heretics have to slow the round down.
It's enough of a threat. We saw a texture with the Marshall. You see a Guardian for Meteor and Charon as well.
Silent creep up all around the mid area of the map. Once contact gets made in this mid door, that's going to be the key for Boo to creep on up.
Nice, nice.
And creep into his death. Really no space to be found.
There's not many options right now for the side of Heretics.
Not at all.
Yeah, they have all the mid space. So at least they'll have some info of
3v4. Bye, nice.
Some of these default setups of 3-2s.
2v4, 2v4 bhai, 2v3.
A rain of fire.
Nice.
Hang on now. These classics are not supposed to be winning these gunfights. Not at this distance. Not against
30 seconds left.
Guardian on the other side. Can Heretics convert on this? Can they already make a mess of the situation?
There's a flank.
Rian's getting caught. The spike not going to go down. Patek's classic. The only thing between Gen.G and a second round win. It's a big ask early on. And there's just no way for Patek to get to this. He's not even going to be able to get to the spike in time. He's just looking
no time remaining, bhai. Always.
A fight, wanting to die. It wasn't the way he wanted to go, but he will go down. So Gen.G get their second.
Salvation for Gen.G. That was a nice round from Harry.
भाई Gen.G crazy खेलता है भाई Gen.G crazy खेलता है क्या Gen.G crazy खेल रहा है
They give the kill to Lakia.
भाई Gen.G crazy खेलता है भाई
with that sheriff. Now look at his
भाई
ultimate.
बिल्कुल टाकी बेवकूफ वाला ओपी का गन
Viewers can't see it yet, but he has 5
लाइक कर देना गाइस सब्सक्राइब भी कर दो थोड़ा सा
There you go.
लाइक सब्सक्राइब करा करो
And an operator already online for the first gun round of Team Heretics.
Flash go out towards elbow, a little bit of presence B.
Nice.
Rian's making himself known.
Right here.
Nah.
Again, these openers from Gen.G look so good right now. Picks everywhere on the map, left and right. That operator got online too. And yet again, a 5v3.
Oh, it's looking to double dip. Benji Fishy posted up on half wall.
Nice.
Patek goes down. This has the potential of being a nightmarish start for Heretics. I mean, to go down flawless in your first gun round. When you imagine that you're playing for a grand final, this is not how you envision it to start.
Nerves can definitely be a factor in high pressure moments like this.
1v5 is legit,
that's what we're seeing right now just from the start of Heretics, peeking individually one by one across the map. There was a pick B main on Woot. There's A main from Texture.
अरे अटक रहा है भाई क्या broadcasting भाई.
As well, just the solo peaks. B main after one after another. Just dropping like flies.
जो भी दो तीन बंदे देख रहे हैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया चैनल स्ट्रीम लाइक कर देना सब्सक्राइब कर देना टू हेल्प बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया.
The round will come to a conclusion without being detected, and hopefully carry that Vandal into the next round.
But they're on the prowl. They're hunting him, and it's because their economy is going to be flourishing no matter what. Why not? Here comes first contact.
No. Arre, 1v5.
To the ground, trying to hunt him down. Benji Fishy feeling all.
Nah.
Cleaned up. The blood will be drawn. A flawless round as Gen.G get their third.
मतलब ये लोग खेलने ही नहीं देंगे भाई legit खेलने ही नहीं देंगे.
Gen.G right now, starting off strong as ever. Just a pixel meteor.
Why nice
original
shot.
member of this roster. He's been
Nice.
2022. And he opened things up onto Woot of all players.
Yeah, to think about how influential Woot has been in getting this team to this point. Oftentimes putting together plays that almost don't look real. They almost look like they're defying the way the game is played. Challenging convention. You expect for if Heretics are going to have a really good shot at this, he's got to be online. Of course, he is the first out on the site.
Reveal भाई, reveal कैसा मारा है भाई? Nice.
But Texture and Meteor again. He's not able to control the spray though. Benji Fishy.
Nice. Bhai Gen.G, bhai Gen.G.
And it was actually a beautiful exec from Team Heretics onto the site. But what was that shot from Texture? He meant to flick Wood, I believe, on the site. Ended up taking out somebody else instead. I think it was Rians with a wall bang.
You take what you can get, right? I mean,
100%.
Take a look at that play one more time.
Look at this. This was ridiculous.
Oh
my.
Oh. I count your lucky stars.
Just obliterated the opposition in Meteor as well. 7-2 right now.
मेरे को नहीं लगता Gen.G मतलब TH जीत पाएगा. Gen.G जीतेगा I guess मेरे को जो लगता है.
Again, a dreadful start to the situation.
And Gen.G, they had a hard time in the beginning of this tournament.
Coming
off the strong starts. Seemed like they would always drop the first map every now and then.
Yeah, slow start.
TH ने ले लिया है टाइम आउट. भाई कैसे नहीं जीत रहे हम? वो कह रहे कैसे नहीं जीत रहे? 4-0 से कैसे पड़े?
They found out what the problem was. They fixed it.
Undefeated.
And they're vibing right now. To the side of Heretics, I imagine their coach is just telling them, yo, guys, slow and steady wins the race. Take a deep breath. It's not over.
Undisputed.
Get your bearings.
चलो.
You got Rians one away from his ult. Benji Fishy also close by.
Benji Fishy.
So Heretics with help on the way through their ults, but I mean, it's been a dreadful start so far. We'll see how things look on the other side of this timeout.
Jet, fly safe. Will be the second gun round for Heretics, and they need this one bad, Doug. They need this one really bad.
Meteor's getting active already, taking so much space, and then TPing away, feeling a lot of the pressure that's heading B. When they come out, you know there's help that's needed, and of course Meteor arrives on the scene at just the right time.
Just some spam
from the
Tracers on the other end, but Munchkin, he gets
अरे
knocked out by that Sova.
भाई इससे मर के शॉक डार्ट से होता है भाई. चलो 4v4 है अब देखते हैं.
They don't really have space anywhere on the map. Meanwhile, you look at the mini-map, Texture's already taken caves.
He's just gonna dial in on this angle, get some early info here. You imagine a jump spot coming through from the side of Heretics.
Or they just swing into it.
They swing in, surely they'll get taken out. We're about to find out right now.
Meteor used his ult on the other side of the map. Meanwhile, Patrick, there's the jump spot. A little leg shown. And now they think twice about it. This is a brutal spot for Heretics. They know that the Yoru just ulted on B. They've already gotten picked off on the other side. You know there's an op towards A. Much like we saw in the pistol round, Dre, there's not a lot of safe space here.
30 seconds left.
They are picking the right site, though, Doug, and it's going to be a little faint with the Skydog into A site, but it's not getting the value required, I don't think. There's 3 players of Gen.
Nah, entry. अरे, entry हो चुकी है.
An opportunity to make a massive play. Meanwhile, Texture on the
nice.
was overwhelmed, but Meteor
Nice. भाई Gen.G OP भाई Gen.G.
10 seconds left. He's got the spike in hand. He's got to commit to getting it down, though. And with 5 HP, nothing but
5 HP clutch हो पाएगा क्या? भाई ये crazy वाला fighting चल रहा है भाई अभी तो.
Looking to find some success for Heretics, and he just can't either.
Undisputed.
Start for Gen.G.
A beautiful round for Gen.G. Meteor opening up the entry once more on that B site, just getting a spam kill this time through that Viper orb.
भाई Gen.G जीत रहा है भाई, crazy.
You want to run into Texture's operator, he's going to take you out too. I mean, look at that. It's just the Tracers onto Benji Fishy.
And that's not
इससे मार गया था भाई शॉट डार्ट से.
Those little spams through the orb, A main have just been so clean for Meteor.
Nice.
I mean, he's 10-3 right now.
Yeah, he's dominating the server right now.
And we expect Texture to be the guy, right? We talk so much about Texture and how he's going to be the answer to Wood and who's going to be able to challenge this kid, and it's Meteor who's just taking
यहाँ पे
the
बहुत
shot.
आसपास की याद आती
Play it's online. Op shot rattles off. Doesn't connect. But can Wood find any success with his ult?
We saw how deadly he could be in that last series. That icebox clip is one for the books.
I don't think Gen.G are interested in reading it, though. Look at Munchkin.
Nah.
Active, and it can. It's Meteor.
Nice.
More than halfway to his ult again.
गाइस जो भी दो बंदे देख रहे हैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर जॉइनिंग स्ट्रीम लाइक कर देना भाई साहब सब्सक्राइब कर देना इट विल बी हेल्प
And another disadvantage for Heretics. They're down 2 members once more, Doug.
भाई 3v4 इसका तो वैसे एचपी कम है बस फिर भी कुछ भी कर सकता है 3v4 है भाई लेजेंड ओह नाइस नाइस ना ना ओह नाइस शॉट 3v3 ओह नाइस Gen.G OP भाई Gen.G OP
Maybe can deal a little bit of damage.
Nice.
But not even that. A 6-0 lead for Gen.G. Heretics have already called a timeout.
And knife for knife, Texture, best Woot in that Jet anime duel. It wasn't too crazy. Texture had the updraft still. Woot didn't have his. But still, moments like that, they sink into your head.
Nice.
Beautiful. Nice control, nice poise from Texture in that backside A. And he's been an absolute menace on A main. Just now, we're seeing him flip the map. He's gonna up in B main, get info there. He's now enabled. They're scared of Meteor. The duo in tandem just switching sites, switching positions.
I'd be scared of him too.
Especially with this little off angle he's holding, waiting for anybody to creep on up, walk right into the crosshair. Benji Fishy doesn't want none of that.
Woot just shot an op into halls to clear the drone. So now they know, at least they have a better understanding of what's on the other side. Woot wasn't able to find anything going with the blades. Maybe the op will tell a different story.
God, Meteor's just walked all the way down mid as you were talking about all that.
I bet.
So aggressive, the reposition in the mid round.
He's liked to play around this map. Remember a couple
guys, जो भी दो बंदे देख रहे हैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर जॉइनिंग स्ट्रीम गाइस लाइक कर देना
Now he's got the TP towards A.
Dog and Halls will get some value, but it's going to be the fight in mid that's going to be the deciding factor in this round.
Nice!
He comes out on top.
Benji Fishy gets the best Munchkin on the other side as well. Heretics.
Nice, भाई operator. Nice.
And it's about time.
भाई दिखा दिया TH ने कि हम पे भी है दम भाई. TH.
They're handing over the spike to Boo so he can get the spike down, get the ult online, carry that into the next round.
Nice.
There you go, success found.
And they're in a tough spot right now.
ये लोग सोच के बैठे थे कि भाई वहाँ पे जाएंगे वही
करेंगे. But if you drop all your weaponry right now, you're not going to have much left in the tank. You're going to have a scrappy buy, light armors.
You almost can't afford to.
Yeah.
And so maybe they get one, and that's when they decide to cut their losses. But as I say that, it does seem like Heretics are getting a little bit active. You've got the dart that just hit backside from Rien's to make sure that he wasn't there. Benji Fishy's also on the prowl. This is risky. When you're down this big, every dollar counts. And I don't think Texture knows.
Already फटने तो वाला ही है.
So many angles you have to clear.
Nice.
Of course he knows.
भाई Gen.G.
Yes, it's at just the right time. So Benji Fishy falls, but Heretics on the board. They got around, and they did so their own way. Right? You think about it, it wasn't really anything crazy. They won their individual fights on different areas across the map. That bodes well.
Like a crazy shots,
man.
Nice.
It was the dog through halls that kind of distracted members of Gen.G.
Nice.
Allowed everybody else to creep on up forward. Boo in that mid-orb fight, that was his
but
first
TH ने जो एक shots
So you're 100% correct. The fan favorites, they take the first round for themselves.
Gen.G still with the Kozu lead, and Op still in the hands of Texture. Wood has his own.
Way more aggressive this time around is Texture.
That trip will keep him at bay. And then even if that's cleared, you've got a cam further up the hall. And the toggle's right on cue.
And the thing is, Doug, I think Heretics are reading into the fact that Texture has been opting towards this B main area because he hasn't been peeking A main like he has been doing the last, first 5 rounds of the half.
Sure.
So the macro game of Heretics are starting to understand how Gen.G are set up, and it's kind of been giving them the advantage, at least in that last round.
If they decide to go A, they're going to have to reckon with the 2 Astra Stars that are sitting at their feet.
I've got your trail.
But the Seekers invested the wall.
Smoke कर दिया Texture. भाई Texture का अलग ही गेम प्ले होता है मैंने देख ली.
Locky with the Hunter's Fury out, it's going to be traded. Kind by Rien's, but they're starting to get the kills they need. They've gotten 2.
भाई फिर से 4v3 है 4v3.
Still trying to dance around the site. Keep a close eye on the minimap. Benji Fishy has gotten all the way.
Nice.
He might be able to cause problems. Now going through the door, Texture
Nice.
on the outside, still lands a shot onto Boo. And now a 2v2 as the spike goes down.
भाई टेक्सचर अच्छा खेल रहा है.
That flash is so good. Munchkin has to wait for Texture to join the party.
टेक्सचर का है.
30 HP, no armor. And Heretics in a really nice spot here, digging their heels into the site.
Oh.
But with such little health,
what
can Gen.G do?
Nice.
Munchkin falls. That's the weak one that's left. Does anyone swing the op? Yes, it does, and it doesn't matter. Patatech puts a bullet between his eyes as Heretics get their second.
2 rounds in a row now for Team Heretics. And the deciding factor was the layered utility. Seekers, Dog, Dart comes out. Even the late drone that they still had from Marians at the end there.
Yeah, and the Soval too.
Yep. So much follow-up utility to just smother everybody playing on the actual A site. And then the
nice shot, ball.
Coming back into the hands of Patatech, swinging into the Oppa Texture, who has been an absolute freak this map so far.
जो कि तुम बंदे देख रहे बहुत मशहूर किया guys. For joining this team.
And now they're reading the map really well. Boo is doing a good job of IGLing. Once more, not hitting the site where the operator is at.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like they can see through the walls. As soon as the op switches back over to A, Heretics a step ahead of it. Decide that they want to take a different look, a different approach.
I think a lot of people out there, myself included, get so blinded by the fact that Heretics have these shooters, have these stars.
भाई opponent में Cypher है ना, मतलब TH के पास Cypher है ना, तो Cypher में क्या होगा ना, डिफेंडिंग में घुसने नहीं देंगे B side पे.
Their coaching staff does a really good job of prep.
घुसने नहीं देंगे legit.
Find some cover, Texture. They're looking for you.
And that's info gathered that the op is confirmed at A main. He's not pushed off of that line though.
Oh, he gets dropped by Rians.
Nice. कहाँ से मारा भाई?
I'd love to see that one back.
Yeah. And again, Heretics finding success early in the round. Another numbers advantage. Surely he doesn't take his TP, right? That's a second one he sent down there. The first one was a fake. That's a fake too. That's enough to slow you down and make you think twice about it. But Heretics now wanting to go B. Can they get past Munchkin? The spam is good onto the first and onto the second. Benji Fishy's there on the trade, yes, but it's a 3v3. It's going to be by the time he arrives, the round will likely be over. He can't get in.
What was that from Meteor? The run and gun on the first kill. Consolidates his aim, secures the second. He's here to win it all, man.
Careful now.
Oh, Meteor caught by
nice shot.
Benji Fishy showing that he can wield the op as well. But Gen.G will get to 7.
14-6. Second Yoru ult online and available. Here's that entry. Oh my gosh. Texture didn't even stand a chance, but it was the B anchors, the B setup, that clone following up. And then Meteor pushing all the way through, smelling blood in the water.
Into the next we go. Op still in the hands of Woot.
Cutting through.
Carried over by Benji Fishy. Boo has his pit. Maybe they play around that here. That's just so tough when you think about Meteor's ult. It's such a good counter to that. And shot delivered.
Nice shot, bhai. Bhai, what the heck? क्या कर रहे हो भाई Gen.G वालों? मतलब फिर Texture.
Halfway through.
भाई Texture आसपास को टक्कर देता है भाई legit touch.
Their faces, but Rians continues to push.
Texture मर गया फिलहाल.
And it's just a freeze to the round now. Everyone grouping up. Bomb is alone in halls. But he's going to be met by the force of Lakia.
So what will
first teammates to come up mid-door.
He's quietly put together a really nice map so far. Oh, Rian's getting close line on the other side. Boo not allowed to get into the site. As the door gets toggled once more. They have found some passage out. But they still haven't gotten the main objective down. That's a big swing out from Boo as Lakia falls. Can he find anything else as he pushes around? What a shot from Karon.
No. Bhai, Jord, bhai, GG. Gen.G, GG.
Backside, eh? Protecting his teammate who was stuck stairs. There was the distraction again. for Gen.G. They make you look at so many different angles as you're entering into these sites. And this mid in the beginning,
Bhai, ye jo shots
contact from the tunnel set the clone up while Texture was holding his elbow the entire time. And at the end here, Karan, the spray control, looking so good.
We haven't talked about him a ton, but he's putting up a really nice performance as well. Everyone on the side of Gen.G is delivering, and that's what leads to this 8-2 score. That's what leads to Heretics calling their second time out of the map in round 11.
And keep in mind, this isn't a map that Heretics play often. And when they do, I mean, I think it's, what, like a Neon or Yoru comp that they normally run, but they have to go for the Jet here because they have Woot, who has been, I mean, absolutely astonishing this entire tournament. He's first in almost every single stat for duelists.
TH ने फिर से टाइम आउट किया भाई. कितना टाइम आउट लो for TH.
Going on to this Jet pick. But the Sky, it's not getting as much value as I'm sure Heretics thought it would get going into this matchup, going into this series. Keep in mind, it is only the first half. Maybe they got some things cooked up on the defensive side.
Gen.G 3-0
over Heretics. It's one of the few.
भाई Gen.G के supporter ही ज़्यादा है, क्या ही कर सकते.
But I mean, that guy might be right. The way it looks so far, Gen.G look incredible. I think we've got to mention though, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. (12-4) for Texture. The op still online. Currently posted up A.
Oh.
This Molly, as soon as Munchkin can get some contact, does such a good job of delaying.
Nice.
Yeah, it's just deny any rush off the
Gen.G का चल रहा है.
That allows time for that Yoru TP to go all the way in the back of B side. So if they do actually commit, he can be there. There's a third member there. As all that's happening, Lakia gets info on Benji Fishy and Halls. A triple shock dart.
84.
That's not something you see every day.
No, I thought that thing was going to soar right past him.
He's got the angles down, the geometry.
Heretics quietly.
चार बंदे एक साथ घुस रहे हैं भाई.
And it's looking that way. Another opportunity for him to strike into the hearts of Heretics once more.
Someone needs to break his dart.
A quick step back. Fox the dash. The flash through. Meanwhile, who's the one?
Nice texture, bhai OP.
He's had his number the entire time. Gen.G are obliterating Heretics on this half.
Nice shot, bhai.
So bright right now for Gen.G. A smoke comes out in main off the dog. There's a suck to follow up. Nobody from Heretics can come out and support Woot, who just dashed onto site. There's a dart behind them as well that allows everybody backside to just get some free kills. I mean, it's just too hard to entry against a comp like this. You have to try to bait out some of this Astra utility early on. Maybe catch him on a cooldown. Maybe catch him so he doesn't have that suck available or the stun. And just like that, Meteor is slowly Texture is slowly creeping up to Meteor's score. 16 kills for Meteor, 14 for Texture. But it's all gonna rely on the control on this B site. Meteor's here.
So much value here as well. I mean, forget about the dastardly duo of Meteor and Texture.
No.
The value that Munchkin can provide, that Karan can provide. Another kill found. Patatek and Boo have to try to make something of this.
One enemy
but they've got
nice shot.
They've got them surrounded. They know where they are.
Nice. भाई ये तो मरना ही था.
Firing from all cylinders is Gen.G. Every single member pulling their part, doing their part in this.
Guys, जो भी दो बंदे देख रहे हैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. लाइक कर देना, सब्सक्राइब.
He didn't even have to.
Yeah, you didn't have to do much there.
नींद बहुत आ रहा है guys, एक सेकंड.
You think about his history and you think about his story so much as Lakia, and what a wild ride he's had. We've actually got an Omen player moment standing by.
half time.
Brain a little bit right now.
I'm from Gen.G Sports, 라키야. G2가 로터스를 굉장히 좋아하는 맵인 걸 알고 있었고, 그리고 굉장히 좋은 전적이 있었던 맵이었기 때문에 픽을 했었던 것 같고요. 저희는 예상을 했었고, 저희의 이제 로터스를 다시 제대로 보여줬던 차례가 됐었던 것 같습니다. G2 전에 상대가 매우 따라오는 게 힘들었었는데 이번에는 그런 일 없도록 저희가 더 신경 써서 잘하고 저희의 퍼포먼스를 더 보여드리겠습니다.
It would seem as G2 look to keep themselves in this half. Nice. Can find 2 quick kills, however. suddenly starts answering back. So two rifles in play. Wide swing out.
No way.
Taken down. Munchkin finds one. Hunter's Fury out. Icy. The tap on. Munchkin on the swing. Bails them out.
테르틱이 현재 제 기준에서는 결승에 올라올 것 같은 팀 중 하나고요. 선수들이 굉장히 잘한다고 느끼고 있고, 네, 그리고 저희랑 아직 붙어보지 않았으니까 결승에서 한번 좋은 경기 펼쳤으면 좋겠습니다. 많은 유럽, NA 그리고 중국까지 이제 많은 지역들을 만나게 됐는데 그런 상대들로 이제 이겨서 결승에 진출해서 매우 기쁜 것 같고, 네, 결승전도 이제 잘 준비해서 해야 될 것 같습니다.
What a tumultuous journey he's been on. And again, we mentioned it in the first half, Dre. He's quietly putting together a very impressive game. He mentioned in the interview there, he just wants to have a good game in the finals. And Lakia, my brother, you're good so far. A 10-2 half for Gen.G. What a start.
Yeah, the toughness of Gen.G throughout this entire tournament, throughout even the
3,
stage that they
2,
had. I mean, it was tough.
1.
They started off, I think, the season like with only one win. They were 1-3. They brought it back.
Time to jump.
Made it all the way here to Shanghai, and now this is the half that they just seem to just own teams
ये
on.
भाई
Where
इधर
they
तरफ
drive
जा रहा है
this
लेकिन
attacking side of Breeze. Munchkin calls such a good game here with this Astra. You'll see them deny a lot of info in mid. In the mid round, usually.
Sure.
And slow starts like this, always. This is the bread and butter for them.
Yeah, Patatek invested the dog at the beginning of the round, spotted where Karen was. And it seems like Gen.G want to lean back into it anyway, knowing that they've been spotted on some of the presence. I love this call. You make the Viper wall go up A. It suggests a split going through double doors. He might even put his body on the line to sell the damn thing. Benji Fishy falls, but look at where the spike is. Look at where the rest of Gen.G are. All attention turning towards B. They're going to waltz in, and Munchkin might win the round by himself on the other side.
Nice shot.
He's a man on a mission.
No one can connect on him. He's like Neo.
Here.
And now he just holds bottom mid by himself. I mean, you're right. He 100% won the round by himself, but either way, the macro is in favor of Gen.G this entire round. What can Boo and Rians do to consolidate, do anything? But
nice
with 4, the IGL.
Not able to deliver on the ace. What a gift that would have been, but Lakia cleans it up.
भाई एस था वेगस किसी का एस था एस चुरा
anything else on the second half either.
The slowest of starts for Team Heretics. I mean, their aim isn't even there right now. They need to just start getting any type of rounds they can, any type of gun duels. I mean, Munchkin, he should be dying here for sure. But good on him with the movement that he had, the little left and rights with the Sheriff. It could be so powerful. I mean, 2 body shots, he gets a headshot there through the wall. But either way, Munchkin set that round up perfectly.
He really did. The call was exceptional. The execution was somehow even sweeter. You gotta go back to the tail of the tape as we put together this beautiful story of Texture up against Wood, and what a clash that would be. Wood is currently sitting at 4-12 or something like that. Meanwhile, Texture and Media have sung their praises so many times. The song has got to be like a leaky faucet in the mind. But they might be able to close this thing. At least this round. They've got a pretty big numbers advantage. Lucky and Meteor are the only 2 alive. They've dealt with one of this 2-headed beast in Texture, but Meteor still healthy. Now taking some damage. Feeling the pressure. He will get cleaned up by Woot.
Nice. 4v1 है.
20 HP. That's way too big of an ask.
चलो भाई.
And a thrifty for Team Heretics. Gen.G, they did a good job early on using the drone, getting the info on a site. But Rians, he opened it up for his team.
Undefeated.
That Sheriff headshot right off the rip. That allows him to come in with that Marshall, just get a bunch of tags on players, make it actually a fair fight.
Guys, जो भी टीम में देख रहे हैं, बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया for joining the stream. Like कर देना guys, subscribe कर देना, it would be help. बाकी enjoy the stream. आज तो भैंस की मजा आ रहा है Gen.G जीतते हुए देखने में, but
it's big for Woot. That's big for Heretics.
We actually got this.
Actually got this.
The vibes are still good, so if you're a Heretics fan out there, which I'm sure there are many and plenty.
Undisputed.
Not too dim, not too gloom.
Oh.
Maybe they can yet sing a song.
Ah, nice. Oh.
It's the same dog we saw from the previous round.
Nice.
This time a little bit of a jump spot. Has to be really careful about trying to get out now. You know he's gonna have to do that 2-3 times and then still not really feeling safe about it.
As all this is happening, there's been a complete walkdown through middle.
भाई सोवा का इशू बहुत लेजेंड बहुत कम है भाई सोवा जो भी 3 बंदे हैं चैट पे अगर आ सकते हो तो बातें चीतें भी कर सकते हो और बाकी एंजॉय द स्ट्रीम लाइक कर देना सब्सक्राइब कर देना भाई 11-3 है भाई नहीं भाई इतना लगता है बट ठीक है फिर भी कोशिश करने वालों की कभी नहीं हार होती नाइस शॉट भाई भाई नाइस शॉट
on the exchange though.
Oh,
got you. Tagged him. I wonder if he can hit the spam. No.
भाई स्मोक के अंदर बैठा है साइफर इधर से बस कैमरा में देख रहा है.
Utility cleared, but space gained from Gen.G.
Sorry.
And these are the scary moments when Gen.G gets onto this B site, and Texture has this Guardian. He can really activate.
They're down in numbers, they're down in weapons, but this is winnable. It's going to be big on Heretics to execute. Another one traded back as Boo falls. Oh, this is big.
Legit भाई मारा मारे चल.
Can't respond back. Lakia with the ghost spots the second but can't deliver the
guys
shot.
जो भी एक दो बंदे देख रहे हैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया जल्दी स्ट्रीम गाइस लाइक कर देना सब्सक्राइब कर देना इट विल बी हेल्प बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया
anti-eco slow rounds where they like to feel out the map, and it's all because it paints a better picture
so
for
much
Munchkin later on in the
undisputed.
half. You're going to see him pull out all the stops in a match like this. This is it. This is the final. They want to take this first map win. Get the momentum in their favor completely. And the best way to do that is completely decimating your opponent on your map pick.
You saw Woot get a little bit active, get online. This last couple of rounds, a couple of nice shots with the Marshall. Now with the op.
Here.
Now trained A.
Here.
And of course, that's where Gen.G's headed. A 4-1 approach, it looks like.
Smoke तो कर रहा है, मतलब blind तो दे रहा है.
They normally invest a dart with this.
Well,
it's better than any dart you could possibly ask for, because who can find a timing? Because he saw through. Oh, has to dash away. I thought he was going to try to land the shots. Almost gets punished for the high ground. He tries taking. Meteor so far up here. What can Riens do?
Spike planted.
Playing close by as Patatek has fallen.
Nice.
Got Boo has joined. But they've gotten the spike down, and as you mentioned in the previous round, this is where Gen.G are successful. This is where they're at their best.
Nice shot.
Spam through the smoke.
High nice shot,
bhai. As well.
Crazy shot.
Have to force back to try to get this 2v5.
Guys, अरे nice shot.
Situation. So many things.
1v4. अरे.
Just too many. Gen.G map point.
Meteor is an absolute animal right now, Doug.
Guys, हमारे हो चुके 7 votes और 4 like बहुत गलत बात है. Like ठोको guys.
Off of the drone here. Didn't even need to see him. He heard the audio cue.
Nice shot.
Takes his time.
Nice shot.
3 on the round, and honestly, Karon, he was the one that opened up
Undisputed.
that entire round. He killed the rotated Patatek in mid. While all that commotion was going on at A main, that Yoruwalt getting all this info, Karon cut off the rotations. No cavalry could be arrived.
Lakia has this ult, Munchkin's close to his. Those two alone, I mean, those two can secure the map.
Yeah. This drone will get the info onto Woot as well. To secure that orb. If they want, they're a little wary though, for good reason. They know they have gun advantage into this round. They know Heretics have to force up whatever they can, and these close range fights, that's where the main problem could lead.
Guys, जो भी 3 बंदे देख रहे हैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया for joining the stream. Like कर देना, subscribe कर देना.
Didn't really get any.
भाई दोनों देख रहे हो कैंपिंग कूम्पिंग चल रही है भाई. कैंपिंग कूम्पिंग.
For all the utility of Heretics to be thrown.
Another flash used, not getting any info.
Pila.
Check it with his face. He's gonna get plenty of idea of what's on the other side. But you see them on the mini map.
Smoke करते हुए. Nice. भाई स्टिंगर पे फेल दी दोनों को.
Riens gets in on it as well.
भाई टेक्सचर बचा है. Nice. भाई nice. TH भाई अब खेल गया TH. अब खेल गया TH.
can't help but feel like it is.
Guys, जो भी 3 बंदे देख रहे हैं बहुत बहुत
work from Patatek
guys,
slashing
like
down
करते हैं,
the
subscribe
2
करते हैं,
players in A main with that stinger. I talked
Yeah.
about how close quarter combat can favor that gun. And he played it to near perfection. Look at this replay right here. I mean, that's more than ideal when you're running that gun.
For sure.
Nice
You gotta
slam,
settle it just enough. And
Nice shot.
So satisfying when it hits like that.
Patatek close to his ult. It's a big one too, as you think about how Gen.G like to play at the beginning of these rounds. Any info that you can gather is valuable.
It's a faster approach from Gen.G. They've been sitting back for quite a bit of rounds.
Oh.
Meteor, I mean, he's so disrespectful right now, and I don't blame him.
Look at Woot. Oh, look at Woot. He tried
Nice.
doing the same thing.
Nice.
Both Sovas almost caught in their utility, but Locky is the one that falls. And now the Seekers.
अरे nice shot. भाई साहब. भाई 1v4 है भाई. ना उसमें भी कॉट हो गई. Nice. भाई TH कर रहे हैं अभी comeback भाई. TH कह रहा है वो बहुत हो गया, चलो मैच. अब करेंगे comeback.
Yeah, at least secured the follow-up kill.
जो भी 3 बंदे देख रहे हैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर ज्वाइनिंग द स्ट्रीम. लाइक कर दो, सब्सक्राइब कर दो गाइस. थ्रू शॉट भाई साहब.
Oh my goodness.
भाई एक के बाद एक शॉट भाई.
That's the Woot we know.
ये क्या बना है मेरे को दिखा.
And suddenly Gen.G calling their first time out.
हाँ, Gen.G ने अब लिया टाइम. कह रहे 12 से हम हार कैसे रहे? 12 से सीधा वो 6 कैसे हो जा रहा है? हमको जितना चाहिए था.
Using their ults to combo it, just get onto the site, get that
यही तो
Viper's
गेम है ब्रदर.
They have so many good that they're
TH
going into this next round.
मैं भाई टेक्सचर का फैन हूँ क्योंकि टेक्सचर ने इतना तगड़ा कंपटीशन दिया है उसको एस्पास को. लेजिट एस्पास ओपी भाई. एस्पास ओपी
has been such a good spark for this squad. And of course with Woot getting active as well.
Yeah.
With Woot coming online, there's always calls for hope.
And when you win the eco round like that, I mean, it's a round that you have no business winning, and you steal it away. It gives you the confidence to now build up your own economy. All of a sudden, Gen.G has scrappy buys every other round because it's just disaster when you invest so many guns into the round like that and you lose it. So although we were on a timeout, it's going to be a little bit of a scrappy buy. I imagine the main strat for that timeout is going to be
गाइस जो भी 2 बंदे देख रहे हैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर ज्वाइनिंग द स्ट्रीम. लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब.
He has the knives available next round.
Oh.
Over the top, they've been caught once more.
Nice भाई.
Oh, but it seems like they're happy to take that fight, happy to get caught with them. Now the drone over the top from Lakia. Patatek still trying to hold the
Nice
line.
shot.
Rian's over his shoulder. Now you're gonna have
गाइस
to
जो भी 3 बंदे देख रहे हैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर ज्वाइनिंग द स्ट्रीम. अरे भाई साहब. अल्ट अरे मरा भाई. नाइस शॉट. Nice.
left alive to try to convert this, and Boo's making a run at it. They've invested the neural theft.
2v3 है 2v3 है. बट वाइपर का 4%.
And they're gonna rotate away.
And just Munchkin staying right here.
Undisputed.
Heretics have to keep one player there. That's why you see Boo just stuck. Like he's in mud. And now a late lurk that can be a thorn in the side of Heretics. Benji Fishy, he's wrapping around himself.
He might catch a timing here. All of his utility is still up, but it seems like they've managed to navigate the landmines and get to the other side. So Boo and Benji Fishy with a borderline impossible task put in their laps. But they're so weak.
गाइस जो भी 3 बंदे देख रहे हैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर ज्वाइनिंग द स्ट्रीम. अरे भाई साहब क्या शॉट भाई. सब्सक्राइब कर देना गाइस. मजा बहुत तो आ रहा होगा. हम खेलते हैं.
Shorty's got to go, and he's got to go now. One away from the pit, spots the first, understands where the second is, but he can't.
Gen.G ने जीत लिया है अपना पहला मैच.
Heretics put up a fight. Yeah, they made it interesting at the end, but Gen.G able to slam the door, able to keep the lead in this best of 5. Icebox on the other side of this. We'll see you guys there.
Icebox. 아우야. Undisputed. अरे undisputed. और जैसे undefeated. भाई जो बंदे देख रहे हैं अभी भी बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर ज्वाइनिंग द स्ट्रीम गाइस। अरे मेरा वो तो आ जाओ। 2-3 बंदे जो भी देख रहे हैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर ज्वाइनिंग द स्ट्रीम। बहुत सारे बंदे अभी वो कर भाई बद्दा देखो बुलबुल भाई मतलब बुलबुल मैडम जो भी है आप मेरे को नहीं पता ना ये सब चीजें और ना ही मेरा चैट में कोई ये सुनने में वो है यूज टू है। तो इस चीज के लिए क्या होता है कि वो फर्क पड़ जाता है ना। तो इसीलिए मैं कह रहा हूँ कि वो थोड़ा छोटे मोटे बात का ध्यान रखा कीजिए क्योंकि कभी कभी होता है कि कभी कभी कुछ भी हो सकता है इसीलिए। गाइस जो भी 2 बंदे देख रहे हैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर ज्वाइनिंग स्ट्रीम गाइस। अनडिस्प्यूटेड ओवर जैसे अनडिफीटेड जैसे अनडिस्प्यूटेड 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 ओवर जैसे अनडिस्प्यूटेड ओवर जैसे अनडिस्प्यूटेड। Undisputed. Savage undisputed. Just undisputed. Just undisputed. गाइस 1 सेकंड मैं 1 सेकंड के लिए वो देख लूं। अभी 2 मिनट बाद ये लोग स्टार्ट करेंगे। मेट्रो इज ऑन फायर। Undisputed. Undisputed. Just say undisputed. So it should be undisputed. Undisputed. So just say undisputed. Just और फिर जैसे undisputed. गाइस जो भी 2 बंदे देख रहे हैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर ज्वाइनिंग द स्ट्रीम गाइस। लाइक कर देना, सब्सक्राइब कर देना, इट विल बी हेल्प। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। अभी मैच स्टार्ट होने में कुछ ही वक्त बचे हैं। वो नया आइस बॉक्स जो लग रहा है मैप पे पता नहीं क्या लग रहा है बट लग रहा है। जो भी लग रहा है लगने दो। फालतू में क्यों वो करना। Undisputed. Just undisputed. Just undisputed. Just undisputed. ऊपर से undisputed. ऊपर से undisputed. लग गया guys. चलो चलते हैं तुम लोग को अगले उस पे ले चले.
Congratulations on that first map. Now, I wanted to know, there's a lot of talk about the mental preparation of Gen.G coming into this grand finals. How has the mentality of the team changed?
감독님, 이번 대회 때 특히나 멘탈적인 부분을 많이 강조하셨는데 감독님 보시기에 선수들의 멘탈적인 부분이 훨씬 더 강해진 것 같나요?
사실 저희가 그 부분에 있어서 얘기를 많이 하다 보니까 얘기를 많이 하다 보니까 확실히 좀 더 생각 나는 것 같고 더 강해지게 된 것 같아요. 네.
It's something that we constantly talk about and put a lot of time into. We're very conscious about having a strong mentality, being able to reset our mentality. So because of that, I think we're very aware of the mental state that we're in and also have a strong mentality.
Thank you very much for your time. Let's see if Gen.G can manage to close out Icebox this time.
Icebox this time.
It's strong mentality and also a strong start here for Gen.G in the grand finals. I'm Yingsun right back here once again with Josh, RT, Kakuka and Mimi. We don't see Gen.G winning the first map all that often, so perhaps the work they've been putting into there, getting a better even mentality has really paid off.
But this is what we expected, at least from my side on Breeze, right? Like especially that first half, they knew everything to a T. The rotations were very quick coming in from Meteor, and maybe Heretics was just not really prepared to play against this composition and this map in general.
I'm glad you mentioned Meteor because here he is in the Verizon high-speed moment for the day. Mimi, he was getting so many first kills as well.
Yeah, Meteor has always been pretty incredible on the defensive side on this map, and in others when he's playing the Killjoy too. I was super impressed with how Gen.G was playing around these constant B execs that Team Heretics was pulling out. I think they do a great job of finding that gap in the execute and even going for like really surprising forward plays like Meteor does in this round to get an advantage even when that B side is the weaker side, which I feel like makes them pretty tough to play against, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, but Heretics ran into a brick wall of like a really strong two-man site hold, and their rotation would come in just to affect the play a little bit, and that's the story of their defense.
Yeah, and it's a map that, I mean, a lot of us thought that Gen.G would
OP
take.
Gagan, hello, hello.
Heretics,
OP Gagan,
Icebox is up next. Before we jump into that map, let's take
hello,
a
OP
look
Gagan,
at
welcome
the
back to the
Aim
stream.
Lab shoot around. Here is Wood. Didn't really quite come online just yet, but plenty of opportunities for him to do so as we head on to Icebox.
Oh yeah, exactly. I think that Icebox is a map where he feels extremely comfortable. Yes, to me, probably for them this was just a little bit of a warm-up. It's something that they knew would happen and they didn't expect much because of the preparation, but in Icebox it has to be something different, right? I also think that the perspective in which the teams look at the map is a bit different. Heretics just loves to play for that retake. On the other side, we have a Gen.G that will go to that early aggression, a little bit to what we have been seeing on Breeze, right? Because actually, it was the fact that Heretics could not get the spike down, one of the reasons why they were able to get so many rounds.
Well, we heard from Coach Solo already, so let's hear what Coach Neil Zenio had to say ahead of Icebox.
I'm here right now with Neil Zenio of Team Heretics. Neil Zenio, I'm really curious, what do you think went wrong in that first map, and how are you going to ensure it doesn't carry over to the next one?
I think for me it's quite simple. We haven't had that many reps on the map, especially with this roster. That definitely played a part in it, but for me and what we spoke about in there was like our fundamentals just kind of went out the window. We got lost in the occasion, I think, a little bit, and we just didn't do the basics right. We weren't communicating, we were taking 1v1 fights everywhere around the map. And I think in the end, we started waking up a little bit, but it was just too little too late. So we just calmed down, we reset, and now it's our map. So this is it, like it's make or break. We need to get back into the game, and that's what the boys are going to do.
All right, excited to see it. Let's see if Team Heretics can make a comeback.
I mean, you heard the man, they just haven't had that many reps on Breeze. But Josh, you faced Heretics a few times, you've seen their Icebox. What do you think they need to do to bring this series back?
I think they have to enable Woot a little bit. Icebox is a very strong jet map, but also for texture too. I think the main things you have to look out for is actually their initiator differences here. I believe against the Gecko KO, and they have a Sova on their side. I would pay attention to how Gen.G is making their opens to see if texture gets a pick, or Woot is able to find the gaps in their utility to see if he can get a pick. Okay.
Yeah. I think also for Gen.G, when they're starting on this defensive side, something that they do really well is kind of proactive defense, setting Texture up for a lot of these forward fights, especially towards A and B main. They'll wait for that first cycle of ult, say that Silver Drone to come out and find these really good timings to re-clear with that double flash combo and Texture going forward. Team Heretics is going to have to be ready for that.
My eyes go directly into Lakia. He had a brilliant icebox last time that we saw them play it, but we know that Heretics, this is a map that they've been very, very comfortable, played it throughout the tournament 4 times. They've won every single one of them, even though some of them even went to overtime.
I think Gen.G's style is like very much a flood defense, but also like I said, they'll find those double flash moments to try to catch you off guard. I just want to see how
trophy. Well, as you heard it from Neil, this is it, do or die. If they don't win it here, Doug and Baby Bay, they're going to be 2-0 down in this very important grand final.
And what a dreadful nightmare that would be, but I think Kukuka set the stage for what should be a much more competitive map. Heretics have played Icebox so many times this tournament, and they have found success every step of the way. So yes, Breeze was a slaughter, and the score does not reflect how bad of a beating that was, but there was a little bit at the end there to cause some sort of excitement, and I think it all falls down on Woot. He took over the last time he played Icebox. He's got to deliver again.
Yeah, he's got that iconic clip that I mentioned earlier in the series on this map with the Jet. And he does a really good job of being able to finesse around these chokes. Get a lot of things done, especially on the attacking side. Especially towards yellow.
Oh, he's getting active again.
To
get ahead of things. But Woot's the one who walks away with 2.
Speak of the devil.
That's as good a start as you could ask for. It seemed like Gen.G wanted to stop the momentum before Heretics could get to
Gen.G ke to bande टपके इसके.
And of course, it's Woot who's able to cash in.
Punished, and that's a good sign for Heretics going into this Icebox map, because if you're already denying Gen.G that early aggression, it's going to make them play a little differently. And when you take players off of their game, I mean, that's when mistakes are made. That's when you have an opportunity to maximize on those mistakes.
You can tell for Gen.G there, the objective was not just necessarily to win the pistol, but it was to make a statement. Because Breeze wasn't enough, but well handled by Heretics. Now they're going to flip the map, head back A, undetected by the turret. They've got one of their own. Benji Fishy's posted his up, but Karen's on the prowl.
Is he going to smoke it off? I don't think he has a smoke available to do so.
Yeah.
But that knife landing, that opens up the window of opportunity. Decides to not go for it, though.
Yeah, decides to go back mid and try to approach things from a more conventional manner. Meteor trying to post up sight. The dart is cleared. Woot is dead. A little bit more foul for Meteor.
Nice,
Boo responds with 2.
Oh, bhai, Gen.G, bhai, legend Gen.G.
Meteor once more. The anchor that you could wish for. That molly. I mean, it cooked Woot up. Guy couldn't do anything. Yeah, he got the first 2 entries into the round, but when he dashed on his site, that Viper wall decays you enough to let this molly get so much value. I mean, he had no chance to even swing. And then the second on top of it.
Nice.
Getting away with bloody murder. Karen so steady at the end there to secure the pistol round win, and that looked like it was all signs.
Korean watch party देख रहे हो? Watch party उधर कोरिया में भी हो रहा है, इंडिया में नहीं कर रहे.
Texture again aggressive. I love the pace that Gen.G are playing this so far.
Yeah, even though they got punished on the pistol, when you secure a round like that, the confidence is back. Now you're willing to keep going for more. And Gen.G, they're reading into this. They're ahead of it, playing a bit of a retake setup on that ace. Boo!
Karen was the hero in the last round. He was the one who was able to secure it for Gen.G, but now sitting on the sideline, forced to watch, forced to wait.
No, nice shot. Nice shot!
And there's plenty more where that came from.
Right texture, okay, bhai.
The spike hits the ground. Patatek and Rians will have to force this thing back, and they've gotten into a 2v2, but with Sheriff.
Nice shot.
Converting on this. Can Texture snatch this thing back? Can he avoid catastrophe early on? He's gotten one. Rians,
1v1.
they know where he is. On the swing, into the bar.
Nice shot by George.
Clutch in the 4K for Texture.
Texture on fire.
Legit George, bhai.
He'll upgrade to a Guardian on top of it. What shots. That's exactly what you want as a Jet player when you're playing Icebox. You just keep going for broke, hit the flicks. When you're this close range with that Marshall, you can just opt to no scope. He only had one in the chamber there at the end, but He was so confident in that shot, in his abilities.
Breeze, icebox, it does not matter. It's all the same. Texture will not be denied.
Wait, though, it doesn't matter.
Oh. Again, looking to make a statement, has to dash away.
Texture counting
25
बहुत
HP. Thinks twice about the reaggress. I think part of the play was getting him involved there. Munchkin getting spotted by the drone. Has to
nice.
Back and Texture on the swing.
Texture on the swing always, brother.
I mean, he's a madman. He's 25 HP doing that. He's stuck around for so long to support his teammate in Nest. And all of a sudden, a rifle swap. Now Munchkin, he has full HP. He's able to have that M4. Phantom.
These pugnacious protocols from Gen.G at the beginning of the round have been so smothering for Heretics. But yes, they're down in numbers. They have such a strong weapon advantage here, though. It's just the Phantom, it's just the Guardian on the side of the defense, like you were saying.
Oh, बैठा ही already.
No way, right, Doug? No way.
Nah, Texture.
You're absolutely right, but Lakia filling in on the space behind it. Surely
Nice.
not expecting a second there. Crispy from Karan. Lakia might be able to cause a lot more problems if the timing is right. Got a little bit of utility, but it does not look like it will go checked. It does not look like it will go detected as Rians falls. Committing to the plant now.
Last player standing.
It's all on Boo. Yeah, he hit
Wait,
another. Turns away the flash. He's getting spammed. Getting peppered. There's no way for Boo to
Nice.
go. Another round stolen away by Gen.G.
Doug, we are
Gen.G
seeing
always OP,
a Gen.G
brother.
that is so online and ready for this. They want it so bad. Karan there, getting the trade in market. And oh, this was that first kill. Oh my gosh. Look at this.
Nice shot.
Insta. The follow-up, Meteor, protecting the back and forth, and then
one
that.
enemy remaining.
Just no chance for Patatek there.
There hasn't really been a chance for Heretics at all. Down 0-3 early.
Undisputed.
This spy's not great. You've got a hero rifle for Woot and a couple of stingers and sheriffs around it. Do they try to go aggressive again? Do Gen.G try to set the line of scrimmage a little bit further up?
Flash.
Of
On
course they
the.
will. See the flash, you see the darts.
Nice.
410 is theirs.
They're just staying here. They do not care whatsoever.
He's expecting the
Oh,
swing.
उसको पता था. Nice.
And meanwhile, Karan over the top, getting the best of Woot. That was the hero rifle. That was supposed to be the firework in the round.
Nice
shot.
shot.
Timing on the swing. Lakia as well.
5P. Oh.
Rian's able to get a little bit of something going on here, though.
2v4.
And they're all hunting. They all know he's there. Lakia's messing with him.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
They are different right now. This is a different Gen.G.
We
haven't seen this at all this tournament. They're running it down. Lakia jump swinging for his entire team. All 4 members are on top of the bomb right now, and Boo. He's gonna be left to his devices, but he really doesn't have much to work with here.
No, not at all.
Oh.
Still deals a little
Nice.
but it's traded back. That Phantom is just getting the best of him. They didn't have the weaponry there. They didn't have the positioning. And honestly, given how Gen.G have played this, given how Texture just continues to answer the call for Gen.G, I don't know that the weapons would have necessarily mattered.
You're right, and the Des talked about it, that double flash recoil
Nice
setup
shot.
that they do. This time it's
Nice.
not off the barrier. They feint that they're pushing all the way up. That causes a reaction from a drone
Nice
to come out.
shot. भाई एक ही जो शॉट मार रहा है एकदम चुनेश्वरी हम बस एक ही बात बोल रहे हैं नाइस शॉट भाई वो जो मार रहे हैं
I mean, if you turn the KO
hard.
flash, the Gecko flash is hitting you and vice versa. So it's just, it can be so difficult if you're caught in the open like that.
ये देखना ये ऑफ लिया है ना अभी हाँ टेक्सचर ने ऑफ लिया अब दिखाएगा ना टेक्सचर कोई फाड़ दिया
12
भाई
HP left, but Boo was able to stand strong.
That was so close.
A little bit of the aggression punished. The question is,
12
Gen.G
HP,
was
अरे.
on that. Where do they play elsewhere on the map? Meteor's going to fall B, so they have now found
5v3
success on
है.
both sides. Lakia, the one close by, you hear the orb was picked up. And now utility out. The flash over the top. The dart is there. Lakia able to stay covered behind the wall.
Nah.
You're not able to hide from that. You're not able to run from it.
भाई
How much more
साहब
can they do? They've gotten the spike down, but Munchkin and Karen are so outnumbered right now.
लगा है.
Munchkin manages to get away.
And yeah, they're just going to go back, try to save that operator that got taken down early on for Texture in the next round.
Yeah.
Their economy is good, though, so maybe you'll see Munchkin try to go for a couple exits, get closer to that ultor, but then if you look at the ult economy on the other side, I mean, he might not want to die at all because you might be feeding a KO ult, you might be feeding a Sova ult.
Yeah, you don't want to give those away.
Oh, he missed the jump for the up.
Unlucky.
ऐसे होता नहीं है भाई जब मैं भी करके देखा हूँ स्पीड में आना पड़ता है धीरे-धीरे जा रहा है ना नहीं होना
Oh, he makes it.
Second time's a charm. He's able to grab the op.
Tell you what, he can't be doing that on the new map, Doug.
TH.
Might fall to his death.
Take a look at that play one more time. Again, the aggression from Texture. That's caused so many problems for Heretics, but Boo, a really nice spot to respond there.
Yeah, a good round for Heretics. Spam through the smoke from Boo. Kind of just secured it. No retake being able to be made for Gen.G. Nothing to worry about if you're Gen.G, though. Your economy is still flourishing.
And the aggression continues to come.
Oh.
So bold, so
टेक्सचर ने दिखा दिया है भाई टेक्सचर कह रहे एक बार गलती होगी दूसरी बार नहीं
And you don't expect the same peak twice. I mean, he got
लेगा
punched
लेगा
last round. Why is he going for it
इसको
again?
पता है सोवा वहीं पे
Heretics
है he knows nice shot
Getting overwhelmed there.
A little overeager on that one.
Yeah, that aggression starting to punch them a little bit.
Targets destroyed.
And I think if there's going to be a way back into this map for Heretics, it has to be off of those things. They have to find a way to punch back.
Yeah, you have to punish.
Texture.
Slow down here for Heretics. They've lost Woot. They've lost their star. They've lost their go. A counter on the Thrash.
Nice.
Benji Fishy getting involved. Meteor's going to join the party late. One away from his ult.
ये आपके लिए जाएगा भाई
Not able to find lethality.
क्योंकि जगह पता है सब
Four
लोग
surrounding the site, four surrounding the spike. Meteor. No.
Nice भाई TH ने दिखा दिया है भाई दम थोड़ा
From Patatek specifically, when enemy teams have Thrash online, he'll use that KO ultimate to counteract it. This was
yes, वो वाला तगड़ा था
onto Wu. Really nice shot. But when he gets this kill onto Munchkin, it secures him that KO ult, denies the info being gathered from Lakia, and then they're able to just overwhelm everybody on the site.
Undisputed.
Again, Heretics finding a little bit of success, and it's much earlier in the schedule compared to what we saw on Breeze. It's a little while before there was any cause for hope. But now Heretics injecting a little bit of space into the situation. Bullion starting to invest utility to keep that aggression back from Texture, who's sitting on the opposite side of the map right now. The lockdown used. Heretics now have a question they have to answer, and they don't have a ton of time to answer. Do you choose to fight? Do you try to clear it, or do you take a step back?
And if you go the other way, which Gen.G, that's what they want you to do, you're going to run into Texture, but the double back from Heretics, it's a smart play so far from them.
उसमें भी दो बंदे देख रहे बहुत शुक्रिया for joining the stream guys अबे उसके सिर पे मार दिया भाई
of Heretics. The time is running down a little bit low here, Doug.
With 50 seconds left, I think a couple of options they can consider. Do they stay here? Do they try to flip?
30 seconds left.
Yeah, there's a good chance there's an op on the other side, but the persistence might be a factor. He's invested.
Nice.
He has a meal of it, but Heretics is there to respond. The lockdown will go off. Texture will show up, but he will be late. With op in hand and blades, in case he decides to invest. In case he decides
Texture I guess एक operator से कर सकते हैं
They just don't have the same financial luxury they did before.
Yeah, and Heretics in these post-plant scenarios, they play it very disciplined. That's how they've been winning a lot of the matches they've done. Part of the fundamentals, part of that macro gameplay that I was talking about. And that's why you see Texture not even going for it. Had Heretics maybe pushed up a little bit and he got a kill, maybe that could be a window of opportunity. Pop those knives, go in. But they're not giving him anything.
Yeah, that 1v2 feels much easier to try to navigate.
Yeah. And it's a big
फटा
contrast from the start of this match so far, Doug.
वो सेव कर रहा है भाई, उसका ऑपरेटर ज्यादा महंगा है, ये सब फटा
From Gen.G. Now they've slowed it down, they figured it out. Weathered the storm of all the utility and the swings on A site. And all of a sudden like that, we're within one round.
The replay.
I think a lot of it has been them fighting fire with fire. I mean, Lakia could have.
He had such a good opportunity there to honestly secure the round.
Yep.
But sometimes the bullets, they just don't go the right way.
I mean, the roller coaster of emotions that this arena just went through was ridiculous. The timeout called from Gen.G, 1 round separating these two. The aggression that they were throwing into the face of Heretics round after round to kick off Icebox, you're right, has been a little bit weathered. They took it on the chin a couple of times, but now able to respond back, to stand strong, stalwart in their approach. And a lot of it has been, Dre, off of the utility that they're investing in kind. All of the darts and the drones.
25 सेकंड का वो लेट है गाइस, जो भी बंदे देख रहे हैं बहुत शुक्र गुजार स्ट्रीम गाइस, 10 लाइक सॉरी वोट्स हो चुके हैं हमारे, 5 लाइक है, 10 कर दो प्लीज.
Use the drone late because they understand that Munchkin has been using that knife early on at A main.
जेन ने फिर से लिया था, वो कह रहा है हमारे बात ना पास
closer up.
3v4
get picked off by anybody, like, you know, Texture getting set up by flashes, etc. And the rest of the team now, they're just waiting a little bit back, letting that drone get all the info for them. And then they have the utility advantage, like you mentioned. There have been a lot of questionable fights from the side of Gen.G. A lot of solo swings.
Keep up the
Munchkin going for right clicks through the
great
wall.
work.
If there's players on the receiving end of that, they do have a chance and they could mow them down. I mean, but Heretics, they're playing it very well right now.
अरे
Early dart cleared.
Oh.
भाई टेक्सचर को मार दिया भाई.
It's a very similar setup. It's been on Texture to send a shudder down the spine of Heretics. Now he's the one sitting on the sidelines.
What can Lakia do?
It's so
भाई
quiet.
सन्नाटा,
Gen.G
legit
continue to
सन्नाटा.
regress.
And if they do, Benji Fishy's playing anti. There's 2 players, even Rians.
Yeah.
He's playing anti. And I think that he'll pop the Soul Vault from all the way back here to catch out anybody in that lane of fighting.
Yeah, if they commit.
Yeah.
If they send. We've talked about how good this flash combo has been from Lakia and Munchkin. The knife giving things away.
I don't even think he meant to hit the knife there. I think it was for sight, but it works out in their benefit. It tagged both players. And that forces Gen.G to have to back up.
And Heretics will just continue to push forward off of that. They've got Boo with his pit, but he's a little bit further back. Knife clear, dart out, Heretics forward. It's just Munchkin who's playing backside. Lakia's a little further off, and he is the first to fall. Pad attack with 3. Heretics with life. Flash on the swing around, another
भाई Gen.G तो गयो भाई, ऐसा लग रहा है Gen.G
Pad attack more concerned with his positioning.
इस वाले मैप पे
More
I guess.
concerned with the problems he's able to cause from there. Still has a knife in hand. Median Karan forced to watch, forced to sit back. Because how do you get into a 2v4? And this is where the position was so good, but Karen's able to decapitate him.
1v3, 1v3.
The Viper's the only one who stands.
Nah.
Tries to get away.
Nah.
We're tied at 4.
Padatek's brilliance is shining through in this half. First the entry on a Texture, then the follow-up, breaking the dagger. That's the cue to just run it down on sight.
Undefeated.
Munchkin there. The aggression from Padatek, the explosiveness. He even ran all the way to spawn.
Let's go. Let's go.
Even his team knows.
पागल हो गए सारे किसी.
Aggression again.
Nice.
Texture up high. Blades online. Looking for a scalp, and we'll find one. And again, the double tip. Can he take over the round?
Oh,
He's
nice.
done so all series.
Texture OP भाई.
He's found
Always
2.
texture OP.
And look at Lakia's position. He's got behind them.
Texture कह रहा है बहुत हो गया, अब देखो
Boo
guys.
never saw him. Boo never had a shot. But now position
Nice.
away. Lakia gladly takes
1v4 है भाई, obviously not.
Again the aggression. Again the offense. Rians. A miserable spot to be in.
Out of charges.
1v4, and yeah, it's pistols.
Arre!
But what a
High
round win for
texture,
Gen.G.
OP.
In the face of the momentum that was swelling the way of the attack.
I mean, Gen.G force you to take fights that, if you lose them, the round is just over. How many times have they pushed up and fought A?
I mean, it feels like every round.
Almost every single round at some point. Maybe
Wait till
different
I can
timings.
mark.
This time with the knives. Usually it's Woot that we see going absolutely viral with him. This time, Texture taking things into his own hands, getting the 2 for the 3rd to secure the round. And now he's able to get another operator online. Gen.G are ridiculous.
Another kill found. Another line drawn in the
Wait though. Bhai, texture OP always, bhai.
3 left on the side of the attack, and as soon as it starts, it feels like it's over.
Nice.
This response from Gen.G has been clinical. Fully committed to believing and trusting in the process. Yeah, they're going to be able to counter some of our aggression, but we're not backing down from the plan.
5v3 अब पर पांचों का
to do as a player, to keep that mental up.
I mean, it's human response and human reaction to pivot, to go to plan B when plan A isn't working anymore. But when you've got a star like Texture.
Yes, obviously star like
full trust in the game plan.
Texture is the OP always.
You can reap the benefits of that. That's what we're seeing right now for Gen.G. They should be able to convert this round. I say that, but there is a Viper's Pit available for the side of Team Heretics. Boo, if he can get this one down, they might be able to maybe steal this one away and pull a fast one on Gen.G.
Maybe a 3v5 with Benji Fishy hitting mid-late, but...
Spike down B.
I just don't know that there was really any way in.
Guys, हमारे बच्चों के 11 posts. Nice. भाई अच्छे like.
Try to get anything working for him. If they maybe got a trade
Timeout.
onto Munchkin, maybe there's a window of opportunity, but I mean, look at this right here. And he holds his ground. He stands tall like Maximus. So hard to play against a player that's disrespecting like that. It's usually Woot who we see doing things like that against other teams. But Woot right now, sitting at 3-9. Texture sitting at 13-5.
That's a brutal matchup.
अभी fan का hobby चाहिए भाई.
Tournament by storm. I mean, the amount of clips he's been able to put together, the value he's been able to provide his team was ridiculous. Well, there were questions coming into this tournament, right? There were questions coming into this match, excuse me, about who's the MVP, right? Is it Texture or is it Woot?
ये लोग ऐसे बोलते हैं ना, excuse me, sorry, ये सब हम नहीं बोलते. हम बोलते भाई sorry गलती होगी, गलत बोलते.
This doesn't look like a fair fight right now, Dre.
Yeah, Texture has been phenomenal. I mean, all
मैं
tournament
ये मारूंगा ठोक के
they
पैर.
fought adversity. They buckled through. And they didn't drop a single series. So yeah, the dream, the mirage of Heretics in this crazy, crazy run that they had. I mean, they could still make it, but right now it just feels like Gen.G are just in full control.
Yeah, the clock is ticking and the possibility of a fairy tale ending just continues to get smaller and smaller. Into round 11 we go, 2 rounds separating them. 3 ults on the side of Heretics. 4, excuse me, and they're big ones too. Gen.G, again, with aggression, it's a little bit different. The flavor's different, but the outcome's the same. There's nowhere that Heretics can find safety. There's nowhere that they can find room to breathe.
भाई 5v3.
They've been suffocated, they've been stymied.
वही तो suffocated कर दे रहे हैं भाई. Guys, जो भी तो बंदे देख रहे हैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया.
They're so willing to just leave Texture on an island by himself. He's been popping off all game long. It allows you to have a 4-man setup on A early on and allows Texture to just enable
OP always.
Heretics tries to switch position on the map.
Nah.
And again, the op you mentioned on the other side punishes, but they found a little bit of space here. But again, as soon as they find space, Dre, you're staring up a ridiculous mountain. Yeah, you got your one. Yeah, you got some space. It's still a 2v4. It's still a 3v5.
Let alone a Thrash invested on top of it. I mean, what can you do?
30 seconds left.
Boo with so many angles to cover, so many targets to find. So many things to consider. Paranoid tries to do what he can to fill the void, and there's a swing through the wall. Meteor, perhaps a little overambitious, perhaps a little aggressive.
Nah.
It's still a song of success for Gen.G.
Obviously, nice shot.
Playing together, peeking off one another. The synergy, the communication, it's all on point right now for Gen.G. You can tell by the gameplay. Catching players off guard, this little drop right here, no follow-up, no punish. But Karon, he's holding it the whole time. So yeah, Petatek tries, the swing was a little late.
One enemy remaining.
Just too much to ask for.
Gen.G faced heartbreak.
Nice.
Madrid, so close, the glimpse of glory that you mentioned, but fell a bit short. This is a team that's playing with a different level of fire, different level of ferocity. You've got the
nice shot.
Petatek down again. The ults have been invested. Petatek will join
Nice.
the fold once more. Once divided, now reunited.
Once divided, never united. भाई क्या बात बोल रहे हैं भाई ये लोग क्या बात बोल रहे हैं भाई इसके आप को टिक सकते हैं ये लोग कह रहे हैं once divided, never united. भाई ये भी ठीक है क्या बात है इस बात पे आधे चलने मजा
Not finding value. Texture is able to pick off Foot, but they understand now. The veil has been lifted. The hit is A.
Full focus forward for Heretics. Gen.G, they have a couple members here to answer back.
If they can get the pit down from Boo, if they can find a little
67,000 बंदे देख रहे हैं भाई उधर 10,000 लाइक के साथ
Now green on both sides. Such little to be seen.
You should run.
Now the third ult invested. Just
Third
checking
way
more
like
chaos
that,
in the
yeah,
situation. What can tip the scales? What can find some space? Texture dropping into the pit, dropping into the next half.
Are you 1v3? Nice.
1v3 with
Nah.
will fall. Petatek gets his third as Heretics get to 5.
My team Heretics कर तो रहा है
It's
कोशिश.
Petatek of all members, the stand-in, to be at the top and get another 3K to secure that last round.
Undisputed.
Beautiful re-clear from Texture there, but Petatek getting ahead right here.
Nice shot.
The deciding factor for this Heretic squad.
अंधे में
So
shot.
many rounds for them in this half.
He was good on Breeze too. I mean, he was good on Breeze, he was good on Heretics. A lot more fight out of those Niños in this second map of this best of 5, but the need to respond continues. We're gonna throw it down to the desk to break down that first half.
Thank you very much, Doug and Baby Bay. Much closer half this time around, and it just felt like Heretics, they love going to that A site.
Yeah, they do. Time and time again, they were going to A. I mean, in the last few rounds, we saw them switching things up, but it literally looked like the win condition for them was dealing with Texture and that first opener that he was going after time and time again. Him and Lakia were hard defending this side, and as I'm saying, just one round after the other, they had to deal with the fact that they were probably going to be one man down.
Gen.G has really good, kind of varied looks on how they approach this A site. It's almost always going to be aggression at some point in the round. They have some rounds where they're going for the super early aggression, catching you off guard, and in other rounds they're waiting for this kind of mid-round timing and then getting in your face. And they have these really strong combos between that KO, between that Gecko, to get Texture these openers. He's been dominating in the first kill department thus far.
This is unfair, I feel like, for Wood, but as the site switches, Josh, what do Heretics need to do? Because Texture's job seemed very, very simple. Do you think Wood just needs to replicate that?
Oh, for sure. Like, we need to get Root online, and I think he can run the same kind of style that Texture was playing. He can be aggressive in the beginning, find a first blood, and then fall back, and play a little bit in that elbow area just to see if they can get another kill. But like, once he gets those first bloods, like, I feel like his confidence will come back.
The same. We need Rian's, we need Petatek to be setting up Wood the same way that Lakia was helping Texture time and time again if we want to, if we want Heretics to turn this around.
Yeah, and I want to see if they can win this pistol round as well. It's time to send it back to your casters, Doug and Baby Bay, and get the second half underway.
Thank you so much, Yunsu. Heretics have given this crowd reason for hope. As it closes out very competitive at the end of the first half, but it's not over yet. Still down 2 rounds. The ever pivotal pistol has to go their way. And now it's Gen.G, who again were so bellicose in the first half. Now it's on them, and they have a lot more room to be able to dictate the pace. A little bit of info gathered, but perhaps a false sense of security. Where that other player might be. Flash over the top. Benji Fishy not on the swing. Texture falls. That's a big one, Dre.
Who other? The man is still here.
Nah.
He's still firing.
Oh, you can run, but you can't hide. Lakia will hunt you down. Meteor getting in on it as well. Again, a pistol so desperately needed to go to
nice 4v2.
It's just ending in a whimper.
Even the plant that doesn't get seen from heaven. Small things like this. It's all going their way. They're aware of all the possibilities right now.
Oh no, nice shot.
Player standing.
Nice trading on the site from Munchkin. Dagger does connect on a boost, so that's full info gathered from Gen.G.
I mean, he even tried stepping it. Just a little short on it. Now realizing there's no way to go but forward. There's no option but to fight. A 1v3
nice shot.
become a 1v2.
Empty. Nice.
Today for Gen.G.
And when Gen.G sees something they like on the silent walk-ups that they do, yeah, they're still down numbers. They get close to you and they just explode and obliterate anything in their path. It's one of the hardest playstyles to play against. Because you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. If you peek into them, they can punish you. If you don't, they can silently walk up and then just smother you on the actual site.
Yeah, and then punish you. Yeah,
you're right. Then punish you.
It's so difficult to play against right
alert. Intruder.
Every team has tried to figure it out.
Who?
And they just can't. But Boo can figure out how to
nice
take
shot,
protection with that Sheriff.
Remember, he died
45
in the previous round too.
There is my butt.
Poor lad.
Gen.G.
Problem with the buy for Heretics right now is there is none. So they have to be so much more concerned and so much more invested in moving as a pack. Strength in numbers.
Nobody kill for Boo.
Open
up the retake for them though.
Here.
Kind of makes you scared on the attacker's side. You don't want to go back and have to re-clear all that aim in. If you do, you might get picked off as well.
Plant.
An early tap here from Gen.G, trying to bait out any utility, but nobody from Heretics showing a single damn thing, Doug.
Patient. Trying to lure Gen.G into fully committing. Trying to have them step all the way into the trap before they strike.
And Meteor, he's re-cleared some space at A, but the time is running down low. If Gen.G connect, if they commit onto this B, I mean, they're going to run into a bunch of conflict.
You got Benji Fishy who's holding mid as well, so if the plan is for Meteor to hit a late mid lurk, Benji Fishy would have been the problem, but he's the first to fall. Bomb's not down. 13 seconds left. They've got to commit. They've got to find a way to stabilize. Cauterize the bleeding.
Nice shot
on the situation. They're so
1
weak,
HP.
Dre. Balaki on the swing. 21 HP. No bullets left. They've gotten the spike down.
Nice shot.
Munchkin 1 HP.
1 HP clutch is possible or not?
Can he put the pieces together? Can he build another clutch moment?
Wait.
Nah. What a round for Team Heretics.
Thrifty.
The poise to just sit there and not get baited by the first tap. Pat Attack had that molly the entire time. Once the actual bomb gets planted,
nice shot.
That's when the molly activates, and the time just runs too damn low.
Take a look at the MasterCard Thrifty one more time. It was all the way of Sheriffs.
Enemy remaining.
What a beautiful hold. We talked about how they were trying to bait them in, slowly lure them in, tantalizing them in. And as soon as they take one step too far, it's over. So now 2 rounds separating the two. Now it's on Gen.G to try to replicate some of the magic that Heretics just hit them with. Just pistols.
A good dink with the pistols onto Woot. He's gonna be forced back now, so that's some space gathered at B.
He's still been quiet. But Heretics are in this fight, in spite of that.
Yeah. He did get 2 kills in that last round, so maybe that is enough to be that spark, that fuse of lightning. As I say that, it's texture to diff him again.
Woot looked like he had the fastest hands in the game this tournament. There's nobody who could stand to him. Nobody quicker on the draw. We're watching an entirely different player here. Heretics will try to hold them back, though. A lot on the shoulders of Patatek.
Oh.
Re-ents around the corner. And the cutting of noise. Force Heretics to think twice about this here. They've invested in the flash. Re-ents will get tagged. Patatek up top. Can he find some space? Yes, he can.
Nice shot, bhai.
How much more can he do? Not much. He will fall.
Nice.
Settle the shots. The sheriffs again are a problem.
भाई Gen.G नहीं छोड़ेगा भाई कुछ भी हो जाएगा
Boo in a 1v3. Munchkin has upgraded a weapon, but the amount of utility, the amount of health that they have in aggregate is so low. And that's a big delay
भाई कैसी जगह पे तोड़ा है कि जहाँ पे 18 सेकंड बचे हो
13 seconds left. He's got to commit to it. He's got a firing squad around him. Secret Service to protect. Mission accomplished. But now you hit phase 2. Now you need to drop Boo. As he creeps forward, quietly slithering his way into the site, with no one to detect, no one to delay. How much more space can he find? Utility cycled up, forced to sit back on the other side of the wall, and now he's spotted. Now they know where he is. He's able to spot one. The other two are weak. 40 HP amongst both. As Boo has to make a play.
Oh, 20 back by Gen.G OP.
Constant fire in the face of failure. They bring that one back.
वही तो भाई वो छोड़ थोड़ी देंगे भाई क्या बात गाइस मैं 1 सेकंड आया ठीक है तुम लोग मैच देखो 1 सेकंड का सुसु ब्रेक सर ठीक है
He was looking so good in Nest. No utility hitting him the entire round.
Not like this, man.
That's exactly how it happened, brother. And so again, now 3 rounds separating these two. 2 rifles in the hand of Heretics. But Woot with no armor. Boo's already dead. The hopes of the round rest on porcelain prospects for Heretics. The dash through, the flash over the top, the swing from Texture is too damn clinical. And now they can turn their attention on getting the spike down. Now they can turn their attention on assuming their post-plant positions. Just when it seems like Heretics have a spark, just when it seems like they found some footing, the rug is pulled out of under them. But Rian's with that Vandal, light armor, making a run at this. He's gotten his one, already tagged up though. On the swing, Patatek getting in on it. We're gonna have it again, aren't we? A 2v2. Karen spotted. Rian's has to go though. Trying to turn the flash. A great shot from Rian's again. Can Munchkin clutch it out? He's gotten the shots onto him, but it's another. Rian's with 4. The defuse comes through. Make that 3. Back to back to back.
This map just keeps delivering. We gotta run that one back. A 5v3.
भाई अब फिर से इन लोग का थ्रिफ्टी हो गया भाई ये भी टीएच का थ्रिफ्टी हो गया भाई नाइस शॉट
Rian's has been I mean Rian's has been quiet sometimes throughout this tournament, but what a cornerstone.
चलो चलो 7-9 है वैसे भी तो अरे
tagged by some of the utility, not able to take the aggressive line.
भाई टेक्सचर मारेगा भाई ऐसे टेक्सचर छोड़ थोड़ी देगा टेक्सचर आसपास को पेलता है ये कौन सा
Does he try once more?
Oh texture GG texture
so accurate, so deadly. Now they've invested the Hunter's Fury as well. Lakia falls. Texture dancing around it, staying alive. Now a little bit of cover, a little bit of time, and a little bit of space. That doesn't feel good.
Spike planted.
Not enough to find a kill. How do Heretics attempt this retake approach?
Beautiful dagger.
Who has an op? Oh, it's Rian's again!
Nice.
Bomb grenade out.
Meteor creeping forward. You see them
भाई
starting.
Gen.G का 3-3 oh nice.
Woot's got the shot. Meteor's dead, but so is Woot.
Nah. Nice.
Rian's the backbone of this roster. He's so clean on the Sova, especially on Icebox.
Oh no, you don't deserve.
He's doing it again, Doug. This man is an absolute phenom on this map. The instincts, the intuition, all there.
One enemy remaining.
Someone who we haven't seen activate or be online quite yet has been Gen.G Fishy, but getting 2 in that last round.
Gen.G Fishy wise 7 no.
That secures him that Killjoy lockdown.
And then the defuse at the end, you're right. Rians handed it over to him. Now they have that
Undisputed.
tool in their arsenal to play around.
They are
Who also won away from
undisputed.
his pit.
जैसे
Nice
तुम
trade
लोग
and information
undisputed.
gathered. Patatek was tagged by that. He was
Just
trying to be aggressive. He's trying to take a page out of Texture's book. What a shot.
लगते लगते बचाए भाई.
10 HP. You can't pen that your way. Not with what Texture could do. He continues to push forward.
Nice.
And Gen.G Fishy hold the line. They stand strong.
Gen भाई ये I guess लग रहा है Gen.G हारेगा ये वाला मैच.
Gone backside though. The spike is out of reach, and now they've got the lockdown. They have to reckon with.
Easy does it. Easy does it.
Gen.G will have to take a step back. Wait this thing out. Now they go. 4 up on the side of Heretics, but Boo's playing elsewhere. Concerned about the late flank.
He needs to be careful here, Doug. He's playing a little too aggressive with this HP that he has, but he's living for long enough.
Playing to win.
Oh.
Playing not to lose. Playing on a knife set.
Nice.
Gen.G Fishy and Rians keep
भाई
it
nice shot भाई.
Munchkin a 1v3.
Gen ने I guess ये वाला मैच गया Gen के हाथों से.
And it's somehow gotten worse. Heretics knocking on the door of tying us at 9.
And he's gonna have to save here. They have no money going into this next round. And while we have the time, I don't think Heretics are gonna go for this hunt.
10 seconds left.
Gen.G had full control this round. They were surely about to convert it, but Munchkin hit a team flash on 2 of the members that ran through that Viper wall. And that was the deciding factor to buy enough time for Rians to get out, for Gen.G Fishy to come back in.
चलो भाई Gen.G Fishy तो
Take
देख
a
लो
look at it
फिर.
again, because if that's how it went down, that's heartbreak.
A micro mistake. It connected on Rians, but also connected on the that flash right there. That flash blinded Lakia and Texture. They had him dead to rights.
One enemy remaining.
And then the kills on the
Right,
other
nice.
side, the punishment through.
Now
Sorry,
a pause
guys.
for conversation.
And that causes that we're tied at 9 apiece. 3 rounds in a row, the way of Heretics. We went a little tit for tat at the beginning of the half, but Heretics have shown they traveled the world and they came to claim the throne. They didn't come this far just to come this far.
9-9 हो गया भाई all.
And it really felt like Gen.G were in the complete driver's seat this entire map.
Well, and that's why we talked about it earlier. It's not about how you start, man. It's how you finish. This marathon has fooled and broken the hearts of so many around the world. People who think they've accomplished what they set out to do, just falling a bit short at the end. And I mean, Heretics, yes, it's not the very end, but they're showing they have plenty of fight in them.
And to a team who came into this tournament for fun. That's what they called it. We're just going, we're just showing up to show up. But when you make it this far, all of a sudden, oh, we can actually win this damn thing.
The goalposts change. They move.
It's a different type of energy.
Remember, Gen.G has made it this far in the tournament, undefeated.
Undefeated.
Yeah, a couple of maps,
Yes. Petty सारे
they've looked
undefeated.
unbeatable.
At what point do Nightmares of Madrid
Guys,
creep
जो भी
up?
3 बंदे देख रहे हैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया for joining stream. लाइक कर देना, सब्सक्राइब कर देना.
What's happening now? Gen.G Fishy falls. Meteor's been so good.
3 बंदे जो भी देख रहे हैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया guys.
And he's stuck. He's got nowhere to go. The orb goes up as he tries to cross, but he plays this time perfectly. They thought
भाई
he tried
Gen.G
to
अब खेलेगा Gen.G.
They thought he was stuck.
अरे टेक्सचर मर गया.
But in fact, the trap was his. Now a flash
Nah.
Patatek on the turn.
Nah.
Is not able to steady the shot, so.
Spike down A.
Monster on the loose.
This match is insane.
3 बंदे जो भी देख रहे हैं guys बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया for joining the stream.
He could be the one to
1
secure
second.
the round. With the 5 HP that he's had for what feels like an eternity.
Wait, Rians is actually dialed in on this.
He's watching, he knows, he's ready. Meteor's dead. still a 2v2.
Sova dart available.
Munchkin 5 HP. There's the dart.
Revealing area. Found them.
What value can it find? Holy smokes. There was nothing to clear it. And so Munchkin pays for it with his life. Lakia with a bulldog. Into 1v2. He gets his one, but Rians trades. On the other side of the timeout, Heretics still continue to win.
Rians is on fire.
Rians has been on fire, man. And there's
आ गया मैं
nothing
गाइस
to
आ
extinguish
गया
it.
जो भी दो बंदे देख रहे हैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर जॉइनिंग द स्ट्रीम गाइस लाइक कर देना सब्सक्राइब कर देना टूटे
The first two kills, the third on a pad attack on the site.
1 HP.
But Rians with the awareness, holding Meteor down. Meteor just can't quite connect. And that dart getting so much value. The insta trade, Lakia had no chance to transfer there.
Let's go. Oh my god.
I mean, it's just been a bloodbath in the server. The back and forth.
Gen.G को अब खेलना पड़ेगा भाई TH ये पूरा मैच लेके जाएगा भाई I guess
4 in a row the way of Heretics.
मेरे को लग रहा है पूरा मैच लेके जाएगा TH ये वाला मैच
He gets the hit down. And it's been traded, of course. Venn diagram in green goo.
But Doug, there's so many ults available right now for the side of Heretics. They can create so much chaos right now.
And it seems like they're succeeding in doing so. Texture's the first to fall. Pad attack! He knows he's there! Lakia punished! Munchkin crumbles!
Nah, Gen.G no chance. Gen.G no chance. Gen.G no chance, brother.
And you can hear the crowd roaring.
Gen.G no chance, brother. इसमें और ये chances ही नहीं है. अभी अगले मैच में देखना पड़ेगा भाई. Chances ही नहीं है.
You called it, Dre. All of the ults.
यार घुस नहीं पा रहा. हाँ ये अब तो बंद.
And then of course kills like that end up being the difference maker.
Nice.
They look sleepy on Breeze. But holy smokes. Those kids have woken up.
Such a mind-blowing half. And they're not
जो
done
भी
yet.
दो बंदे देख रहे हैं guys बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया for joining the stream
With
guys.
the 2-round lead, we've got a fight on our hands. Patient on the swing. Texture not able
अब
to
पता चल
punish.
गया वो भाग गया अभी.
20 and 15 from the star.
Jeez.
But the demand for more is so great. This is a really nice position from Meteor, but he's got the alarm on the other side. It doesn't matter. Catches Benji Fishy with his pants down.
Nice.
On the swing. Gen.G falls once more. But they've kept it competitive. They've gotten into 2v3. Meteor's one away from his ult. Settles the shots on one.
1v2,
Too
1v2.
many targets on the other side. Munchkin forced to make a monumental play here.
Does have the Molly online, so if this tap comes through, they'll
Yep.
have to use that Molly, and that'll allow Heretics the opportunity to just swing together here.
There's the tap, there's the Molly. Boo and Rian's waiting for the challenge. The orb goes up.
Oh.
It's all a guessing
Nah,
game
nah,
now.
nah.
There's not a lot of time here. He's got a hold
Nice. भाई क्या एंड टाइम पे फेंका है. भाई GG भाई GG TH भाई TH अच्छा.
I cannot believe how close these last rounds have been. I mean, yes, Heretics have taken away the last 6, but it's been down to the wire every single time.
I mean, 0.06. The thinnest of margins.
0.06 भाई. भाई इसी के टाइम पे कर रहा है भाई. What the heck?
An op in the hands of Woot. Still quiet, but honestly, at this point, who gives a damn? What a half from Heretics. Gen.G have a couple of tools, though. They have Meteor's ult, they have Lakia's ult.
But if you're Heretics right now, you might read into this. They've gone B the last, 3 rounds in a row. And they've gotten stuff denied.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing here, though, is Patatek, he's got his ult. Think about how many times we've seen it already. As soon as the Thrash goes down, Patatek responds with his own.
Exactly.
And I wonder if that's what they're looking to bait out here.
Nice.
First the lockdown.
We've seen him break this before. Is he going for it again? The Molly connects. Is the shot gonna land?
Molly? Nice breakdown कर भाई. क्या crazy breakdown करा है उधर Molly फेंका बंदा. भाई ulti गायब भाई GG है.
But understanding the game of rock paper scissors doesn't go your way. Spacing a little awkward there as Texture tries to find a little bit of room to work. A little bit of space to get active. But he will fall.
No tapping.
First. Almost all
Oi, nice. Gen.G 2v3. Nah, 1v3.
Deliver a miracle.
Nice. Nice. Why nice? जैसे मैं Gen.G को सपोर्ट कर रहा था वे TH, बट TH बहुत तगड़ा खेला है, legit बहुत तगड़ा खेला है. मतलब चुम्मेश्वरी गेम था भाई, चुम्मेश्वरी. यस भाई कहीं नहीं जा रहे भाई, अब ऐसा है अभी तो मेरा चुम्मेश्वरी मैप है. अरे
listen to me, very important. Watch the knife on A every time. Nice! Let's go! Nice! Let's go!
I have been a path. Undisputed. Just say undisputed. Guys, 1 second.
Every time I needed a new phone, I had to switch carriers.
I told him.
Alright.
Everyone can get the best deals. Like that.
Just say undefeated. Just say undisputed. Representative. एक सेकंड है गाइस, वो देखो the views, I look around, try to read the room, just thinking, what more can I do? Don't let up, standing for हाँ अब आ चुके हैं आप यहाँ पे ही खाएंगे गाइस आज थोड़ा सा ना क्योंकि बहुत ज्यादा भूख लगी है 3 घंटे से ऊपर स्ट्रीम हो चुका है भाई तो चालू चालू
What's up, everybody? I'm standing here right now with two very special guests. We have none other than Anna Donlan and Leo Faria. How are you guys? We're doing great. We're all tied up. I know. Everything is so crazy. And Leo, we just heard that crowd. How has it felt like to bring an event to China?
Oh, it's been so great. Look, we launched Valorant in China last year, and we knew from the get-go we wanted to bring an event here. And it's been incredible. Like, we've got to spend a week here now, walk around the city, see players, hanging out, doing a bunch of cool stuff. We had a bunch of activations around the city. And I think getting here, it's one of the, Mercedes-Benz Arena, one of the most iconic venues in the world. And just seeing the crowd has been phenomenal. I'll be honest, we got a little nervous when all the Chinese teams got knocked out. We're like, our fans gonna show up?
इसमें फर्क समझा रहा हूँ मैं इंडिया में मुंबई सर्वर लॉन्च करे हुए है नहीं तो फिर भी 2-3 साल हो गए ठीक है चाइना में पिछले साल ही लॉन्च हुआ था पिछले साल लॉन्च हुआ था इस साल ही चाइना की कितने टीम्स है तुम ही गिन लो भाई 3-4 टीम्स तो बस ये देखने आए हैं मतलब देखने 3-4 टीम्स बस खेलने आए हैं VCT समझ लो
So far, the reception seems really, really
वो
good.
अब कोई बहुत बोलेगा कि भाई पुराना टीम है ये बट है ना इंडिया में बस एक ही टीम है ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट और एक दिखा
to those platforms, and so that took a lot of work. And so I think the team at home is like celebrating in this moment because we're finally ready to share it with players, and we'll see what they think. We're so excited about it, though. So excited.
I cannot wait as well. And finally, what do the Valorant audience have to look forward to for the rest of the year? We'll start with you, Leo.
We still have a lot of season to go. We're going to go back from Master Shanghai straight into International League, straight into Stage 2. We're going to crown the champions of the season. And then, of course, teams are going to qualify to champions. It's always the culmination of the Valorant year. That's where we pull all the stops and throw a big spectacle. We cannot wait to go back to Seoul. And I think this is shaping up to be our best champions ever. So we're very excited.
Anna, what about you? I think it's going to be the best champions ever, too. I mean, every time we do one of these big events, it takes so much for all the teams involved and players involved. Always feels like the end of the year. Honestly, it's halfway. We're halfway through the year. So there's a lot more to come. Teams focused on getting console out, focused on an amazing champs. And honestly, we still have game changers and some more stuff coming out in the game. So more to come, for sure.
It's never ending. It
never
like
ending.
We have such a dynamic game here. I cannot wait. Thank you so much for taking the time to sit in for this little interview. We have so much more coming up. And of course, the grand finals of Master Shanghai will continue.
Yes.
It will indeed, and it will continue just that much longer because Team Heretics, they managed to secure a map here in a best of 5. I've got Josh RT, Kakuka, and Mimi with me once again. For a second, it felt like maybe we're gonna a 2-0 here for Gen.G, but no, Kakuka Heretics, they hit back pretty hard.
Time and time again, them and their retakes, yes, some of those rounds became a little bit too close for comfort, but they managed to close it up in a map of their choice.
Well, let's take a look at the HyperX reflex moment of the day. This one goes to Rians on a map that Mimi Vu wasn't really showing up. Rians, though, was on it.
Yeah, this map was absolutely about Rians and Patatek, and in particular how they were playing in the retakes. I think the two of them, we've talked about it before, are super well coordinated on their util usage, but also when it came down to these late rounds, these guys were shooting. Team Heretics is a team that has a lot of stars that can step up, and I think they really proved here that it's not just the Woot show to go on this run.
But as we head into the next one, though, how dangerous would it be for Heretics, Josh, if Woot isn't able to show up the way that we've seen him so far in this tournament? Because Ascent is up next.
I think Heretics just proved that like they don't need Wu to just pop off and they can win with the fundamentals. I saw that in that last game, in the low number situations, they were able to trade out and convert those like retake scenarios or all those scenarios that like they didn't win in the first game. So hopefully that continues and they can just keep up with that momentum.
Yeah, exactly. And now that they're starting on the defense, maybe just with the fact that they were able to close this one out, the fact that they're starting on the defense, it might even it means that it goes the distance. I'm honestly way more concerned about that second half and what is going to happen when it has to be them on the attack against one of the strongest, even not the strongest Ascent defense that we have.
I mean, you know what happens.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Don't have to bring that up this soon. But yeah, I mean,
happy moment for him. Yeah, they did great. They came back.
Oh yeah, I was thinking about Gen.G's
I was
defense.
thinking of Gen.G too.
Oh, okay.
And Gen.G's defense, I mean, Josh, you've played against it, is really good on this map. We talked about some of the kind of varying of the forward plays on Icebox and their retakes. They excel at that here as well. I think good protocols on that side.
Yeah, for sure. And I want to point out that Munchkin lost a lot of 1v2s at the B side in Icebox, and I want to see how he's able to mentally recover into this next game.
This is the thing, though. You said that they don't necessarily need Wood to be the one to pop off for them to win. I think the story is the same for Gen.G. You know, we've seen maps where Texture wasn't necessarily present, and the rest of that team managed to carry him through.
And hear me out. Even though this is Ascend and we're going to be looking at the Jets, I am looking at Karon. He is the clutch king on this map. Same goes for Meteor. Both on each extremities on the map when we go into that defense are going to be super, super important.
But this is Texture's map for Gen.G, and at this point in the series, this is where I'm starting to look at that mental for Gen.G. They've talked about it as an issue in Pacific. It was the issue.
भाई मेरे को कल कोई कहता है कि भाई तुम्हारा आवाज बहुत अच्छा है, ए समाप्त करा करो। मैंने बोला ये भी। अरे 3-1 Gen.G भाई।
Than they were then, but still keeping this mental strong, bouncing back, recovering on a map that should be very heavily favored towards this Gen.G squad is going to be really important.
They're men now. They're men.
Sure, but if they lose this map, I'm very worried about Gen.G for the rest of this finals.
But on the other side of this, this was Heretics permaban forever, and they let it through against G2, and then they immediately went back to banning it again. So I feel like a mental side perhaps on the side of them as well, as we take a look at the Asian select, and they're going to bring in a Killjoy, yeah.
I mean, we're not surprised. This is just the standard composition. Yeah, probably Ben.G felt more comfortable to be on the Cypher, but Killjoy brings you a lot more to do, especially slowing down and affecting Gen.G's attack. I'm honestly concerned about how Gen.G is going to deal with those post-plants and those retakes that Heretics has been so good in so far.
Yeah, this seems to be a pattern. Ben.G switching over from the Cypher to the KJ. What do you make of this?
I think Cypher gave some unique abilities to help him play out the defense that gave us problems. I believe the Killjoy swap is for their attack and making sure those like mollies are in the right spots to block out the rotation spots. So
अब इसमें देखो इसमें कॉम्प पिक है ना 100%. ये I guess जीत सकता है Gen.G. मेरे को जितना लगता है.
If they can get a strong start in this third map, it postures Team Heretics for a great chance to win this final.
Well, it's 1-1 on the board, and the momentum is on the side of Team Heretics. Doug and Baby Bay, let's get us back into game.
Yinsu, it would be my absolute pleasure. Map 2 was a gift, and Ascent often delivers bangers, so there's very good reason to think we're going to get a little bit more of the same. We talked a lot, or the Desk did, about the swap from the Cypher to the KJ. I'd love to get your thoughts on that as well.
Yeah, I think it's definitely for the attacking side. Heretics struggled to get any type of B main control with just the cages and the camera. It didn't really do much of anything, honestly, and that's why you saw G2 just absolutely punish them on their defensive side. So that is the change, but the question is, will their defensive side now lack? Because that Cypher, he had so much value controlling a bunch of different areas of the map, playing at 2 spots at once.
Cypher अगर है तो
they're going to get tested. Gen.G had a field day with aggression at the beginning of Icebox, and they caused so many problems, but we'll see if it's a bit of the same. Lakia's drone clearing out mid, finding a little bit of space and getting any info that it can. But all this Killjoy utility, Dre, it's posted up. Hey.
Perfect for Ben.G. Fishy, the turret as well. We've seen Boostio do this quite a bit. Saw him do it at Champs, actually.
Texture doesn't feel good here. He's taking 70 HP. Yeah, he's swung. He's found safe passage, but he's been put in a corner, now finding space, now getting out. Gen.G looking really good on this pistol, and they don't seem to be slowing down.
But Gen.G red है भाई.
Sight, bunch of players running through smokes. Woot will convert that kill onto Texture.
Got a little messy there. Woot deciding that he wants to take a different approach, and Lakia is a step ahead of it. Meanwhile, I'm not really sure how that happened. Pen that through the wall. He's got to hit the shot, dash to his left, trying to fire to his right, and a little bit more spam. What seemed secure, what seemed safe, is now up for grabs, is now unsettled.
Oh.
Woot with 22 HP. He's Gonna have to clutch this out, but again, they've got him surrounded, they've got him dropped. Gen.G get the pistol.
I mean, a flurry of bullets everywhere for Woot, getting a bunch of tags, getting a spam kill. And he's kind of online now, finally. I feel like Heretics have been waiting for him. Maybe now that he realizes that his team can do it without him. Allows him the space to breathe and actually just commit on some of these nice shots that we know he can hit. That being said, yeah, that was insane. That being said, Gen.G, they did a really good job of not falling early to those mollies of Benji Fishy.
Yeah.
And wrapping the site, going in and out of the smokes. That little bit of finesse, it goes the extra mile for them.
That Texture played that so well.
Yeah, he lived for so long.
He's got a Guardian in hand now. That knife on the other side of the map by Tatatech, not gonna tag anything.
And Gen.G, it was the anti-ego that didn't go their way in the last map that kind of gave life to Team Heretics. So you have to believe that they want to convert this. They need to convert this.
Give them an inch, and they'll take the whole damn map.
Yeah, and on a map like this, where you really need to salvage as many rounds as you can on the attacking side, I mean, it's going to be even more crucial than ever. Good utility being used so far to delay any flood from heaven.
Oh, nice shot.
He's in a really nice spot, but he cannot stand in the face of the Vandal. So knife will be invested out. Still just pistols for Heretics. Not really able to do much else. We got Woot with the Sheriff. A little nice bit of HP.
Guys, एक second बोलो मैं
this time around.
No.
मैं just हाथ पात
Now Rians is going exploring a little bit. Much to his dismay, he'll be met with an alarm bot on the other side.
Yeah. At some point, he's just going to go for the exits. Lakia picking up kills, Texture picking up kills. Woot still going strong. Whoa!
Yes, he is. He's gotten 2. But he's going to have to close out in an ace fashion if he wants to win this. Time is short, too. He's gotten 3. But Karen stops him. Gen.G get their second.
Nicely done from Gen.G from the beginning of that exec. All the utility was really good. Setting Texture up to get that kill onto Jenny with that dagger. But Woot, he's 6-2. He already has knives online.
You know,
viewers can't see it quite yet.
We talked so much about Woot needing to come online, Woot needing to be the spark, and Heretics showed us on Icebox that they can win in spite of their star struggling. The problem right now is he's the only one performing. He's the only one with kills on their side, and yes, it's early, so you can't imagine that will remain the case for much longer. Boo had a shot at it there.
Yeah, one-way disrespected from Karon there.
It's the Gen.G way.
Oh, this silent walk-up. Perfect dagger. Ooh. But they all dodge it.
And Tatatech gets dropped. And now they can go forward with free mobility and free utility. Texture falls.
There was no follow-up from his teammates there.
He was the only one able to get out. You're right.
Yeah, there's a disconnect right now, maybe in the communication or what was being said in the comms. Something not going the way, and all of a sudden, Heretics, I mean, it looked dire for them in that round. Had that kill gotten converted or even traded, that would have been a free A site. Now they're forced to walk into the blender of the Killjoy utility. See if they're aware of the Molly's lane with that alarm bot. If they're not, I mean, this could be disaster.
Turret cleared. More to come. Benji Fishy not getting tagged by the knife, so his utility is still in play. Tries to clear the drone. The flash goes up. Meteor is behind him, and he has no idea. And even if he knew at that point, he was so blind, he was so deafened, he never had a shot. Now they can turn their attention over to B. Not concerned, not worried about the utility. It's easier now. Woot's playing on the other side of the smoke, dashing forward, but Meteor's there to greet, Meteor's there to wait, Meteor's there to punish. Woot falls, Rians does too. Meteor gifted. And now Boo in a 1v3. He's got the rifle, but the rest of his team doesn't have the finances. They don't have the funds. And so he has to take a step back.
I'm here. And it's brutal. Getting bonused by the attacking side. All of a sudden, you know, Gen.G have a chance to get to that 4-round mark. And for a lot of teams on this map, that's a W in itself. They have a bit of buffer to play around with, play around the map. Munchkin, that was a great setup for Meteor there, going all the way up mid. It wasn't too pretty. The shots didn't quite connect at first. But the follow-up utility, I mean, he secured it, and then that built him the confidence to close out the round.
I mean, that kill from Texture at the very beginning was...
Yeah, that was cold.
I mean, dodged the knife. They're able to drop Patty down from up there. It was perfect.
Yeah, not even just him. All three members dodged the knife.
And
they
all
swung together. That was beautiful.
They knew what the plan was. They knew what their approach was. And they executed it to perfection. Heretics broken by.
And they're setting up an updraft play here with the knives. Maybe off of an Omen Flash. Does he go for it? Dart Omen Flash to combo with it.
He's getting
Here we go.
There's the high ground. There's the flash. But Munchkin swats him out of the sky. Yeah, they're able to get their one. Now pushing forward. The spike getting planted. And again, Gen.G with control. With room to work and boot.
भाई मैं कह ही रहा था Gen.G इस बार नहीं छोड़ेगा भाई, पेलेगा गत्ता. वही हो रहा है.
Gen.G in firm control. Oh, that's all right. Nobody saw that.
A little bit of an awkward dance there.
3 remain for Heretics. 2 of them coming in through spawn, and all 3 of them crumble. 4-0 the way of Gen.G.
मेरे को पता क्या लग रहा है? 3-2 होगा. आखिर में Gen.G जीत जाएगा और 2
One of the best starts you can have on a map like Ascent.
But 2 Heritage नहीं छोड़ेगा. TH नहीं छोड़ेगा Heritage.
Best maps. Yeah, that's disgusting.
I mean, he wasn't even necessarily looking. All reaction.
Ooh.
Those Overwatch players, they're built different, Doug.
Just cold.
They're used to plucking things out of the sky.
जो भी 2 बंदे देख रहे हैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया for joining the stream guys. Like कर देना.
Munchkin, he had a rough last map. Josh was talking about how he didn't convert any of the 1v2s that he had. More disrespect shown in A main. Patatek will punish.
Oh, yes, he will. Benji Fishy not satisfied with sitting back and watching. Gets active, gets involved. Will also reap
भाई
the benefits.
इस बार कमबैक हुआ है भाई TH का तगड़ा वाला. जेन भाई एक बंदा बचा बस. Nice comeback, nice comeback.
With 4 as Heretics are on the board.
Yeah, an absolute crisis was just avoided with winning that round and winning it cleanly. Now they have an opportunity to build up the economy. Patatek, man, I mean, I feel like he was one of the deciding factors in the win on the last map.
I would agree.
He started off so strong on that attacking side. He was the spark that his team needed, the spark that Rians needed to be able to be set ablaze. And although Rians is sitting at 0 kills right now, he does get that Odin online. We've seen how overpowered it can be on a map like this, especially towards that B site, spamming through all the walls. Even if you don't get a kill, you get all that chip damage in.
Aline A. Patatek holding the line. He's got his ult, but Munchkin does too. Traded in kind. Munchkin pushing forward, getting the best of Patatek. Is he expecting Boo on the other side? Yes,
भाई आप होएगा ना. ओ भाई साहब.
Not able to convert on the third for Benji Fishy.
Oh भाई TH comeback भाई. TH भाई comeback, what the heck?
I was blessing him last time with my
भाई
words.
TH भाई comeback, what the heck भाई. TH okay.
Transfer. The entry here from Munchkin, it was so good, it looked so promising. But it just got stripped away by the multi-kills from the 1-2 punch you mentioned.
And you can tell Munchkin, as soon as he goes through that door, check switch. But it was a sloppy check.
Yeah.
It was undisciplined.
He second-guessed himself.
And that's all it takes. I mean, these tiny margins for error. Unreal.
Yeah, on Icebox, it was that pop flash that he did that connected on 2 of his players. Gave all the momentum on the side of Heretics. This time around, that little...
Guys, जो भी 2 बंदे देख रहे हैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया for joining the stream guys. Like, subscribe. It will be help. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया.
There's no time to think about that though. Gen.G made a little bit of noise while they let Meteor sit and wait. But now eyes towards B.
And the problem here is Texture has no
Guys,
dash.
जो भी 2 बंदे देख रहे हैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया for joining the stream.
I say that, but that tag might just be enough to gain the space.
Oh, Rians handles that beautifully and then drops the dart, ready for the spam. Texture can't get out.
Chalo.
He can't get in.
Nice.
Away from Rians.
भाई अब फोड़ रहा है भाई TH. अब नहीं छोड़ेगा TH.
Now a full flame on Ascent.
Oh.
These kids seem like they can do no wrong right now. Oh, where is he gone?
Alarmbot's still up at mid.
Oh, Blue's got utility.
Oh.
Punished.
Punished.
Meteor finding the right time to strike. And now attention divided with 13 seconds left. Karen's got to go.
Nah.
He doesn't really have time to think this through. He will fall at the hands
Bhai
of Woot.
sahab.
That's what I was talking about, that early dash into A main. There was no kill off of it, so now in the mid round, in the late round, when you're trying to flood on a site, that opens up the opportunity for this Sova Dart to just get a tag on you, and that Odin. That was the demise of Heretics, so now they're taking a page from G2's book. Playing up close in the beginning, the spam game, flooding into back site, using utility. Patatek, if need be, can rotate over, throw the pop flashes over the top.
I'm so impressed by what Riens did there. If he gets tagged by that ult, probably dies. As you mentioned, doesn't have the dart, doesn't get the kill.
Yeah, great mechanics.
Under pressure, under duress. One round between these two and a moment to settle and a moment to slow. Gen.G still in the lead, yes, and it looked so comfortable at first. And as you mentioned, you can make the compelling argument that they've won enough on this attacking side already, but honestly, it's an any given Sunday type beat right now. Anything can happen on game day.
And if you give the confidence to Team Heretics, they run away with it. And that's all off of mistakes that you made yourself. Gen.G, even on the last map, did a good job of setting themselves up for success. But then when it came down to actually executing and closing out the rounds, when they had the man-up advantage, they just couldn't convert.
An op online for Woot.
Op Odin.
What a brutal thing to have to deal with.
Yeah, 1-2 punch of its own, and it's all light armor on the side of Gen.G.
Oh.
4 players tagged by that dagger.
And of course, oh gosh, I thought he was gonna fight, man. I thought he was gonna swing.
Just that little flash alone gives him all the info, though. He didn't even need to peek with it. He still heard, what, 2-3 players fully blind, just spamming away. That might set up some future kills in other rounds.
Stills one more flash.
Cover going out.
So if he decides that he's not satisfied, he can take another shot at it. But instead finds comfort in the smoke.
Beautiful entry from Woot.
भाई टेक्सचर को मार दिया भाई.
Karen has, but he still can't capitalize on it. Woot is alive. Woot has awoken.
He peeks through the molly, Doug.
Unreal. Just so confident, so bold.
That's savage.
A 5v2 now, and it feels like the tables have turned.
Nah.
How often, Dre, did we see throughout this series moments where the round had just started and then all of a sudden Gen.G's up 5-3, 2-4, things like that? I mean, the script has been flipped.
You give Heretics an inch, they're gonna take
flip हो गया भाई, script flip हो गया. Oh.
Munchkin will take out the first member of Team Heretics, and he does have time to get the bomb planted, but in these moments, Heretics on the retake, they're not likely to just give you free fights. They're gonna go together, they're gonna use whatever utility they have left in the round. I mean, they still have a drone.
Yeah. They're so disciplined.
What is that? Here comes the drone.
And yeah.
And the tag, the peek from Woot, securing the round. He opened it up, he re-swung in through the KO molly of Munchkin. He's got his mojo back, his swagger back.
Then also, I mean, Karen getting lit up, can't do anything about it. That peak was perfect.
Oh, even that shot. All he saw was the hair off Munchkin's back.
Undefeated.
Didn't even need the light up off the drone.
Just say
This is ridiculous.
So we're tied at 4. And they've all come in bunches. The timeline tells the tale.
Guys, 2 seconds.
10 and 4 for the Star with op in hand. 3 members. Texture being one of them. Considering the peak right here. He's just on the other side of the box. Does he jump peek?
Here.
He's scared to.
Woot is also giving up the line a little bit.
dart used in a main for Lakia, so
Careful.
unless Gen.G invests the drone into this round to clear out mid, it should be a free first blood for Woot. That dagger lands, but you might think he's a B main or something.
Nice shot.
Is the connection.
भाई टेक्सचर हमेशा जाके मर जा रहा है. टेक्सचर मैं बता रहा हूँ.
Punching on the counter punch though, as Woot finds another. The smoke, the dash stays alive. Number still away.
My God.
Gen.G, just feel like they've been spinning their wheels the last couple of rounds. It's not from lack of effort. They've gotten this thing competitive. They've gotten it down to 3, but of course it's bad attack. Spike down. Lakia has delivered on this very site before. Can he do it again? It's not the same weaponry, it's not the same position. But the demand is arguably greater. Lakia down, getting one.
No! Why?
Finding another. Can they win this 2v3 back? Rian's one away from his ult, but has 2 targets to find. Time is short, the drop is there.
Nice. भाई जेन दिखा देता है हमेशा ही. भाई हमसे बड़ा कोई ना भाई.
Carrying the team right now with Lakia. The Omen flash, the TP. Who had too many targets to look at. He couldn't fixate on one. And then Lakia, who just slowly crept out of that site. Job well done from the boys at Gen.G. And Woot, I mean, he's looked like a completely different player on this map. Karen, oh man, he did such a good job in this round. Biding his time, not giving Woot anything, and then striking at the precise moment that he needed to.
Converting a 2v3. Into the next we go. Gen.G with 1 round lead. We've got a couple of ults coming online very soon for the attack. There are plenty on the other side too.
Do you think they're ready for this move from Patatek and Wine? We've seen Gen.G try to disrespect that one way quite a bit.
We've also seen Gen.G be really sloppy sometimes.
Oh.
Here.
No second charge, no second swing. Nicely done to conceal the op. You assume, but now that you're the Vandal on the other side, they're gonna rotate back into it. Woot's got a line. Woot's got a shot, but it doesn't land. Procs a dash. Do they dare swing into him? Surely not.
So confident. Lakia is going to drone him off as he should.
Oh.
But now there's a turret still there that you have to break, and he's still holding his ground. Doesn't connect.
Tries to strike onto the 3rd, the 4th, and it's
nice.
Rian gets his. There's a casualty involved, but it doesn't
2v3.
matter. Because the round seems secure.
1v3.
30 seconds left.
Lakia 1v3.
1v3 वही तो. भाई कैसे मारा? I legit, what the heck?
He's close to the spike, but time is of the essence.
Guys, like, subscribe.
He has no choice but to go forward.
Yes.
The problem is, forward is not safe. Forward is not secure. We're tied at 5.
Woot absolutely overwhelming the opposition. I mean, he held his ground so much. At first, all the way pushed up B main. Gets tagged by the KJ turret of Meteor and the swing of Meteor. Then goes all the way back up forward, falls all the way back to here, and does this.
Plenty of reasons to smile.
Rian just had to take him out. He's like, yo, chill out, brother.
Chill out, brother. Brother.
That timer's not moving, Dre.
कहाँ हो रहा है? Start round से. ये कब तक खत्म होगा यार? 3 घंटे की स्ट्रीमिंग हो चुकी है. जो बात हो रही है अभी तक.
Can't quite make out what the problem actually is. But while we have the time, I would like to talk about, obviously, Heretics coming back into this.
जो बंदे बस देख के चले गए ना, subscribe, like, कुछ नहीं करके.
Yeah, something like, 4-0. It didn't look good.
Yeah, it was the back-to-back mistakes that Gen.G made to allow it to go to 4-2 and give Heretics a way back into this game. If they can close out this half at about 7-5, it's something to look forward to on their attacking side for sure.
Half time.
But Gen.G, I mean, they're really good at like this. I'm sure they'll take 5 rounds any day of the week going to the defensive side of this map.
I think most teams on the attack side of Ascent would.
Yeah. And yeah, now the roles have reversed. Woot is on the top of the scoreboard, sitting at 13 and 6. Texture is at 4 and 9. But this is this is nothing surprising to me because Jet on attack, I mean, you either drop 30 or you're sitting at like under 10.
Yeah.
And that's like a good game. Like, it's just so hard to entry. There's so many layers of utility that you have to deal with.
Right, and your job is to create space. Honestly.
Yeah, that's literally it.
And if you get the kills on top of it, yeah, that's
W.
that's
Yeah.
icing.
Yeah, exactly. So nothing to be too worried about. But you can definitely tell that Gen.G are feeling a lot of the pressure and those nightmares that I spoke about that happened to them in Madrid. They're slowly seeping in to this stage.
Those demons, those nightmares, they die hard.
लड़की cute थी ना?
And so we are back into the action. Valorant fans rejoice. The
जो भी
delay
दो
is
बंदे देख
over.
रहे हैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया for joining the
Tied
stream,
back to
guys.
5. You've got 2 rifles on the side of the attack. Meteor 1 away from his ult. And they've put Patatek back in
भाई
line.
texture को देखना है भाई अब तो
Cleared him out in the last round.
कुछ ना कुछ करके.
That allowed the quick rotation and the Sova ult setup from Rians in the previous.
Do they clear him? That crosshair certainly is trained that way.
They're not clearing him, Doug.
Ah, they're looking.
They're looking, but they're not clearing him, Doug.
Oh.
They're not clearing him, Doug.
Oh no.
Ah.
Oh no. He gets
Nah, nah.
his third.
भाई अकेले ने 2 को खा के चला गया अब तो.
The first time, but Woot does not miss twice. Again, as soon as the round starts, Gen.G are on a back foot.
1v4 भाई clutch is the goddess
Those are
of the
mistakes
clutch.
Gen.G don't
Goddess.
usually make.
But we saw it. We saw it a couple of rounds ago. Remember the hit, the check switch?
Clutch करना मुश्किल है
It's the same idea.
है ना?
These little
Clutch.
boxes that are not going checked.
Clutch करना मुश्किल.
And they're paying out dividends to Team Heretics.
Got the spike. जाओ फिर भागो अब I got the spike. Oh.
The feat of Tax
Nah.
scene doesn't get tagged up. This would take an absolute.
Ah, shorty.
Opening right here.
Nice.
Can't even get
Nice.
Benji Fishy cleans
Hi,
up.
TH come back also. TH.
6-5 in the way of Heretics.
And the last round of the half. We'll take a look at that one more time. This position from Patatek was so good. This was a trap that was set in the previous round, and you mentioned it. They didn't clear him in the previous round.
Nice.
They didn't check him last time. And even then, Texture was looking, but there wasn't the full commitment to clean the spot.
Usually
भाई
you
वहाँ पे
see
जाके ना
you
clear
throw there
करनी चाहिए.
before you use that drone or something,
Right.
maybe even a body as you're entering the site with that jet smoke. Nothing.
अबे.
There.
That hurts.
No kill, but yeah, a lot of damage done on a Meteor.
He's an important player to stay alive here too. He's got his lockdown online. Last round of the half.
It's a full B main trap. Omen flash off of the Killjoy turret and Odin spam.
Honestly, it's very similar.
Ah.
Patatek doing the previous
Nah.
round. There's the ult.
He's already.
Who's on the swing? Benji Fishy holds the line. Forget the paranoia. It's a barrage of bullets.
Ooh.
But Gen.G able to punch back. Cuts
Punch
her off
back
the ultra
always.
now. Wavering, wobbling. That flash missing its mark. When you're 12 and 6, that's all right. You'll let that one go.
2v3.
Lock it.
Oh.
He's getting tagged on Rians.
Nah.
Again. Can he stay alive? The fancy footwork is so good.
Only 22 HP, brother.
I don't know how he does it. I do not know how he does
Sorry,
it.
guys.
It's not an easy thing to do. And Laka, he's so good with that ult as well. Patatek with that aggressive space.
30 seconds left.
Just burning the clock down. Gen.G have to clear out everything.
53 HP, 20 seconds left in the round.
I mean, Munchkin has to speed up here, throw the molly to delay so we can get the bomb down. If he doesn't,
well, there's no
Oh my
question of
God.
that now. They've got
Oh.
behind it.
Ooh. भाई 2 बंदों ने clutch कर दी भाई. How?
Munchkin gets 3.
भाई how?
Gen.G ties up at 6. That was a 2v4.
भाई how? भाई how? बहन का भाई how? Sorry.
well deserved.
Obviously well deserved, but how भाई? 2 बंदों ने clutch.
Look at Benji Fishy on the swing. This is what looked like the round was done for.
But Munchkin and Lockyer, the trades in main, they played together so well.
And then this. Munchkin, what a hold. 3 on the round to ties at 6. We talked about how 5 could have been enough.
GEN.G,
We talked about how
nice.
maybe even 4.
Guys, जो भी तो बंदे देख रहे हैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर जॉइनिंग स्ट्रीम, लाइक कर देना, सब्सक्राइब कर देना। 13 वोट्स हो चुके हैं। 13 वोट्स में सब लोग कह रहे हैं कि
Hey guys, we have another special guest with us. We have Davai from PRX. Davai, what does it feel
कह रहे हैं
like?
कि 69% लोग कह रहे हैं कि GEN.G और TH कह रहे हैं 31% लोग। भाई नाइस, अच्छी बात है, कहना भी चाहिए, कहना भी चाहिए, क्योंकि मेरे को लगता है GEN.G नहीं जीतेगा आई गेस।
The people are so nice. The venue is huge. Probably one of my biggest regret is not to be able to compete here, you know. So yeah.
我会感觉说这里真的是太奇妙、太棒了，大家都非常的热情，非常的棒，场馆也非常的大，真的很希望有一天我也能够在这么大的场馆进行比赛。
Now the score is really, really close. Both teams have one map each. What do you make of the game so far?
现在比分非常的接近，大比分接近，大比分是1比1。那你觉得现在目前为止比赛进行的如何呢
Honestly, I think it can go both way. I think both teams play very good so far. And if I had to choose one team, it has to be GEN.G.
我们觉得现在两者皆有可能势均力敌，大家都打得太好了。如果一定要让我选择一支队伍的话，我会选择 GEN.G。
All right, thank you very much, Davai, for your time. And we're going to send it back to the game and back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Mika. 6-6, what a fight we have on our hands. Now it's Heretics who are going to have to try to convert this and try to find success on a side that's often unsuccessful, on a side that's often difficult to convert on.
A side where they completely lost the plot against G2. That comeback. I mean, they had nothing going for them, but maybe this Killjoy change for the side of Benji Fishy can be the answer that they're looking for.
You know, Josh was talking about it on the desk. This is what he felt like the change was for. It wasn't necessarily for the defense. It was to find success on attack, and success already.
पहले टेक्सचर ही मरता है, मैंने ये तो देख ली, पहले टेक्सचर ही मरता है।
In the head-to-head specifically.
ऐसे आएगा।
He's pining for more.
A little noise cut. Now they're gonna re-walk into B main off of that pressure. Utility being used to not get picked off. This is looking really good for Heretics.
Meanwhile, what looks like could be disaster. There's a fight afoot mid. The push through the smoke. GEN.G striking. Wood's playing his position. He's playing his timing, but Karen aware of the possibility.
Nice.
Now staring back as the spike makes its way onto B. Things slow down for just a moment. What can Meteor and Karen do?
Spike planted.
They're healthy. Healthy enough to make a run at this, but Meteor falls. Karen on the trade. Wood on the swing.
Oh, so smart to get out right there.
That's perfect. It's beautiful.
Tempting
him in. Heretics get the pistol.
But this is where Heretics faltered in their last match on Ascent. It was the anti-eco. They failed upon it. Look at this double swing into market right before the Omen Flash connects. Benji Fishy, the Killjoy with the Deagle. Maybe that was the answer.
That timing could not have been better.
Yeah. Good communication out of Team Heretics.
A calm response.
Calm
response. Not allowing the moment to get too big.
Oh, Doug. Both these players in A main dodged the KO dagger.
The flash setup is so nice, but it's traded. And so the trap that was set up results in nothing.
Oh. Making a statement.
You've got to get through this cleanly. The hopes of a bonus rest on this round. If they can get through this and save the Bulldog, save the Guardian, maybe even the Spectre, I'd still go so far as to say you invest around it.
Exactly, and this approach right now is what you want. On the side of Heretics, the probe on the opposite side of the map. You have all info, nobody is B. And I guess it doesn't matter, you might as well go anywhere.
Nah.
Spamming through the smoke.
Cleaning it up with the Bulldog.
On the other side of the map, just grabbed another orb. I mean, if they can cycle the bomb plant onto them, unless Charon goes down right here.
And he will.
Flawless
round for Heretics as they get to 8. But you're right, they min-max their way through that entire round, and oftentimes all we ask for is a clean round, right? Yeah. Save your weapons, try to take as little damage as possible. Heretics realizing the moment does not get any bigger than this. The opportunity doesn't get any greater.
Don't do anything. Yeah. That was the B player. I think I might be able to walk out B.
Great job.
Yep.
The probe, the human probe. You don't need utility.
The walking drone.
All he had was a sheriff. Why not? If you run into the stack, that's the cue to just go A and do the hit. That being said, this is the first gun round for Gen.G's defensive side. Much like Patatek, Munchkin holding that A main space. Heretics more than willing to give all that space up while they prod up mid slowly, surely. Waiting for anything to come in their sights.
Texture's waiting on the other side. This is a really nice turret setup too, but the flash delays for just a moment, but you didn't hit Texture, and he'll hit back.
9.
Couple more spotted, 59 HP for the duelist. Has to give the space up, and Munchkin will fill in behind it.
An upgrade for Woot. Just barely misses the sights of Meteor. And a freeze to the round, waiting for any type of mistake the defense is gonna make.
Riens has his dart back up. Whoa. That could have been it. That could have been the opportunity, the possibility. But the thoughts, the potential of a bonus are surely gone here. Riens has upgraded a weapon. He's gonna have to 1v4 to pull this off. Apparently in his face. No space is safe.
Texture waking up in this second half of Ascent on that gun round. Some really clean shots. That flick onto the B main player. That was a nice one. The follow-up utility. That turret getting flashed, that was kind of worrisome for a second. But it was all good. Gen.G win the first gun round, and they win it pretty clean.
And there was plenty of possibility for it to go the wrong way. But they hang on. An exchange of utility at the beginning of the round. You see the knife already invested, a dart to boot. And now Heretics want to explore mid. And alarm bot will keep them at bay at least.
अरे यार एक headphone फैंस की उसमें भी मैं थोड़ा
so similar to the last round that we witnessed.
नहीं ये करने क्या अचानक से हाथ में फैंस.
Alarm bot spotted. Now Heretics have options.
Rocket might get caught in this timing. Heretics don't take full advantage of it quite yet.
It's another freeze. The knife's not going to tag anything, Cat. Meteor's aware of where the hit's coming from. He understands he's getting surrounded. It's getting real cozy. It's getting real claustrophobic in there. But Meteor on the swing gets another. With a molly in his lap, strikes back.
Undisputed.
So down into 2v2 now. Boo gets a spike down.
Spike planted.
And Munchkin is on the prowl. Riens keep him back. No, what a shot.
That was beautiful.
Boo in a 1v2. So much to do. One way will provide some cover, it'll buy some time. We've seen a .06, and as every second ticks off this clock, the situation gets more complicated, more difficult. He ate the flash, gets the first. Munchkin waiting on the other side of the box. Boo creeping forward. Closer and closer. Now, the drop down, the molly on one side. He's buying his time as best as he can. He's playing the game. Munchkin's gonna get the kill. It's gonna be close. There's not enough time.
Yes.
So well played.
Not enough time. TH. Guys, GG.
Let that one soak in.
Undisputed.
IGL v IGL. Right at the end right there. Beautiful shots, beautiful trades, and so well played. The back and forth, and yeah, he goes down, he falls, but he secured the round. And he secured Gen.G being put on a bad buy.
So close, such a difficult situation. You said you gotta let that one sink in, but Dre, there's no time to. 17th round is upon us, and the buy for Gen.G, as you mentioned, is rough.
Shadows traveling.
It's so impressive how Heretics can just within a one-day turnaround, couple-day turnaround, become a completely different team on new maps, new compositions. All 5 players, their macro game, their game sense, it's so on point to be able to apply everything they learn in such a short amount of time. It's so rare to find teams that can do this thing.
Coaching staff and the value they provided is incredible, but I mean, you can do all the prep, you can do all the work on the front end, but if the execution is not there, then it's all for naught.
Exactly, can you actually execute it? And this is a team that's shown us that they are willing to do that. They're willing to go the extra mile.
There's a lot of Killjoy utility here. Patatek does not have his knife up.
What a shot.
And it's clear just like that, almost effortless.
30 seconds left.
Got Sheriffs on the other side. They've got to know that that's the case. The Stinger and the Sheriff provide some value. They deal some damage. And it's only worse. It's a 2v2. It shouldn't have gotten it down to this, but Heretic stabilized.
Almost a chance there. On the actual A site. That was a nasty shot from Karen. But the timing of Heretics, the trading, everything was just going their way. The utility, it was just too much. When you don't have the gun advantage. I mean, Karen, he did all he could. This shot was ridiculous.
Nice shot.
Disgusting. Benji Fishy on the lurk. The 4-1 coming out on top. The same exact anti-eco as the first time around. And it feels like this is it. Gen.G have to win this round. An operator invested, an Odin invested. And I think this is why you see Heretics just going for a full B main rush.
They have 4 ults online.
Whoa!
And 3 members, 1 away. Now Lakia gets his off the spam from Woot.
Bomb grenade out.
Lockdown used. Remember, Lakia just got his ult. Could counter with it, and he will. That's going to clear things out, and it's going to slow things down for just a moment, but never mind. Who wants to go forward? Texture with the out punishes. Meteor, meanwhile, playing his card beautifully. It's a flawless round in response for Gen.G. You said they needed to win it.
Gen.G
and they won it flawlessly. Beautiful setup. The spam in the beginning from Lakia. He invests the Hunter's Fury late into the round. He didn't use it off the rip. He let it kind of tick down a little bit. It's almost as if he wanted some of the players from Heretics to overcommit so they can run into Textures off, so they can run into Meteor and Logs. These are the micro things that when Gen.G do it correctly, it makes them look like world beaters.
Get out of my way.
Knife used at the beginning here. Blades invested by Woot. And he's not going to have him for a little while. That knife will cause problems.
Yeah, makes them back away promptly. Woot decides to just hang around here. See if he can get any kills given to him, but so far from the side of Gen.G, they're playing it pretty safe. You have Munchkin just spotting the cat, jiggling back and forth. Maybe he'll commit a molly or something like that, something of the sort. And Texture, he's just tucked heaven here. No reason to swing. A lot of info gathered B main. That's a free orb. Maybe he can catch a timing if he pushes all the way through, but we're already 4 players here, Doug.
Yeah, the problem is Lakia cleared all that space to be made, and then you've got the alarm bot mid too. So they can stack all A, understanding where the hit's coming from. Yeah. And now Knife's traded. If there was doubt before, there isn't anymore. Meteor tries to capture timing, tries to get aggressive and cheeky. Pays for it with his life, but
Texture थोड़ी छोड़ देगा भाई. Nice shot Texture.
Patatek in a 1v4 with the Guardian in hand.
Nice.
Oh, get dropped by the Oven. What a shot that must have been.
3 for Texture. Meteor, he had to run swinging through that smoke. He was stuck with a shock dart behind him, a molly in front of him. I don't blame him for going for that. And then the actual site, the anchors of A, who didn't move the entire round. They did a really good job of playing off of one another. Karen, the Omen flash, that flick, that quick scope, beautifully done. Good execution from Texture.
And so Heretics will call a timeout, and the conversation and the possibility of momentum becoming a factor kind of gets sucked out of the situation for just a little bit. Things slow down, things stabilize. All of a sudden, you're not riding the emotional highs. You're not as much out of the scene. This is where you get back to the fundamentals.
21 सेकंड का टाइम आउट लगा 20
Heretics
सेकंड
is they haven't played this map much at all, so what fundamentals do they really have to fall back on? It's all just prep right now. They're kind of learning the fundamentals as they go on a map like this. But if there is ever a team to learn them and learn them quickly in real time, it is Heretics. And the setup so far in the last 2 rounds from Gen.G, they've looked clean.
Red trophy.
All eyes on the prize. The trophy.
Yes, the
crown jewel of this tournament sits between these 2 titans. Every time you glance across the stage, you're reminded of what you're playing for. What you're close to or on the other side, what's slipping away. 1 round separating the 2 Heretics on top. Got a couple of ults.
Standing ahead.
Gen.G with plenty to play around.
Yeah, the ult economy is insane right now for Gen.G. And something I want to point out is this attacking Odin. It makes me believe that we're going to see a B hit come out, because why else would you invest into an Odin on the attacking side?
Oh, he spotted him.
No way.
The lamppost?
Here.
That's what's keeping him safe? What?
Here.
Lamppost के लिए बच गया. Lamppost के लिए बच गया Putres.
He thinks he's still there. Surely he gives up that angle eventually, but if he sticks around for too long, he might get punished. Oh, the footstep made. I think here's that. Alarm bot's still up though.
Texture gives his face away, but you're right, the alarm bot will keep him at bay for now.
And everything that Heretics has shown so far is a lean towards A.
Wood has a smoke. He wants to try to play around this, or he'll just clear it. Forget about the element of surprise.
Sorry guys, sorry.
An early killjoy ult. Meteor not liking the silence around the map.
Rian's having to invest the ult to counter it and trade it out. And will eventually get cleared. Remember Meteor, how well he plays this time, how well he plays this position. Now in a spot to do it again. As he hears footsteps coming through, Panatek had him. Read him the entire time. Lucky is on the swing and he can't find a thing. Spike will go down. Texture and Munchkin sitting back. Forced to rotate over.
Nice shot.
To clear one, but
nice.
Heretics will get to 11.
What a call off of the timeout. That was absolutely ridiculous. A smoke in mid 2, a late knife A main, and it was that Odin purchase I talked about that kind of foreshadows the B hit to come through. There's no way you're buying that gun and going A. But they baited 3 members of Gen.G to stay at A site. There were no KO flashes over the top, and yeah, Karen invests that Omen ult to get backside B. But Woot, it's the Woot show, baby.
It wasn't for the first couple of chapters, but it is now. Texture with Yop. Has one boot, but Woot does it again. This is the Woot that we were talking about at the beginning of the tournament, at the beginning of the series. This is the Woot that was supposed to stand up against Texture.
The one that's been redefining what a prodigy is. On a role that's not his.
They're so close. The flash over the top, they have to spam. And Boo is the nightmare. Gonna clean him up, and now they can waltz their way into A for free. But Meteor causing problems, dealing with pressure from both sides. He's able to alleviate a little bit of it, but it's too overwhelming, it's too great. Lucky has to save.
And if I'm Heretics right now, once that ticker goes down enough to where you know it's safe, maybe you leave one guy there, I am hunting. I'm looking for this operator. I am not letting Gen.G breathe. The economy is fine, forget it. But if you get this operator out, you don't have to worry about that going into the next round.
I mean, you've got him in the corner, you've got him against the ropes with shoulder slumped.
Guys, मैं 2 सेकंड आया, ठीक है? तुम लोग मैच देखते रहो ना. मैं 2 सेकंड आया.
That could be the final blow to put him away. And so they will. Perhaps a bit too late, though. Lakia will hang on to it. He'll take the op into the next.
Doug, You talked about fundamentals. In that timeout, what have we seen so far? We've seen a team that called a perfect round, a perfect fake towards A, leaving 3 players there. Into this round where once they're up 4v5, they're not peeking into A main dry. A KO flash over the top. Oh, wow. Watch this. Decimated. But this, the KO flash over the top, catching the re-aggression from Gen.G. And for the side of Gen.G, and for the side of Gen.G, a timeout. And also, in that round, when you're down 4v5, sometimes you gotta make something happen. You gotta get aggressive somewhere else, try to even the score. But right now, it's those fundamentals that you mentioned that Heretics have somehow learned on a map that they've only played 2 times this year. This is the 2nd time.
Heretics walked into this arena with memories of Madrid close by, right? They walked in, they couldn't get a thing going, go 0-2, an early dip out of the tournament, and they walked into Shanghai thinking, we're here to maybe make a run, but we come in with a sub. I mean, how much can we really do? They walked in as challengers with an Emperor staring them down in the arena. And they're the ones who are gunning for the crown.
Gen.G on this map have been absolutely uncontested. This entire year, they've looked so good on it. They've looked like one of the best teams, and right now, Heretics are sitting on match point for the next 3 rounds at least.
Right here.
How do Gen.G respond? Munchkin has his ult. Another slow round. Knife getting a little bit of info, spotting Karen on the other side.
Enemy tag.
The drone only seeing one, and it's Benji Fishy, so there's no real reason to think something else is afoot. No reason for suspicion. Shock will deal a little bit of damage, a little splash. And listen to the map. You can hear a pin drop, and that pin is the swing! Meteor falls, locked into the smoke. Assassinating Luke, but getting traded. A 3v3 now, as they've invested everything into this. Heretics not interested in playing any more rounds here. But Gen.G will not go down without a fight. They will not relent. So they take the 3 that they have forward.
3v3. Texture is alive also.
Swing with the drone, Texture cannot get in. It's uncomfortable. It's not easy. It's labored. Texture with some high ground now, dashing forward. Still torn asunder by his teammates. Not able to join up, not able to come at this collectively. And that spike has been ticking for a long time. Now committing, all of them huddled back sight. Can they get him out of those pesky corners? They've gotten 2. Can Boo do it by himself? He's gotten it down to 1, but the smoke provides cover. He's got to check in, and he does! The round Ascent goes their way! They've gotten this damn close! Now 1 map to potentially decide it all. Lotus, after this break, do not go anywhere.
नहीं जा रहे भाई, नहीं जा रहे भाई, क्या क्रेजी खेला भाई.
Come on, boys, go! Oh, bro, you are disgusting, Wu. Man, this is how it. Best of 5, I'm telling you. Do you hear that crowd, bro? They're all for us, bro. Listen, I'm gonna say one thing. I'm reading them like a book. I'm fighting CT. Bang, crowd.
भाई सब सबसे पहले प्रेडिक्ट करके रखते हैं भाई साहब. एक सेकंड रुकना, मैं एक चीज ट्राई कर रहा हूँ. अगर मैं यहाँ पे ओहो हो, अरे रेड बुल खाते हैं भाई साहब, सब वो करते हैं भाई. ये भी हाँ, हम ऐड देख लेंगे बट गाना नहीं सुनेंगे बिल्कुल भी. पता नहीं क्या है, मेरे को भी नहीं पता कौन है भाई, क्या कंपनी है। हमको तो बिल्कुल नहीं पता भाई, लेजिट हमें नहीं पता कि अभी क्या होगा। भाई मैं सोचा था जेनजी 3 और 1 से जीतेगा, जो चैट पे चल रहा था, बट अभी ऐसा लग रहा है कि जेनजी लेजिट हारेगा भाई, हारेगा। क्योंकि अभी ऐसा लग रहा है भाई, लेजिट लग रहा है। और आज हमारा स्ट्रीम हो चुका है 4 घंटा पार भाई। इस वॉच पार्टी के लिए 4 घंटा पार हो चुका है लेजिट स्ट्रीम। अभी बज रहे हैं शाम के 4:30। भाई आज का स्ट्रीम सबसे लंबा स्ट्रीम है भाई, लेजिट आज का स्ट्रीम सबसे लंबा स्ट्रीम है। क्यों नहीं होगा भाई, वीसीटी का फाइनल्स है भाई, लंबा तो होना ही चाहिए। बट फिर भी ठीक है, नॉर्मल जो वीसीटी वाले हम देखें, क्योंकि हम सपोर्टर थे एलएवी के, तो एलएवी के जितने भी हमने देखे हैं उसमें 2-3 ज्यादा से ज्यादा 3 घंटे का स्ट्रीम हुआ होगा। ये मेरा सबसे बड़ा रिकॉर्डेड स्ट्रीम होगा जो 4 घंटा पार हो चुका है ऑलरेडी। 1-2-3 घंटा होता तो चलो फिर भी, क्योंकि ट्विच पे मेरा एक स्ट्रीम है, वो आई गेस 3 घंटा था। ये रिकॉर्डेड मेरा ट्विच और यूट्यूब मिला के सबसे ज्यादा 4 घंटा पार हो चुका है। ऐसा लग रहा है 5 घंटा भी जा सकता है, बट कोई ना, हम हैं, हम मतलब आप लोगों के साथ। तब तक के लिए बने रहिए भाई, बने रहिए। जो जो बंदे आ रहे हैं, वोटिंग कर रहे हो, लाइक नहीं कर रहे ना, मैं बता रहा हूँ बहुत गंदी चीज है ये मत करो प्लीज। लाइक कर दिया करो, सब्सक्राइब कर दिया करो। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर ज्वाइनिंग द स्ट्रीम गाइस। मजा आ रहा है, गर्मी बहुत है। पानी पीते रहा करो, मेरा बॉटल खाली हो चुका है। वापस मैं दोबारा रिफिल करके आया हूँ, पता है। एक बार ग्रीन देखा होगा आपने स्टार्टिंग में, और एक बार उस पे वो, तो मैं 2-3 बार ही रिफिल करके आ चुका हूँ। फिर भी मैं बैठा हूँ क्योंकि मेरे को फाइनल्स देखनी है भाई, देखनी तो देखनी है, चाहे 5 घंटे लगे 6 घंटे लगे भाई। लेजेंड आज का स्ट्रीम जा रहा है 4.5 घंटा पार तो हो ही जाएगा, गारंटी है। क्योंकि अभी तो दूसरा मैप स्टार्ट भी नहीं हुआ, अभी तो 2 मिनट का वो गैपिंग चल रहा है। तो अभी जब वो स्टार्ट होगा, जब तक स्टार्ट होगा बेसिकली अगला, तो अगला स्टार्ट होने में 1 घंटा तो लेगा ही। तो 5 घंटे तो मान के चलो, 5 घंटे कहीं नहीं जा रहे। मतलब अभी अगर 5 बजने वाले होंगे तो 5:30 तक आएगा स्ट्रीम ही चलेगा मेरा, मतलब मेरी मेरी बात कर, तो 5:30 तक स्ट्रीम ही चलेगा भाई। तो इसीलिए बने रहो गाइस। जो जो बंदे नए हैं प्लीज डू लाइक शेयर सब्सक्राइब, इट विल बी हेल्प। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर ज्वाइनिंग द स्ट्रीम। हम ऐसे वैलोरेंट वाले कंटेंट लाते रहते हैं। जो भी बंदे देख रहे हैं या फिर देखेंगे मेरे ये हो जाने के बाद, जब स्ट्रीम खत्म हो जाएगा उसके बाद, तो उन लोगों के लिए कह रहे हैं कि भाई लाइक ठोको, सब्सक्राइब ठोको, इट विल बी हेल्प। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर ज्वाइनिंग द स्ट्रीम, क्योंकि तुम लोग क्लिक करोगे तभी हम थोड़ा सा आगे बढ़ पाएंगे ना। तो इसीलिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर ज्वाइनिंग द स्ट्रीम। जो भी 2-3 बंदे आ रहे हैं, मेरे को पता है, क्योंकि नॉर्मल गेम प्ले से और इसमें फर्क होता है, क्योंकि ये वॉच पार्टी है, मैं पहले ही बता चुका हूँ। इसमें आधे से ज्यादा चीज तो ये सब होते रहते हैं। तुम लोगों के जो वो है ना, मैंने बोल दी थी कि पहले ही कि देखो मेरे को फर्क नहीं पड़ता, चाहे एक बंदा देखे चाहे 2 बंदा देखे, मेरे को अपना कम्युनिटी आगे ले जानी है, चाहे वो कुछ भी हो जाए। तो इसीलिए मैं थोड़ा सा अभी बैठा हूँ क्या, थोड़ा बहुत बोर हो रहा हूँ, क्योंकि अभी मैच जो है वो तो पहुंच गया है, बट मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है थोड़ा सा लेट के देखो, बैठने का मन नहीं कर रहा। बट फिर भी बस आप लोगों के लिए बैठ के देख रहे हैं, क्योंकि आप लोगों के साथ भी तो देखना है। वो देखने में जो मजा है कहीं नहीं भाई, वॉच पार्टी जो करने में जो मजा है वो कहीं नहीं। ना खुद गेम खेल के मजा है, ना वहां जाके मजा है। वॉच पार्टी में अलग सा एक, मतलब वो अलग बात है कि उधर अलग मजे होते हैं, बट ये वो है कि वॉच पार्टी करने में जो मजा है ना, लेजिट भाई लेजिट अलग ही सूख है। तो उस चीज के लिए हम अभी भी बैठे हैं, देखते हैं कितना देर तक, मतलब कितना देर तक कर पाएंगे हम अपन वॉच पार्टी। मेरे को तो आई गेस और कितना देर, मेरे को तो समझ नहीं आ रहा। मेरे को और अगर थोड़े, मतलब आई गेस 1-2 घंटे तक चली तो उसकी मैं सोच रहा हूँ। बट मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि चलो देखते हैं कितने देर। और 1-2 बंदे जो भी देख रहे हैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। मैं जानता हूँ 1-2 बंदे, क्योंकि मेरे को वॉच पार्टी देखते हुए 2-3 बंदे ही देखते हैं। एक तो हो गया बेबू पाला और ओपी गगन, ये सब बंदे, और कल 1-2 बंदे आए थे, तो उस हिसाब से 1-2 बंदे हो सकते हैं जो वो हैं, तो वो देख सकते हैं। बाकी जो भी है, जो जो बंदे देखना चाह रहे हैं या फिर देख रहे हैं, तो वही आगे ले जाएंगे कल्चर। बाकी तो बस जो गेम प्ले देखने आ रहे हैं वो ठीक है, वो एक जगह के लिए ठीक है। हाँ बस गेम प्ले देखने आ रहे हैं, बस वो वो भी एक बार के लिए ठीक है, बट हाँ पूरा वॉच पार्टी में क्या होता है एकदम हम पूरा कम्युनिटी में घुस जाते हैं, तो कम्युनिटी भी सपोर्ट करना जरूरी है। तो इसीलिए जो जो बंदे नए हैं प्लीज डू लाइक शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब, इट विल बी हेल्प। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर ज्वाइनिंग द स्ट्रीम गाइस। ये यहाँ पे रिप्ले दिखा रहा है, मैं स्क्रीन थोड़ा स्विच ना, क्योंकि मेरे पास अब बोलने लायक है नहीं, तो मैं वही दिखा देता हूँ जो देखने आए हैं सब लोग। साउंड
The perfect moment of the finals here, and playing against a guy in this form has got to be really difficult, especially for Gen.G. You can't help but remember that last finals against Sentinels. It feels really similar here, where they get a hot start and then the players start falling offline, their opponents peaking at the right time. This is a really dangerous situation for Gen.G.
And look at the comparison, right? The Woods on Icebox best just now on Ascend. The numbers are completely different. They tell a very, very different story. But I also want to give a shout out to Nilzinho, because I think that his timeouts are having a lot of impact, especially when they were on the attack, and we knew that it was going to be complicated, not only because you're against Gen.G, but because in the past you have already stumbled against, you know, some things on the way. And I think that he had a massive impact also in the mentality of it.
Yeah, he did indeed, but this is the thing. If Gen.G don't pull it back, if they cannot win on Lotus, it will be a very similar story to Madrid. And Josh, are you at all worried now after what we saw on Ascent?
Not at all, not at all. For Heretics' sake,
No, for Gen.G.
For Gen.G, I feel like their mental might be booming a little bit. They always have a question of like mental resilience, and I feel like Heretics is now on an upward swing. I want to see like really strong A fights, Texture back online and getting his first bloods again, and I feel like that's their way to get back in.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you also, because now that we're going on to Lotus, we saw Heretics yesterday in the lower final changing the composition and actually having a very good performance. Do you think it is something that they're going to be keeping up today? Because also Gen.G decided to start on the defense here on Lotus. Do you think there's some preparation coming specifically for that?
Yeah, so like Gen.G, once they have the Odin and Op up, it's so hard to deal with them. Lockett gets the A line with his Odin, and you have Texture maybe at the C line. Heretics has a lot to solve going to this.
They also do a really good job of like varying where Texture is going to be on the defense, kind of throwing in some of those forward defensive plays like we saw.
Hello, I am new here. अरे भाई चाचा भाई, welcome to the stream brother. Welcome to the stream. चाचा क्या करेगा? भाई बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया for joining the stream brother. नए हो कोई ना, subscribe करके जाना.
Those special handshakes, the momentum continues to flow, and for this team that started out with literally everyone not believing they could go on a run with a sub in their squad, they have turned everything around. They have found their form. They have found their identity with this particular roster. And now with this momentum behind them, it really feels like this is their chance to lift that trophy.
I just want to know if they've learned from their past mistakes. It wasn't a long time ago. In fact, it was yesterday when we saw them play their first ever international best of 5 on this stage right here. But remember, guys, Lotus is where in the past where they have tripped up, is where their mental resilience has fallen a little bit. And Josh, Gen.G are the kind of opponent where you cannot make mistakes because they will punish you for it.
Oh yeah, their openings are so strong and highly optimized. I think Heretics will have trouble trying to fight against that. So I hope that Heretics start moving away from their really strong openings and start playing
49,000,
especially also looking at the head between Meteor and Benji. We were talking about it at the beginning of the day. Benji is the kind of player that will try and find those solutions, even going for the operator on the attack if things are not happening and Gen.G is too aggressive.
Team Heretics attack sides have been really good throughout this tournament. They really do have to find a way to deal with this aggression from their opponent, find the right timings to re-clear space.
Well, this is it. Gen.G, if they don't win here, they will be losing out on back-to-back Masters Trophy. Dark and Baby, they have to dig deep here if they want a chance.
One of the worst feelings for any competitor is to get that close, to get one step away and not able to accomplish what you set out to do. To do so twice is devastating. That's heartbreaking, and that's the position Gen.G are in right now. They've flirted with it. They've taken a pass at Destiny, and they haven't been able to close the book. Meanwhile, you've got Heretics who are here to write their own story, to write the future, to change the way we think about Valorant and the way we think about the era that is upon us. And to have one map away from doing it, the opportunity doesn't get any sweeter than this.
Where are you?
On their map pick
Start हो गया?
Of all.
Now cast
Lotus
Dodge plus Baby. अच्छा.
Could be the death blow to Gen.G.
To hopes and dreams to the pursuit of hardware.
तो भाई स्मोक हटने तक नहीं दे रहा भाई.
Heretics on
क्या क्या लिया है? Fade.
Gen.G will have to figure out how they weather this reckless abandon from these kids. And they'll have to do so soon.
A very slow approach with Gen.G Fishy prodding at C while the silent walk-up, the death ball, is on A. And they had so much utility out and ready. Had there been anybody rubble,
they would have pounced right off the bat. You're absolutely right.
Careful.
And what a mess that would have been.
That door tap keeps two players on the B site. There is a rotation over from Munchkin.
Cover going out.
Karen, he was so good at anchoring A site in the last map.
Can he find the same success? No.
30 seconds left.
Will drop a Munchkin weak. Patek on the swing. Somehow he stays alive. As Lakia makes a ridiculous run at this.
वही तो 1v2.
He's gotten him to the doorstep of a pistol. But Rians and Gen.G Fishy are looking to take it and make it their own. Spike goes down. Time was short. Now Meteor will have to make a play. He's going to have to get active. The right click not connecting. A switch to heavier weaponry. How does he find a way around this? Look at how well Rians and Gen.G Fishy are playing this. They drop him.
Gen.G Fishy भाई नहीं
12
छोड़ता.
steps away.
The timing on that walk was so perfect. They caught Karen just juggling, fumbling his utility. And then, yeah, it got scrappy. Lakia hitting some really nice shots, jumping through that smoke, trying to save his team from losing this first pistol round.
And almost did.
But Rians, he's been so good all series long, and he keeps on delivering here.
Gen.G Fishy मार सकता है क्योंकि Gen.G Fishy के पास
Gen.G
power है.
not really interested in investing much here. Sheriff and some utility. You also got that suck nade combo right at the top.
Yeah, we'll end up forcing Patek to take a step back, but this is the slow approach that we saw, much like Ascent, a 4-1 split on the anti-eco.
The tricky thing, though, about Heretics is, man, they slow it down, and just when you think you've got their pace understood, they punch you in the mouth.
Yeah. Patek right now, he's just a human drone. A role that we saw Gen.G Fishy doing in the previous.
And he did it well. They're pushing to a fair amount of resistance here, but the resistance crumbles. All of it picked apart. Texture and Karen now starting to rejoin the scene, but the crime has already taken place. Wood is weak, 9 HP, but it's going to be so tough to get their way into this. It seems like they're just going to try to fall to the spike. Not give away any ult orbs. Not give any advantage to the opposition. Oh, that was close.
Almost.
Yes, that was close, brother.
They've drawn out the paranoia, and that's going to have them push. Texture trying to
nice shot.
Karen takes one with him. A consolation.
Nice shot.
That's all it'll be. You want these rounds to go as cleanly as you can. And yeah, they keep 2 Bulldogs, but that was anything but.
Yeah, that's a W round for Gen.G considering the start on the site. 2 players falling in water right away, and I believe also Patek actually ended up getting a pick front B as well. So some salvation to that round, that eco round. And now it's going to be gun advantage for the way of Gen.G fully, but there is an Odin invested from Gen.G Fishy. So weird to see that he can actually buy into the next round, even with spending so much money on this gun, and it's doing so much damage.
Oh, Texture's down to 29 HP and he's dead. Again, the combo is too much.
Nice.
Heretics pull this off. What a nightmare it would be, but Gen.G standing strong, keeping it close. Really nice repositioning by Karen there. And he's gonna get away. A lot of hurry up and wait now. As things slow down, the door is tapped. Prowler's used. It is 2 rifles and they're both here. Oh, it's such a bold swing! How in the world?
High clean.
Full control. He's taking over this map.
He's taking over the series.
What could be the last dagger, the last slash?
Last player standing.
Best. Sorry, guys.
For Gen.G. The positioning was so tough there too. They stack up, they line up, and they mess up because of it. Early paranoia used by Karen. Got the eye out as well. Traded in kind on the other side. Heretics slow things down once more.
Ouchie. Sorry, brothers and sisters. Jojo डर गए मेरे
Formidable
उससे.
defense towards C right now. Not only do they have the KJ utility, but they also have 3 members here. Texture being one of them, but the guns not great.
And Heretics right now, they're playing so smart. They baited the orb tap. They're waiting for any type of trap play, and here it is. They're not going to get punished whatsoever.
A step ahead of it.
The counter punch.
Forcing Gen.G to play the game they want to play, but Meteor perhaps interested in making his own. Still dancing up and down, in and out, dropping Boo. Sheriff shot secured, but finally will fall.
Ooh.
They've got to tuck tail and get away from this.
Down, C.
They've lost the plot, they've lost the situation. Hey, Benji Fishy almost died just there.
He has to stay. He has to control the guns.
Yeah.
And yeah, A-site is free, but now it's going to be 2 upgrades. And if they can steal this round away, a round that Gen.G surely have the advantage of.
Munchkin's going to cut him off. He's already there. They know where he is.
Enemy remaining.
That's the spike.
Spike down.
That's the
A.
round. Patatek's been good, but not this good.
10 seconds left.
Oh, there's no time as well. What a round from Meteor. Dodging the Omen flash. It was all up to him. Solo hero on an island. And it's the MasterCard Thrifty for Gen.G. The back and forth finesse, getting those 2 kills, his first 2 of the map. Oh my gosh.
It's like you're trying to play whack-a-mole against this guy. But every time he pops up, he's not just tempting you, he's killing you.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Munchkin cutting off the rotation there as well. That was all she wrote. So Gen.G will get on the board with that Thrifty.
Oh, again.
Texture getting spammed
Oh
out.
भाई, फिर से मरता भी.
Somehow he still gets a kill on Boo. They thought there was enough suppressive fire, enough cover for him to get around and TP across, but Texture a step ahead of it.
Oh.
And Lakia showing he can do a bit of the same.
Yeah, the counter spam.
Heal कैसे हो रहा है ये? Raise अच्छा raise damage.
2 Odins on the map. It's just complete chaos on A. Amongst all that, you're right, Texture getting that pick. So impressive to do, especially on low HP. Good use of Molly to break that alarm bot.
Yeah, and that's going to force things to slow down a little bit here because Gen.G have to respect what's potentially on the other side now.
And that's why you see the lean from Meteor. He knows he has to pick that up. That threat of a B split or any type of B pressure, it's so hard to hold with just one person. And early Roomba invested at A. And right now it's Heretics doing a C default, but if they do not push up and break this Killjoy turret, there's no need for Gen.G to have to rotate anybody.
It seems like Meteor's going to try to anyway. Karen with Paranoia at the ready.
Super proactive with utility is Gen.G.
Patatek plays this so patiently, decides not to pull the trigger, decides not to strike despite it aching for the touch. Benji Fishy pushing forward, the knife in the face. Meteor falls. Wu will join him though, as the spike now down. And again, they're throwing it. They will fall. Rians would have to 1v3 through this. They've gotten the spike down. All he has to do is buy time. Much like we've seen a couple of rounds already in this series. Eye gets cleared, the spam through all of the targets spotted. He gets one. It's just too much. He's overwhelmed and he's outnumbered as Gen.G will get their second.
Great discipline from Gen.G. Great discipline from Munchkin, the IGL, to sit in heaven, play that off angle, dodge the rocket on the actual entry, and then just hold his ground. Let the kills come to him. This is that entry. Oh, it was through the smoke? What? Oh, what a shot.
Snappy from Munchkin.
Beautiful, and then just there at the end, just holding the ground. Much like Karen, just waiting for the mistakes, letting the game come to them.
And with that comes the second round of the half for them. Heretics with a shoddy buy. 3 rifles and then a couple of pistols. We've talked so much about the spam game that's played early on. This time a little bit more aggression, a little bit more fight out of the defense.
A little bit of friendly fire there as well with that paranoia. But, I mean, no one there from Heretics to try to punish that. And even if they try to go through there, there's a tether at the other end of it. Too much utility to deal with. That's why you see them taking the C space.
I didn't realize Benji Fishy had that good of it.
Yeah.
Meteor in a lot of trouble here under a lot of pressure, but he gets his 2.
Oh,
he's the one who's the problem.
3.
Just when it seemed like he bit off too much, dinner bells ring.
The jump from over the top of sight, the molly, the blender. It was like we were in a movie in real time in action one. Mission Impossible, perhaps.
Nice shot, guy. इसने अकेले ने 4 बंदे को निपटा के ले गया.
Nicely done. And hype out of the
timeout ले लिया. TH ने एक या हारी timeout ले ली.
Heretics calling a timeout as we're tied at 3 apiece. This map has already been so competitive. We've already seen so many of these little micro games play out. Again, the Odin spam that we talked about at the beginning, the conditioning of clearing all of the KJ utility on the defense and then flipping the map whichever way you want. It's been so impressive. But it's the Heretics who are forced on the back foot first.
And yeah, and they've been impressive the last time they played this map of Lotus on this new composition they decided to run. But on the flip side, Gen.G, I mean, they're no slouch to a map like Lotus. I've seen so many highlights of Texture just going absolutely nuclear on this map.
And if I remember correctly, it was Josh who was talking about it on the desk. They're hard to beat when they get going.
Yeah, and they're fired up right now. They're ready. They're not going down without a fight. Thrifty rounds can fuel you.
You take a look at the ults right now on the side of Gen.G. There are a lot to pick from. There are a lot to choose from here. That's why you see the value, the importance of this timeout.
Ults, economy, everything in their favor right now.
चलो भाई चलो, half time भी अभी आएगा.
See that paranoia out, the Haunt over the top. Boo's already dead. They're stuck, man. They're corralled. Either they
जाते ही तो मर जाएगा.
sit and die.
और कर लो time out. और कर लो time out. जाते ही तो मर गए.
He's so on point right now. A lot of these kills, he's just getting spammed through smokes, but he's just aware.
Nice shot.
Munchkin will clean it up with a nice spray.
That looked so easy. That looked so effortless. A flawless round for Gen.G. On the other side of a timeout from Heretics, too. Take a look at it one more time. There was that fight mid. The paranoia over the top. I mean, it was such a pretty setup. A cacophonous chorus of utility, sure, but it's the sweetest song that Gen.G has sung. Just pistols for Heretics now. Benji, Fishy, and Boo with their ults. You can't imagine those are invested this time around. Gen.G getting a little active across the middle of the map.
Yeah, what's this?
Trying to clear out the turret. The door is tapped.
Bring them down.
And it's just a game.
Nah.
Prowler getting a little info. Spam war is going the way of Gen.G.
Good tether to delay.
And now the paranoia.
5 बंदे के साथ आ रहे. मरेंगे.
Can't find anything yet.
But Patatek can.
Hang on now.
Nah.
Meteor down and Heretic slow. It's
nice shot. 2 बंदे एक साथ.
Gen.G get another.
जॉर्ड Gen.G जॉर्ड. बट अगर ये जीत जाएगा फिर अभी और एक मैच होगा भाई.
But Gen.G corralled them into that door, that broken door area, and just funneled them with utility. Texture's able to hold a little off angle right here. Takes a little sidestep. They line up perfectly. That opens up Lakia to activate right after that.
Like lambs to the slaughter.
Nice setups.
वही तो nice setups.
Corralled and controlled into their death as we turn our attention to the 9th round. Back on guns for both sides.
And 5 in a row for Gen.G. If they win this round again, it's another eco for Heretics. And we might be looking at a 7-3 half.
Heretics have tools. 4 ults to choose from. Gen.G and Opera off from their own. I mean, again, this KJ setup that they have on C and then the personnel to reinforce it, to bolster it. It's difficult to navigate.
Yeah, you peek through that. Turret will connect onto you. Omen flash comes out. All of a sudden, everyone's blind.
And the nanos are cooking you at your feet.
Yeah, like that eco round.
You're done. And a refreshing of the smoke now from Karen to make things worse. To bleed the clock a little bit more.
Ah. What is that?
Texture's back. Do they commit here? They don't really have any other option. There's nowhere for them to go. They tap the door to suggest they're going B, but the alarm bot will keep them there. Now, Nightfall through, Paranoia traded. The swing out from Karen as they wait. And he's going to get
nice.
Meteor holding them back.
Nice.
Around the utility, only able to find a little bit of success, but it might have been enough. With 10 seconds left, the spike out of reach. Wood has to try to scoop it up. They have to get active. They've got to do so soon. Slowing things down a little bit. Only
nice shot.
Can Riens be a hero once more?
The
jump spot, not
yeah.
Munchkin on the swing as Gen.G gets 6.
Another great setup from Gen.G. That was that paranoia I was speaking about. Delays the flood, connects onto multiple members. It allows Karen to go wide. Oh, this was crazy.
Little fadeaway.
Yeah, that was a hard read on just the timing.
Low server FPS. भाई उन लोगों तक आ रहे low server FPS भाई.
Peaks or not? Why not?
Karen handled that so well. I mean, all the utility before him. You know, you've got Omen TPing top box. You've got a Han over your shoulder, very calmly selecting the right targets and then adjusting. And this, Dre, this is a surprise to me because that's the second timeout on the side of Heretics, and it's been burned before we hit the 10th round.
They understand that this game has completely slipped away. This is an attack-sided map. But then again, I mean, you think about last map, you think about 6 rounds that Gen.G got on their attacking side. That's more than favorable to close it out, and they couldn't. So it's not over yet. If Heretics can do the same and salvage the rest of this half, going into the defense, they might have a shot. But right now, Gen.G, they didn't even have to invest a lot of those ults into that round. They've been sitting on these for quite a bit of time.
It's a little insurance padding.
Yep.
A little rainy day type beat.
Texture's 1 away from another showstopper. So he's gonna use 2 ults potentially in a half where nobody else on his team has used even one. I think maybe Lakia used 1 fade ult as well. The only other player to commit an ult.
6 rounds in a row, momentum fully the way of the number 2 seed from the APAC region in hot pursuit of their first championship ever.
Sorry guys.
The back and forth has been immense, and let's see if this little combo right here, Nate Tether, can be even greater.
Oh, it hurts! It hurts so much!
भाई साहब, भाई साहब और लेटिए, और लेटिए.
Will get his 2, but what a trap!
मतलब नहीं.
We've seen so many teams try to go for that, and it never works.
Not like that.
That worked to perfection. Oh my goodness.
One enemy
that might be one of the most satisfying images I've seen. So fired up, the pillow fell from the back of his chair.
Placing swamp grenade.
They're alive now. 4 ults still. Lakia is a little bit off of his.
Yeah, almost 5. But for both sides, 4 ults apiece.
Heretics have to make a stand here. They have to find a way to push back.
68,000 views, guys.
The problem is Gen.G have been so disruptive.
VCT वालों का हमारा भी करा दो. 68 views करा दो.
Heretics, apart from the pistol round, they haven't really had a chance to even touch a site. And Lakia, I mean, he tagged up. Pad attack very low, 6 HP.
He had no choice but to shoot back.
The fear of the Odin.
It's real.
Boo just sprinting out of there. He wants nothing to do with it. Interesting choice to change up the pace and pick up a rifle in that moment for Lakia. Proactivity front B. Rocket for rocket.
The first 55 have gone without a kill, but now Wood on the swing and Munchkin on the kill. Texture over the top. G-Fish, he had nowhere to go. He takes him down with him. but the damage has been done. Oh, this position is so difficult as well.
3v3.
Seconds left.
I mean, if they try to commit B, they have to be concerned about what's on the other side. Boo falls. Lakia holding the line, waiting for the swing, and they waltz to their death. Patatek not able to fight back. Rian's worse for wear.
Nah.
To choose from. Lakia will get Gen.G to 8.
Solo anchoring the A site from the start of the round to the end of the round. Getting the best in the spam duel, and then closing it all out. Gen.G, fortunate to connect there on the texture. That animation of the rocket can be so damning. But it funneled everybody into Lakia. And he closed it out, sitting at 9-4 and 9. Texture, the man I spoke about. Stepping up huge after a bit of a lackluster performance on the set. And they're setting the tone, they're changing the pace, full aggression through C.
They have to go fast, they have to go aggressive, because time is short. Woot popping the rocket. And again, Gen.G, as you mentioned, hot to trot. 3 on the prowl. Benji Fishy considering investing the ult, waits for just a moment as Rians gets the spike down. You imagine the ults are going to come through in bunches. There's the first. Now Meteor will have his along with Benji Fishy. Hang on, folks. This round is going to be insane.
The nade does not connect.
Where's Boo gone? He TP'd behind them. You have to suspect that he's there. There's no way you disrespect that. There's no way you ignore it. Meanwhile, the push forward. Munchkin gets caught. 4 players detained.
4 players detained, bhai.
He gets alive at the right time. Boo gets 1, but that's all it'll be. Gen.G a 9-3 half.
Bhai.
What an answer back.
What an answer back, bhai.
This series just keeps on giving.
I mean, they got away with 9 rounds in a row. Lakia, the easiest kills of his life, and possibly the most meaningful. For him to get those there was perfect. So a 9-3 half the way of Gen.G, trying to push us to split. We've got another interview standing by. Right now, Mika's hanging out with Life from FPX to get his thoughts on what he's seeing around him.
Hey guys, we have another halftime interview for you, and guess who's here?
Yo, 大家好，我是 Formula Life。
FPX. Life FPX.
Life, thank you so much for being here. Now you went up against Team Heretics and Gen.G. What is your opinion of both of these teams?
其实现在来福都跟今天的2支队伍 GEN.G 和 The Heretics 都已经交手过了，那你对这2支队伍作何评价呢？
我觉得 GEN.G 它是一个战术非常充足的队伍，以及教练组非常强劲。然后 TH 的话，我觉得是偏个人实力一点，然后对战术储备可能没有那么充足。对。
I think for GEN.G, actually they got a lot of strategy and really strong coach stuffs, and for TH, I think they played like powerful individuals, maybe not that much strategy compared to GEN.G, maybe.
Who do you think is going to be MVP of this series?
你觉得这张地图的 MVP 会是谁呢？
我觉得这张地图 MVP 会是 TH 的 Rians。
I think it's gonna be Rians from the Heretics.
Oh, that's very, very spicy, and I totally agree. But do you have a special message for our audience?
有没有什么特别的话想要对我们的观众们说的呢？
我想说大家电子竞技的魅力就在于翻盘，翻盘的游戏才有意思。我们一起为 TH 加油！
I don't understand at all.
Thank you to Luna for helping us with some translation. We're going to send it back to our casters and we're going to get back into the game.
Thank you so much, Mika. Heretics walked into Lotus so close to what they've come to accomplish, to what they came here to do. And yeah, they're hungry.
Start
but the
yaro.
growl of a tiger humbles hunger. And that's exactly what Gen.G have done.
Texture and Lakia wreaking havoc amongst Team Heretics.
Keep it cool. That's how you survive.
14-8 for the duelist. The hour has struck and the man has appeared. And not a moment too soon. Gen.G on the attack. A 3-2 split right now. And Rians is going to spot a little bit of what's potentially waiting on the other side. You have to assume there's more there. As the panel gets broken, the suck will hang on to Texture for just a moment, but now all eyes turning towards B. Rians has joined the fold, but it's just him and Benji Fishy here for now.
Benji Fishy.
Will be a free bomb plant for Gen.G. But Heretics, they've been so good on retaking. And they have the time. They're so patient with it. But there wasn't a lot of utility invested from the side of Gen.G themselves, so they have a counter.
A smoke towards heaven and a paranoia towards the panel.
No.
Atatech falls.
The nade as well.
The flash almost makes it
Nice
easier.
shot.
Texture's gonna drop him. Gen.G on the precipice of another pistol.
Nah.
Texture gets 3 as Gen.G get to 10.
And they actually bought Texture that ghost. Someone on the
भाई
side.
ये अब नहीं होना चाहिए अब आप अगले राउंड के लिए रुकना पड़ेगा अब अगले राउंड में अगर उस जीत गया तो फिर 5
I mean, give the tools to your stars to succeed.
He didn't even need it.
And that's exactly what Gen.G do.
17 and 8. Upgrades to a Phantom and armor.
Satchel out.
Giving full support to the main duelist of their squad. Understanding how important it is for him to get going. Something they couldn't figure out on the last map. And now, Woot finished by 3 sets of utility. Meteor.
No.
Pushing his way forward, he got his one. But Heretics again, seeming like they'll end this round and just a whimper. What a shot. So much for whimper, but it's still just not enough. You still have 2 rifles you have to reckon with.
Cover going out. There are sheriffs on Heretics, and we've seen them do some funny things with these guns, but what was that?
The joke is all Gen.G's now.
I'll find you.
They're the ones hitting the punchline.
Nice.
Gen.G get to 11. Heretics will be on a gun round. And it goes without saying, if they want to close this series here, it has to start with this round. They have to win this.
The replay of that util bomb. Insane.
One enemy remaining.
Nice shot.
Feels good moment for Karan.
He hasn't really had to do a ton.
And look at the buy from Gen.G as well. Everybody has a gun that can be very deadly.
Oh.
A
Nice shot.
4-1 split. Slow C default, but a fast B clear from Meteor. Playing with complete confidence right now. And he's about to face Woot head to head, takes him out.
Woot barely stood.
The last 3 rounds of this half, he's been just getting obliterated. No chance whatsoever. Headshots, utility, you name it.
Gen.G are going to try to rotate back A. Who's pretty close by. As soon as the smoke goes down, though, and the wall goes up, he's got to understand, yeah, there's presence on the other side. He will find safe passage away.
Cover going out. But the problem is, A side is completely open. If he gets pushed off of this door and bomb goes down.
No, that was the big problem.
What?
That was the safety he had to find.
Maybe Gen.G overthinking things, but they might actually catch Benji Fishy out of transition. He can't connect. The trade.
He got his one. Almost gets a second. It's messy, though.
They're going back
30
again.
seconds left.
The triple pump fake.
Around the world. I mean, they've touched spawn like 4 or 5 times. It feels like. Actually, only 3, but.
Patrick and Rian's in a high-low. Lakia falls. They're fighting back at this thing. They've gotten it down to a 1v2 with 13 seconds left. They don't have the spike. Munchkin has to go, and he has to go now. Even if he gets his kill, surely. Oh!
Nice!
Gosh!
Nice shot, brother.
Munchkin! With X-ray vision!
How the hell did he know?
All he had to do was survive. But that's much easier said than done. Much easier contemplated than completed. Unreal. And so Gen.G get to map point. No real interest in slowing the clock down. Really no option for Heretics to do so anyway. 1 ult to their name. 4 Guardians and then a Phantom for Rians. Gen.G have obliterated Heretics on Lotus.
Careful here.
They might obliterate them again on this C site. We're gonna go fade ult for fade ult. The deciding factor might be that showstopper from Texture. Just the little bait of the door drags a player away from C.
Rians with his ult at the ready. There's plenty of defense here. What's the Q? What's the go button? The smoke goes out. There it is. That's all it'll be. And that's going to cause the rotate. They're not even really interested in sticking around. They tap the door. They're going B, and it's going to be a foot race. Pat attack. Forced to sit back and wait. Not able to pass the lava at his
4v3.
And look at Karen, aggressive on the swing. A bold, perhaps reckless approach. But he bides his time. He's patient with it. Understanding he can play this as slowly as he wants, or he can speed up. Rians falls. Oh, they're all crumbling. They're all crumbling.
3v2. Nah.
Trying to build fences, but Gen.G interested in digging
1v1.
tunnels. Boo, over the top. He gets another. Heretics not done yet.
These rounds
GG.
are absolutely ridiculous. Almost a 5v3 for Gen.G. And Boo is the savior. Lakia, he did so much in the 1v2 up there that allows him to buy time and make this go down to a 1v1. He just couldn't close it out, but he had such a good chance. Boo just stripped it away from them.
The real problem here is the lead that Gen.G have is, I mean, it's so great, Trey.
Yeah, it's a little too late right now for Heretics.
Oh.
But if you're Heretics, you never say die.
It's always winnable. It's the mindset you have to have as a professional player. That's why they've gotten this far.
See the spam through the orb. Benji Fishy keeping him back.
Nice.
Still plenty to go, but they're taking this step by step. Munchkin spotting one, taking a step back. They finally dealt with their Sentinel.
Oh, that connects.
Ah,
To
yes.
confirm presence. But Patek somehow staying
Ah.
alive, finally falling.
3v3.
It's filling in on the space behind it. Well, that didn't go the way it was supposed to. Bouncing back, but he saw him anyway. The problem is here, Rians has no way to get out.
And I wonder if...
Yeah, they know he's there.
Does Meteor use this ult? Yeah, he does. It's going to force Rians to have to swing.
Dude, Heretics, just fight. I don't know that they have a choice. They kind of have to go here.
Oh.
And they've been
Nice
baited
shot.
into their deaths. Boo's left in a 1v2. 85 HP, no armor. Can he prolong Lotus? Or is split on the cards?
Spike planted.
He's quietly moving forward. And just like that, Gen.G finds safe passage away. Tucking behind the wall. And
GG. Gen.G,
obliterate
GG.
on Lotus. And Dre, the old saying goes is that every single banger ends on split. And the dream of every grand final is to go 5 maps. Lo and behold, we have everything we could possibly want. Stay around. This one's gonna be good. We'll see you guys next.
Yo, what the doing, guys? What the are you doing, guys? What the doing, guys? Hey, Patipe, are you nervous?
Now we up, now we up. Talked to guy yesterday, said it's more on the way.
इसको जान दो गाइस, ये गाना बजेगा ना, तो एक काम करते हैं। हाँ, एक मिनट, बस चलो भाई, 70,000 की वॉचिंग आ रही है भाई। इधर भी 2-3 भेज देते कम से कम हम भी थोड़ा सा वो हो जाते। 70,000 की वॉचिंग भाई, मेरे को तो बस 2 की वॉचिंग आ रही है। जो भी 2 बंदे देख रहे हैं, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर जॉइनिंग द स्ट्रीम गाइस। लाइक कर देना, सब्सक्राइब कर देना, इट विल बी हेल्प। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। आज लेजिट 5 घंटे की स्ट्रीम होने वाली है। मैं कह रहा था थोड़ी देर पहले कि मेरे जितने भी स्ट्रीम हुए हैं, सबसे बड़ा वो है कि सबसे बड़ा आज का स्ट्रीम होने वाला है। तो आई गेस पूरा 5 घंटे का स्ट्रीम होगा आई गेस सो, क्योंकि अभी तो 5:30 ही बजने वाले हैं। और आई गेस ये जो जैसे चला रहे हैं, ऐसे तो लग रहा है कि अभी और एक मतलब जो डिसाइडर मैप है बिंड, उस पे खिलाएंगे। तो उस पे खिलाएंगे तो आई है कि अभी तो फिर उस पे खिलाएंगे तो फिर अभी और 1 घंटा मान के चलो, तो कम से कम 6:30 बज जाएंगे। आज की पूरी मैच में 6:30 बज जाएंगे, बज जाएंगे। गाइस तुम लोग बैठो, जो बंदे देख रहे हैं। अभी तो फिलहाल 0 की वॉचिंग आ रही है, बट जो भी है, जो 1-2 बंदे जो भी आएंगे अभी, तो तुम लोग 1 सेकंड वेट करो। मैं बस 2 सेकंड में पानी लेके आता हूँ, क्योंकि मेरा बॉटल हो चुका है खाली, और मैं खाली बॉटल पे पानी तो नहीं पी सकता हूँ। तो इसीलिए मैं पानी लेके आया गाइस, पानी लेके आता हूँ। सही तो था। चलो भाई स्टार्ट भी करो अब फटाफट, डिसाइडर मैच भी। अब थोड़ा सा बोर हो रहा हूँ मैं, और अभी एक काम करते हैं। अब थोड़ा सा बोर हो रहे हैं तो एक काम तो कर ही सकते हैं अपन, जो कि है ये वाला। जो कि है, हम ये वाला काम करेंगे कि क्या करेंगे, कुछ तो करेंगे अपन। आप लोगों को नहीं दिख रहा होगा क्या कर रहे हैं, बट जो भी कर रहे हैं बट जो भी कर रहे हैं हाँ वो कर रहे हैं वो कर रहे हैं हाँ कर तो रहे हैं यस अनडिफीटेड हाँ चर्चा से क्योंकि बहुत देर तक मैं ये पहन के बैठा था साला अभी थो थो
And like in their final map, they made a player swap, a role swap.
गाइस जो भी दो बंदे देख रहे हैं बहुत मुझे खुश होने की स्ट्रीम गाइस लाइक कर देना सब्सक्राइब कर देना यूट्यूब पे हेल्प
this will come down to the defensive play calling. I thought the defensive play calling from Gen.G was excellent. Heretics needs to do the same thing here.
Yeah, I think Split is going to go crazy. Now, we haven't seen Gen.G play this map in a while because the last time that they played it was in the final in Pacific. And this map was the one that made them the second seed. Losing this last map on that last best of 5 that they played turned them into what we're seeing today. They have a chance to change history today.
So the big question for everyone really, and for Team Heretics facing up against this Gen.G team is, what can you expect? They were playing the double dive comp back in Pacific, but it has been a while, right? Not showing it whatsoever at this event. Do they stick to that same game plan? Do they change something up? It's a real wild card in this map pool, considering how little both teams have put into Split.
And do not forget, we saw Heretics, as Josh was mentioning, changing the roles here and there. Maybe they thought at the beginning that they wanted to go with Paddy on the race, which he had experience playing back in Tier 2, but decided that Wood was better for this suit. Anyway, that was a bit ago. It was against EDG. They haven't played it ever since. Yes, they had a very, very good result, but not that much practice, and I don't think Gen.G is going to be the kind of opponent where, you know, it's going to be just easier, especially if we think about the mental of Heretics right now. In that Lotus, they started with 3 rounds in a row, and then Gen.G comes back to life and gets all of the rounds on their defense. Right now, their mental cannot be the same as they had when we were back in EMEA on that last map.
Well, let's take a look at Agent Select here and see what we're gonna get. And yeah, what do you guys make of this?
It's a miracle.
Raise.
Teams are running double alert. I find that like it's really easy to work attack here, even though there's a lot of defensive agents. The Vipers, Cypher can put some question marks in the Gen.G's gonna have a tough time, I think.
That they may, but Lakia locking in this sky again feels like we might be going back in time a little bit, right?
Yeah.
All the way back to when he was playing this role as the solo initiator when he lost in Reykjavik. He was great on map number 4, but with no recharges on the sky flashes, his util has to be perfectly placed to set texture up for success, and that's the same task on the other side for Riens and Wood. That rookie has got to be incredible in this map 5.
Well, it all comes down to this one final map, the Masters Shanghai trophy is on the line. For the last time, here's Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, Jinsu. All bangers end on Split. We've got to talk one more time about what it is that they're playing for here. For Heretics, vindication on the other side of Madrid, and perhaps the dawning of a new era of Valorant. We talk so much about how they're the future, and it seems like the future may be now, Dre.
But Gen.G, they have a chance to be the first team in APAC to win an international.
Hello, bhai, I am new.
So much pride on the line for both sides.
And what a story that would be.
And who is going to represent the black and gold the best here?
Both teams looking to clean the skeletons out of their closets to exercise their demons. And what better place than Split to see how it all shakes out. Gen.G on the attack side. Mimi was talking about Lakia turning back the time and playing that solo initiator once more. What a legend he was, but it seems like it's Boo who wants to take the spotlight. Traded though, 1 for 1.
Oh.
Exactly, great trade from Meteor, and that slows the round down. Nothing being used. Now a Skydog committed on the A ramp to get info that Meteor is still here. It does connect. And Woot, he wants to punish. But there's support.
Yeah, the problem is he doesn't know that there's support. Oh, there's the surprise. There's more there than you thought.
Yeah, I saw 2 players at the other end right there. That's the cue for Gen.G to once more slow the round down. Karen He already ran up in B main off the start of the round earlier, broke that Cypher cam. Now he's taking all that mid real estate.
A deep smoke, a little cover provided as Gen.G venture forth into heaven.
And an even spread. They're making the right read, the right call right now, transitioning to B. It's all up to Benji Fishy in a grand final on the last map.
Deliver again, the trip will catch the first. A stumbling block put before Gen.G's hopes and dreams. And he still holds the line. He's still here. Is able to find his one. But that's all it'll be with 10 seconds left. Gen.G hurried and rushed to try to get the spike down the satchel just a tiny bit off the mark. And success found. Staying so down, Heretics will have an opportunity to rethink how they want to approach this. A venture forth. And a different segmented approach. Karen never saw him, never had a shot at fighting back. Texture and Meteor will crumble, they will fall. Unless Meteor can pull this off on his own, a 1v1 with Ghost in hand, 67 HP. All of the onus is on Patatek, and Meteor is able to get the easiest kill of his life. The Red Bull clutches, he gets 4.
4 for the Cypher. Pistol round for Gen.G. Last map of split. It started with that trade. Boo could have gotten 2, maybe 3. The double swing here, it was too much. Woo, running out of ammo. Nothing left in the chamber. And then the easy cleanup.
You gotta wonder on a bigger scale too, how much is left in the tank for both of these teams. I mean, this has been a marathon. And we thought that it was gonna end short, right? We thought it was gonna be a quick day, but what a gift this series has been.
Yeah, it definitely looked like it earlier on. The resilience from both sides. It's shown like no other. It's been quite the spectacle. As we proceed to this anti-eco, a B main default. No cam being broken though, so a late tap of that from Benji Fishy will give the cue for Heretics to rotate more players towards A. But he's not using it yet.
वो करे like, share and
accelerated approach towards the middle of the map.
क्योंकि subscribe is important for
gets info, no one's B main, and the rotation set in. Heretics, although they don't have the gun advantage, they could get ahead of this.
A Thrifty in a situation like this would be ridiculous.
It would be absolutely ridiculous. And there's an Omen flash here as well.
They're ahead of it. They're here. They've arrived. They're gonna try to dig their heels in.
It's a really early nade from Woot.
Do they try to flip back again?
I think they have to. They know.
Oh no, Trey, they're committing. The satchel out, the flash forth, and Texture cracks the side wide open, but Woot's on the counter. Meteor pushing forward. Benji Fishy getting the best of him. What a 1v2 now. Can he upgrade a weapon? I don't think there's anything that he can find. So he's gonna have to push forth with the classic. And he's dropped before he even gets a chance to fight back.
Texture is not slowing down. Perfect satchels in the elbow, catching 2 members off guard of Heretics. The stack was there. Yeah, Woot tried his damn best to try to even it out. And they did that. They made it costly.
30 seconds left.
Nice shots from the young gun.
Crispy little one-tap from Texture there to close the round. To get 3 to his name, to get 1 step away from his ult. In round 3. Such a ridiculous advantage.
This is that conditioning from the previous round. They can be main control once again. Testing the waters, testing the one-way.
That smoke is tough though, man. There's no real way to challenge that.
Yeah, it makes it so awkward. They can see a sliver of you spam where they think you might go.
So they waited out, or at least they tried to. It's refreshed.
Yeah. Good job so far from Heretics denying that rocket. That was Gen.G's plan, and they've thwarted it completely.
You know, Gen.G have more than one attempt at this, though. More than one take. So they rotate back A. And lo and behold, it would be Benji Fishy who's challenged once more. Trips and cages, cameras, full surveillance.
Here come the lineups. This should get most of the trips. So Benji Fishy, he's gonna have to rely on his cages.
Both cleared with 1 nade, Ridiculous, and now the rollout. Texture getting high ground. Trying to find comfort behind the screens and drop Benji Fishy for it. Texture will not be denied. As he finds more, ult online now. I don't know, the Heretics can find a way back into this one, Dre. Not this round. We've seen 5v3s, but it's been a long time.
They're not even going for it. They've conceded. They've thrown in the towel on this round. Texture is an animal. From last map to this map, he's been a rising star.
Priceless man.
An attempt at hunting will ultimately net nothing. I can't imagine the timings to get there. So it seems like, barring something spicy at the end, well, of course it would be Rian's, wouldn't it? Choosing to swing into that. Whoa, easy now. You want to keep those. He will survive. The weapons will be carried over. And that's a big win for Heretics, given how the rest of that round went.
Yeah. Texture completely obliterating the site players, living here with the satchels over the top, gets the info, predicts the movement of Benji Fishy, and then the follow-up kill onto Woot. Woot just couldn't quite connect those shots. Texture punishes. And that'll put Gen.G on 3 rounds up. A scrappy buy from Heretics. And it looks like it's going to be a full A hit with that lineup nade again.
They found so much success here, but they do have 4 rifles. There it is, the rocket invested. They're scattering. There was only one here, though. Benji Fishy falls the flash over the top. Meteor trying to play his time right. Gets one for it. Rian's a bullet between his eyes. And Hope sinks away. Another disastrous start for the number 2 seed from EMEA.
And another explosive start for Texture onto that A site. Boo, I mean, he kind of wanted to go for it, but now he can't. That smoke denies any possibilities of getting back into the round. Such a nice read from Gen.G, such nice prep to deal with those trips. That nade is clearing out every single one of Benji Fishy's trips. You might see him rotate over towards that B site now or have to use more passive site trips, maybe a Nat setup, something of the sort.
Yeah, he has to. He's not getting any value there.
And I mean, Texture had full confidence that that rocket was connecting. That's the level that he's playing at right now. He fires it and he's instantly looking at heaven. I imagine we're getting the replay right here. Look at this. He just knows. You're dead. Already ready for any type of backup. Yeah, Meteor doesn't connect on the first on the Rians, but Munchkin with these cold shots. Nice, precise aim.
Locky is still popping off across the stage as Gen.G are up 4 and as Heretics call a timeout. Tough spot to be in if you're Heretics, but I think, yeah, I would imagine a lot of the conversation is how do you get more value out of Benji Fishy? How do you get more value out of his setups and his utility? Because right now, they're getting thwarted and bested by one person.
Yeah, one set of utility. And I mean, there is follow-up utility, don't get me wrong.
Sure, sure.
But it's not even needed. And in a match like this, the last map of the series, it's all or nothing.
What a beautiful trophy. What a beautiful scene. What a beautiful set. And for one of these teams, dreams will be actualized. And for the other, this will be the source of nightmares.
Yeah. The Gen.G, they were fighting their own demons in this actual series. I think they probably thought it was going to be a 3-0 as well. Looking at the map pools, the 2 map advantage that they had.
Nade forward, satchels up, Texture in.
Such a pace.
Forget about the attempt at fighting back. They take it so quickly. Benji Fishy down here. He's got a sheriff, but he has no help. Right off the bat, the Sentinel crumbles.
They're just running Benji Fishy down at every site he's been playing so far. And they're not slowing down whatsoever.
I mean, they have no reason to. No resistance has been met.
Go get it.
That feels like the first real advantage, I guess, if you want to call it that. It's just been tough sledding. Gen.G get to 5.
And you spoke about it. What is
5-0
left in the
तो ऑलरेडी
tank?
हो चुका है. अब होगा ये
Heretics really need
6-0.
to
मेरे
dig
को
deep
जितना
here
लग रहा
because
है.
Gen.G
जो भी
did
बंदे
go the
देख रहे हैं,
distance
please
before and
do.
it didn't go their way. That experience in Madrid.
Subscribe for.
It's showing here.
Nothing.
I mean, it changes teams. It changes players. And let's be perfectly clear, Heretics are no slouch to that as well. Yes, it was on domestic soil, but the lessons that you learn are the same. And they walked away on top.
Another fast rollout. Another sight hit potentially on Benji Fishy.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Meteor, the alert was caught.
That causes speed up. From the side of Gen.G, they have no info, they have no space.
Yeah, but where do they speed up to? I mean, they still have these trips they have to deal with.
They know
Dog.
destroyed.
Yeah. There you go. The first one goes down, but you haven't cleared Benji Fishy, not yet. Texture over the top, and Woot drops him. Investing more util as Lucky is on the swing, and Patatek's on the greet.
Down B.
A response from Heretics.
There are the signs of life. When the IGL steps up big, Boo, getting that pick on a Meteor. That was the start to a snowball in the round itself. Opens up the opportunity for Benji Fishy and Woot to use this Raze rocket.
Spike down B.
Securing the round. And right now for Gen.G, you are up 5-1. You've been here before in this series. But when Heretics start winning rounds, it comes in masses. First it's 1, then it's 2, then 3, all of a sudden it's an even score. What can they do to make that not happen? What have they learned?
The conditioning is so nice. They have tried to invest utility to clear out the trips that aren't there. But Gen.G found a little bit of space. Karen over the top. The Guardian Angel for Gen.G.
Nice.
Patatek and Benji Fishy are forced to rotate back over to the site, but they're so outnumbered at this point. The spike is planted. The guns are down.
Huh?
Patatek. I mean, I guess the rest of your team has some money. I guess maybe you go for it.
Oh my.
Flash in the face, Meteor falls. Benji Fishy getting active, creeping forward, Karen down. But the trade timing is just too nice. Lakia gets his 3 Seekers online as Gen.G get
Guys,
another
जो भी
round.
दो बंदे देख रहे हैं, बहुत शुक्रिया for joining the stream, guys. Like कर देना, subscribe कर देना, it would be help. बहुत
Double
शुक्रिया.
TP play. First onto the double box in front B, then behind in Raptors. This was ridiculous. This is taking things into your own hands. This is playing to win. No fear at all, no doubt in his play.
There's no room for it. There's just not. Gen.G get to 6. But Heretics, they've got a lot to fight back with here. 4 members on light armor, sure, but look at the ults. You can tell for Gen.G, the approach has become quickly get to B, try to clear out any sort of utility that might be there, and then play the rest of the map.
And if you looked at the map earlier, the rotations, I mean, there was Patatek and Woot already ready and willing to come there to the rescue for the anchors on the site. That's how much fear Gen.G have put into this team of Heretics. And leaving one here this time to break the info utility, that's going to keep a couple players here. I mean, Woot, he doesn't know what to do. He's jumping back and forth. If you looked at the minimap, he's staying B heaven, and now it's going to be an A-hit. The difference maker here is that site trip.
I've got your trail.
Has Benji Fishy one more. Seekers online and invested forward. Patatek had no chance to fight back.
What an entry. And now the map opens up. A counter. Seekers from the side of Heretics, but they don't know what's going on. They have no info.
Texture's 9-4 right now, 1 away from his ult.
My eyes are down.
Yes.
30 seconds left.
मैं जो भी दो बंदे देख रहे हैं, बहुत शुक्रिया guys for joining the stream.
It's just Woot. Benji Fishy playing backside. The trip's a little bit of safety, a little bit of cover, but now Texture understanding where his prey lays. And
right texture OP, right texture OP.
Wide open.
10 seconds left.
So patient, so precise, waiting for the double swing. Texture, he crept up forward.
But texture बैठा ही है. और texture नहीं हटेगा. Texture कह रहा है भाई.
And they're not making mistakes this time. They're swinging together. The
Guys,
fundamentals are full
please do
effect.
like and subscribe. It will be helpful.
A distant memory.
And obviously they look so
हमारे
clean
60% लोग कह रहे हैं Gen.G जीतेगा और TH कह रहे हैं 40% लोग. भाई बहुत शुक्रिया for joining the stream.
This has been as clean as you could possibly ask for Gen.G.
Nice. अरे nice.
They're hunting. They're playing everything by the book.
Guys, subscribe भी कर देना guys. Subscribe. Do subscribe.
The economy is just insane right now for Gen.G. They can probably buy for the rest of the half.
अरे जाते जाते भी एक को मार के गया.
Every gun taken away from Team Heretics. And it's a scrappy buy, if there even is one.
You take a look at this one more time.
ये replay पे मारा उसने. मतलब replay पूरा ना मारा.
That's that
nice
shot,
bro.
Yeah, and then the wide swing, changing the angle, the perception of how you're actually swinging.
Dre, it really feels like Heretics have lost control of the situation. Second timeout burned, much like we saw on Lotus.
Just nothing left in the tank. Nothing at all. Not even a fight.
To have made it this far and to fall this short would be devastating. And so Heretics will have to dig deep. They'll have to find a way to turn Embers into something more. The problem is the fire of Heretics has been cold for a long time now.
TH का भी आग पूछता है कह रहे हैं. बट ऐसा थोड़ी होता है भाई.
He's been the one holding the torch for his team, leading them to victory so far. A 7-1 half. And 4 ultimates online. It's going to be another B main approach. This time, Karen is going to lock down mid. So it's a little bit of a new look. That B main room, but no satchel to follow up this time.
Yes,
and it's a change of pace. Gen.G have been putting on so much pressure. This time they just freeze off the rip of the round. Waiting for any type of aggression from Heretics. Waiting for any info. That flash gets no value and the punish is there for Texture.
What a beautiful call.
Munchkin.
I know exactly where you are.
He's been so great this entire tournament, this entire year.
They have so much of an advantage right now in every single facet of the game. They're perfectly okay with investing a Cypher ult right now.
And as all this sound is being made water, Munchkin just walks out B and he's gonna call them back. Yo, I got B, guys. It's as by the book, it's as clinical as it could possibly be.
Boo taking the head off Alakia there will keep things interesting, I suppose, but again, min-maxing the orbs, getting everything they want, and then some.
30 seconds left.
This call, I mean, this round from beginning to end was a beautiful display of calling.
The only thing Heretics have going for them right now is hope.
Oh.
And hope dies last. But it's on. I mean, it's on a lifeline.
भाई ये बंदे इस बंदे को पता है. अरे नहीं, Texture ना. 2v2 है भाई.
But is there enough time to make this happen? A 2v2, Munchkin and Karen trying to stabilize the situation. Boo will fall. Patatek's left.
Nice shot,
and much like has been the case this series, Heretics get to the doorstep of something special, and the door is slammed in their faces.
Just everything right now. Gen.G are on the top. They are supreme.
What a performance from Gen.G. What a performance from Texture. 11-6 right now. Excellence embodied, greatness personified.
They've been raining terror all over on this map. The last 2 maps. One of the most dominant split attack sides I've seen.
And there might be more to come. The need for a gun round success has already started off on the wrong foot.
B is completely busted wide open.
There's no real chance to even fight back. They don't even have a chance to try to deny the hit. Because circles are being run around them.
Welcome to my world.
What a pit. Look at how deep that
Now,
goes.
welcome to our world.
It doesn't get much easier than this. A little bit of pressure will be alleviated, yes, but another 2v4. Another seemingly hopeless situation.
Ooh.
And another punctuation mark for Gen.G.
9-1
Doug.
for Gen.G 9-1.
Last time Gen.G played this map at an international, they were on the receiving end of an absolute cinema. Now they have created their own.
Yes.
All bases covered.
Hit you with a little more history. The last time EMEA as a region lost a best-of-5 on international soil to another region, it was in Iceland. That was so long ago. And now Gen.G have the opportunity to do something really special in a number of different ways. Another change of pace. Another ridiculous call. And the doubt that creeps in.
Oh my gosh.
For Heretics.
It's a terrible feeling. You're already losing 9-1, and these guys are playing this slow. It's kind of like rubbing dirt in a wound.
Cage triggered.
And now a confident call to arms for Gen.G as they turn their attention towards A. Perhaps the first time they'll be able to fight back, as there is some presence here on the site, but they don't really have the guns to do it.
If Gen.G transition into B heaven and use the showstopper, I'm gonna lose it, Doug. Because that would be the perfect call.
Cam was cleared and Rians has to give some of the space back up, but and you can tell it's such a miserable spot to be in because you want to try to fight back, you want to try to make something happen.
30 seconds
There's the rollout. Texture pushing forward in the pit now. Oh, he's gonna get dropped. The fuse is extinguished as Panatek gets 2. No joy. Meteor will fall as well. That's the round they win.
Thrifty.
A MasterCard thrifty for Heretics as they get their second round on the board.
9-38.
Gen.G decided to fight fire with fire in that
Gen.G on
round,
9,
using
brother.
the showstopper to try to catch off Panatek. But that sight trip, that little change, it finally gave some value to the anchors of that A site.
What a snap from the kid.
Good work.
Come on, please.
They gotta win anything. They gotta win every round they can get.
You heard Rians, they're trying to will him across the finish line. Trying to force some fight.
Next.
And in the 11th hour, they have to find a way to convert. Heretics in such a tough spot here. Rians has his Seekers. They're already seeing him satchel forward, back towards B. Benji Fish is doing the best he can to keep him back. They've drawn the paranoia out, though. Now Gen.G can flip the map once more.
That Omen ult is gonna have Team Heretics guessing about where he could be.
Dodge.
That's why you saw Benji Fishy clearing out all backside. They know now that he's not on the flank.
The smoke will cover the trip. If Gen.G want to go forward mid, they're gonna have to deal with that. The truth is, they have a couple of ways to go about it as well, should they choose to do so. And meanwhile, for Heretics, as you see a couple of members anchored on the eyes rise to turn tides. They have to find success here. Meanwhile, what a call and what a play from Munchkin. If he's able to get anything, any kill here, it's massive.
30 seconds left.
And he very well might do so. He's challenging Woot. Meanwhile, the hit on the other side, the paranoia is out. Woot keeping the line.
Nah.
Holding them
2v4.
back.
Nice.
And yeah, they've dealt with him, but you didn't
Nah.
consider Benji Fishy.
1v3.
13 seconds left. The spike is out of reach. Munchkin thought he was the one making a play. He was the one drawing misdirection on the other side of the map. And he was wrong. Heretics will get to 3.
What a close to the half for Heretics. And now they're hoping for that 9-3 curse.
My camera is destroyed.
Good off angle from Boo. Good bait setup to secure the last round of the half.
One enemy remaining.
They may need more than a curse to do this, because those don't seem to exist on international soil on the big stages. Yinsu, take it away.
It seems like Gen.G here, they're not gonna let what happened in Madrid happen to them once again. Mimi, Kakuka, and Josh, a beautiful start for them.
It's been absolutely incredible from them thus far. They come out onto a map that they have barely played. They changed their composition. And Josh, the prep has looked on point. I mean, these A executes were excellent.
I mean, this nade is so key to breaking all the trips, allows a dive path forward to this spot here, and he was able to predict the spot, the reposition for Benji Fishy here.
And time again, it was so overwhelming for the side of Heretics, the way that Gen.G was putting pressure around the map, the way that every single piece of their utility had a very, very dedicated purpose. A 9-3 half on, as you're saying, Mimi, a map that they shouldn't be as comfortable, and 4 rounds away from that trophy.
They are, but for Team Heretics, they have been on the receiving end of so many comebacks, getting reverse swept in the EMEA final, losing an 11-2 up against G2. There have been so many moments where they have let it slip, but they've given themselves an opportunity at the end, winning at least 3 rounds. If they can get this pistol, there's still a chance for this team on this miraculous run to lift the trophy.
Josh, imagine you were that coach. What would you say right now to the Heretics, to los niños, to make this comeback happen?
I would tell them believe in the game plan, believe in each other, win this pistol and make it happen.
All right, you heard it from Josh. Believe in the game plan, believe in each other, win this pistol, and maybe Heretics will have a chance. But Gen.G, they lost once already this year on the international stage in a grand final. Doug and Baby Bay, something is in the air here. It feels like they're not about to let this one slip again.
That certainly seems to be the case, Yinsu.
Slip आ गया कहते हैं इसको, guys. Slip आ गया.
This is a brutal spot to be in. Heretics have to find some success here.
You
We
know, guys,
often talk
this
about
world
how important pistols are,
slip
and this
आ गया.
very well may be the biggest they have ever played.
You imagine they're going to want to convert this round. And for Heretics, the pressure, it's unsurmountable. If you make one mistake, Gen.G can run away with this thing.
6 घंटे पूरे होने वाले हैं, 6 बज गए और
4 on Lotus.
They can wash you like they did in the
भाई
first half.
साहब.
You've got to believe, though. And honestly, comebacks of this magnitude don't start in the server. They start in the mind. They start in the mental. All of the questions around how much is left in the tank for Heretics are coming to a head. They're demanding an answer right now. Heretics deciding to turn towards B. The paranoia is out. All of the utility to try to obfuscate what their approach is. And Woot and Benji Fishy able to get a couple here, but Meteor and Locky on the trade. 3s apiece. Everyone is here. As again, utility becomes a problem, and Woot cannot convert. Gen.G will get to 10.
Meteor the anchor. The longest standing member of this roster, remember that. 14-7 on this map of split. He's been biding his time, and he's looked so good on these pistol rounds. They can feel it. It's so close.
I get it. I get the pop-off, man.
So
that
close,
pistol
10-3, brother.
almost secures it.
10-3, not 10-5. It's actually so close.
But be careful.
10-3, brother. 10-3.
When you think it's in hand, is when things slip out of grasp, out of reach. Heretics choosing not to invest very much. 4 sheriffs, excuse me. And a stroll up mid. Woot's gonna be there on the trade, but Texture dropping 2. Overwhelmed by the swing, but Locky is the cover. Locky is the backup, and Locky is down 2.
2v3.
We warned about this. We warned about the possibility of being so close, yet so far, Boo will fall. Now Pad Attack And Rians have to turn their attention towards B, and of course, they're already here. Karen's waiting. Posted up like a watchman backside.
And he's been so cold in these moments when he's anchoring. He doesn't panic when he gets double swung. He commits to one of the kills, but he's moving.
He's alone here and gets them both.
GG.
Gen.G will get to 11, now 2 steps away.
GG.
It got scary. But Gen.G secured the round. They brought it back.
भाई लोग AD कितना fast भागता है ना इधर उधर इधर.
That opener from Woot. That was so clean. The double swing here. Texture. And Lakia, they just couldn't connect. But Karen, he's been so stable all year. Such a great addition.
Yes, Korean watch party. Yay, Korean watch party.
And their fans can feel it.
Heretics is feeling a lot of the pressure here too. Look at how aggressive of an approach this has been from Gen.G to start the round. What they were looking for, they have found. The orb in the hands of Texture, 3 away. And just like that, things are forced to slow down.
No sky flashes for Rians.
Where is?
Woot is gonna have a hard time entering. Boo is the only one that has a flash available for his side of the team.
Gen.G, where is Gen.G?
Look at that triple stack on site. They're all here.
They're so ready to fight. They know they baited out both flashes.
Crosshair's trained. And this doesn't feel difficult for Gen.G. They've handled this so well.
Oh, but they're backing off.
They've left Lakia alone.
An opening for Heretics.
He's on an island.
No way.
The flash on the other side of the cage. Oh, but he doesn't swing. Wisely takes a step back, but makes his presence known. Meanwhile, can Karen strike from the disciplined corner as they roll out onto the site? They're spotting one. And now they know. Gen.G are trying to make this thing work. They're trying to fight him back with the inferior weaponry. 13 seconds left. They've got to go. Heretics have no time to slow this down. Meteor's so far away. Of course, it's Texture to potentially secure the round. The spam's not going to connect.
Enemy remaining.
Patatek's left alone. Can Patatek deliver? With 8 bullets to his name, he too will crumble.
What a nice setup on site. Playing up in the beginning, baiting out a bunch of utility. Woot, he entered into that site with no flash and got punished for it. Lakia running him down. And the double swing. Finito, chef's kiss.
South Korea. North Korea में तो.
That close. 1 round away. No timeouts to call. Is this where the Heretic story ends?
Yes, there is a story ends. Please, Gen.G, please. Gen.G.
Looking to put the finishing touches on this now.
Gen.G.
Yeah, it's gone the distance. It's gone all 5. But you wouldn't believe it with how Gen.G played these last couple of maps. Heretics have to make something happen here. The paranoia as they try to satchel out into heaven, but they've only gotten to mail.
Satchel out.
Hug diya Gen.G, I guess.
Satchel traded a nade as well.
Hug diya T.
Lakia on the
H.
snap.
Hug diya
Fishy,
T. 4v3.
They're trying to work their way in and they cannot. And now
GG. GG. Sorry. भाई बहुत तगड़ा जी भाई Gen.G भाई असली खिलवाड़ वाली तो
The crowd has been silenced. but the Valorant gods have not. The Gen.G Emperors will go down in history as the first team in APAC to hoist an international trophy.
ट्रॉफी उठाना देखेंगे फिर चलते हैं अपन भी GGWP टीम हेरेटिक GGWP गुड गेम वेल प्लेड ब्रदर्स उठा लो भाई ट्रॉफी उठा लो लोग कह रहे थे 3-1 3-0 पता नहीं क्या क्या 3-2
现场的观众，请将掌声送给5位契约上海大师赛冠军GEN.G。
Shanghai trophy 3, 2, 1 ये ट्रॉफी बेटे
Madrid.
HSK, when he made this roster, I didn't think he believed it would go this far. To get second in the first
very
international
nice.
and now get first to one up. The mastermind behind this roster.
वही तो Gen.G equal to GG
We're counted out.
चलो भाई कोई ना एक दिन अगर हमारा भी मौका आ पाएगा तो हम भी किसी दिन उठाएंगे बट लगता नहीं है बट आ पाएगा फिर भी गाइस बहुत बहुत मजा आया इस पूरे इस सीजन में बहुत हमने 4 वॉच पार्टी करी है या फिर आई गेस 5 वॉच पार्टी करी है मेरे को नहीं मालूम मैंने गिना नहीं है तो वॉच पार्टी में मेरे को तो बहुत मजा आया आप लोगों को पता नहीं कितना बहुत मजा आया क्योंकि मेरे को जितना पता है कि ओपी गगन बेवफाला मेरे साथ देखते हैं उन लोगों को बहुत तगड़ा मजा आता है तो जो बंदो अभी तक देख रहे हैं बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर ज्वाइनिंग द स्ट्रीम गाइस मैं हूं नीलू आप लोगों से लेता हूं विदाई विद खुशी के साथ क्योंकि आज जीत गया है Gen.G हम पहले दिन सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहे थे Gen.G को क्योंकि तब लेव खेल रहा था उसके साथ तो मैं लेव का बेसिकली फैन हूँ आसपास का तो इसीलिए तब सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहा था बस आज कल मैच देखने के बाद मेरे को लिटरली लगा था कि TH जीत जाएगा Gen.G के खिलाफ बट अभी मैच जब स्टार्ट हुआ तो तभी लग गया था Gen.G और मेरे भी चैट में भाई वो भी वही आंकड़ा भी वही कहता था कि Gen.G जीतेगा 60% TH जीतेगा कभी ऐसा भी हुआ था कि TH बड़ा था TH भी बड़ा था ऐसी बात नहीं है कि नहीं TH नहीं बड़ा था तो TH का भी चांसेस था और बीच में 2 मैच देख के लग रहा था कि हाँ TH का भी चांसेस है बट ठीक है ऑल द बेस्ट TH चलो चलते हैं गाइस मैं हूं नीलू आप लोगों से लेता हूं विदाई फिर मिलते हैं आप लोगों से कल दोपहर को कोई स्ट्रीम में कल तो खैर खेलेंगे अपन तो कल खेलेंगे स्ट्रीम में तब तक के लिए बाय बाय टेक केयर गुड नाइट बाय बाय भाई आज का स्ट्रीम गया है सबसे तगड़ा भाई 5 घंटे 45 मिनट मतलब आउटर मिला के टोटल है नहीं तो फिर भी 5.25 घंटे का स्ट्रीम गया है और हाँ और उसके बाद मेरे को एक बात बोलनी है हमने नया मैप देखा है मैप उतना कुछ खास मेरे को लगा नहीं सच बता रहा हूँ मेरे को मैप कुछ उतना खास नहीं लगा मैप एकदम मतलब ठीक ठाक है वो मतलब ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि हाँ बहुत जैसे सनसेट फिर भी ठीक है उस हिसाब से अगर देखा जाए तो मेरे को सनसेट बेकार लगता था बट अभी सनसेट भी ठीक लग रहा है उस मैप के सामने तो है अच्छा ये क्या लड़कियों की तरह हाथ हिला रहे हो भाई मैं बात करने को ये बोलता रहता हूँ अच्छा तो इसीलिए क्या है कि अभी सनसेट ज्यादा अच्छा लगने लगा ये हवाई मैप है और सबसे बड़ी बात की हर 2-3 बीच में गड्ढा है तो ये कुछ फायदे का मेरे को लगा नहीं बट ठीक है देखते हैं उन लोग चेंजेस भी तो बहुत सारे करते हैं पैच नोट्स में तो देखते हैं क्या करते हैं अगले फिर तो आई गेस कल वो होगा क्या कहते हैं कल आई गेस नया बैटल पास या फिर नया कुछ आएगा तो देखते हैं तब तक के लिए मैं हुनील आप लोगों से लेता हूँ विदा। बाय बाय गाइस, बाय बाय। 5.5 घंटे की स्ट्रीम। बाय 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 गाइस, बाय।